The story is about a girl who has to move in with her cold and notoriously villainous uncle after a tragedy befalls her family. While living together, she not only faces prejudiced gazes from society, but also strives to help her uncle escape the darkness of his past and open up to the world around him. Feelings between the two gradually blossom as they overcome challenges, romantic entanglements, and unexpected family crises together. From unfamiliarity to understanding, they gradually learn to trust and rely on each other in their weakest moments. The series depicts a journey of growth, understanding oneself, and redefining the concept of family in each person's own way. With a blend of romance, drama, and humanistic elements, the story promises to captivate readers from beginning to end. Please join Lisa Manhwa in following this fascinating series. This story begins with the musings of someone. My mother always told me, Syria said gently, Aika, one day I will take you to meet your uncle. He is like a mad dog. No, more like a puppy. I am sure you will like him, because he is warmer than anyone else. She excitedly recounted that he was her only precious younger brother, and that all your toys were bought by him. At that time, Aika naively believed it. Her mother's precious younger brother. If he was her mother's precious younger brother, then he was also her precious uncle. With the innocence of a child, that is what I thought. He sighed heavily. That person grumbled uncomfortably, asking him to take care of the child, questioning if the old man was in his right mind. Saying that, the person turned to call Aika. Hey, she just hummed a few lines, deliberately avoiding the other person. Castle called out seriously, Hey, Peanut. Aika jumped up in dissatisfaction. I am not Peanut. Castle teased her again, then come here, Three-Head. Aika angrily denied, I am not Three-Head either. Castle pretended not to understand, deliberately teasing, then Four-Head. Aika could only be speechless at his childishness. She hugged her teddy bear tightly, thinking to herself, unbelievable, the only uncle my mother talked about. Officially introducing, this is Castle de Regaire, Aika's uncle. Unexpectedly, such a terrible person. He stood up and continued coldly, you know, we have to live together now, right? Castle emphasized sternly, but I have no interest in raising a child. He said sternly, know your place and live quietly, understand? Aika frowned tensely, his face is so scary. She thought to herself, I do not have any interest in raising adults either. Castle ordered impatiently, answer. Aika whispered as if understanding, I understand. Ignoring her reluctant attitude, Castle said impatiently, if you understand, have someone prepare food, and do not act up in front of me. Aika adamantly refused, I ate earlier. Even so, he still insisted on having his way. Eat more, or does you want to be Peanut forever? After giving the instructions, Castle opened the door and left. All right, I am leaving. Leaving Aika puffing her cheeks in anger. You bad uncle, it will be useless if you beg me to live with you later. Only after Castle disappeared could she breathe a sigh of relief. Aika hugged her teddy bear. My name is Aika de Valiant. She sadly remembered the recent past, leaving behind my loving grandfather. That was also Aika's first meeting with Castle, and having to live with an uncle who seemed to hate me very much. Imagining him as someone imprisoned in a high tower, she added excitedly, the reason. Aika's purpose could not be more humorous, it is to save her uncle. She could only sigh helplessly. He is so old and does not understand his niece's heart, that foolish uncle. At this time, her background was also introduced more clearly. I live in the vast country of Wofford, which has had its share of conflicts in the past, but now the three families Valiant, Deslin, and Nodium are working together with the Emperor to protect Wofford. Aika explained in detail, I heard that among them, the Valiant family, although not having a long history, is the most famous, standing at the top. Because my grandfather is a meritorious servant who has served from the previous emperor to the current emperor, this powerful man is Aika's grandfather, Ilad de Valiant. Even Castle's identity is not ordinary. He is the strongest swordsman. The next person is Aika's mother, Syria de Valiant. She proudly showed off that my mother is the prime minister for all of Wofford. Aika sadly recalled, the mother in my memories was always busy. Her workdays were more than her days off. After giving birth to me, she always worked at the royal palace. She sadly confided, I do not know who my father is. I once asked my mother, but she only said he was someone with great responsibilities. I thought that, even without a father, my mother and I could still live happily together. Happiness did not last long, but that incident happened. At that time, a young man was politely greeting Syria. "Prime Minister, thank you for coming." She responded cordially, "It is my duty." Aika was in the carriage, anxiously urging Syria, "Mom, hurry up. You said you would read me a fairy tale." She quickly replied, "Coming." She kept waving and calling, "Hurry, Mom." Sunlight streamed through the green leaves along the road. Syria let Aika sit in her lap. "But daughter, you are usually so good at waiting. Why do you want to come with me this time?" Aika hesitated to explain, "I do not know why, but I really miss you this time." The affection of her beloved daughter moved Syria deeply. "Aika." From afar, two strange figures were secretly watching the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and screams rang out, "An attack." The soldiers drew their swords and shouted, "Protect the Prime Minister." But the assassins were not amateurs. They quickly took down the guards. Amid their weak groans, another person quietly appeared. The assassin coldly questioned, "Did you find the necklace yet?" A subordinate respectfully reported, "You have arrived, sir." The subordinate presented an ordinary necklace. "We found something, but not the one." The assassin curled his lips in displeasure. "It seems they hid it beforehand." He turned to leave, decisively instructing, "Before they arrive, we will temporarily retreat." The subordinate bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, sir." He ordered, "Hide first, then continue the search." They replied in unison, "Understood." Just then, Aika gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes were filled with terror, with spots of fresh blood on her. Realizing she was being shielded by Syria, Aika cried out in panic, "Mom." She gently reassured her daughter, "Don't raise your voice." Syria took out a red crystal and said urgently, "Aika, quickly swallow this." Before she could realize anything, Syria stuffed the crystal into her mouth. Seeing Aika coughing, she felt heartbroken. "My dear daughter, I am sorry I can't protect you to the end." In a daze, Aika could only cry helplessly, "Mom, what is wrong? Does it hurt a lot?" Syria seriously instructed her, "Listen carefully. Aika will now have special eyes." Aika asked naively, "Special eyes?" She continued gently, "Don't be surprised by what you see, because it will save the people you cherish." Syria lovingly stroked her beloved daughter. "You must not tell anyone. This is a secret only Mom and Aika know. Understand?" The little girl broke down and cried, "I promise, so please do not hurt, Mom." Before taking her last breath, Syria smiled wistfully at Aika. "Good girl, my daughter, promise me, be careful." The story continues with Aika's sorrow, and then, after I opened my eyes again, my mother was no longer with me. The funeral was held immediately afterward. My grandfather said I was found in a forest nearby, not in the carriage I had been in with my mother. Aika's world was now plunged into darkness. After that accident, my memory became disordered. Although everyone said the royal palace was conducting an investigation, I did not hear any news. This matter quickly spread to the inner palace, besides the fact that His Majesty the Emperor was very angry. Aika sadly thought, because the Emperor is a longtime friend of my mother, he must be very angry. Also, my mother was very intelligent and worked extremely well. She cried, so he must be very sad. During the funeral, there was someone who secretly appeared at the very end, on the day I cried. Aika looked up and saw that figure. Hair as fiery red as her mother's. This is the memory of Castle that Aika has. I met my uncle for the first time. Unconsciously, she called him by a familiar name, Mom. Aika left her grandfather's arms and quickly ran to Castle's side. She burst into tears and cried out sadly, "Mom." Castle could not hide his confusion. He has the same hair color and eyes as Mom. At that time, I thought my mother had come back to life and returned. After the funeral, Aika clung to Castle relentlessly. Just like that, I hugged my uncle whom I met for the first time and clung to him for days. Under Iloise's protection, I then lived with my grandfather and understood the meaning of my mother's words. Syria's instructions always echoed in her head, "Aika, you will now have special eyes." The following developments made her even more believe in what her mother had instructed. I can sense the danger coming to everyone around me. Even Aika was stunned by this. I possess the power of prophecy. And that process takes place when she falls asleep. I mainly see the future in dreams. Later, when I wake up, I can see the images appearing right before my eyes. Relying on my prophetic dreams, I became familiar with this ability, to the point where I could naturally prevent accidents for my close maids. On a night when the bright moon shone in the night sky, Aika fell asleep as usual. I had a dream. In it, there appeared someone angrily shouting, "You bastard, I won't let you off easy." That person drew his sword, clearly showing murderous intent. He rushed towards Castle, screaming madly, "Die, Regire." Aika realized that this was extremely serious, a dream about her uncle being in danger. She woke up in the night, crying out in panic, "Uncle, no!" Aika gasped for breath, fearfully recalling who was attacking him. She quickly made up her mind, "No, now that I have seen the future like this, I can't sit still." That is why Aika went to Castle herself, for her mother, so that her uncle would not die. His appearance while practicing swordsmanship was indeed top-notch. And Aika was hiding in a corner, her eyes blazing with determination. Her monitoring attitude made Castle extremely confused. "We'll stay close and protect him." While drawing in her room, a gentle voice asked Aika, "Miss, do you need anything else?" Aika happily replied, "Zenda, this is the Regire Mansion's maid, Zenda." Aika stood up and hurriedly continued, "Do you know where my uncle is?" Zenda tilted her head. Master said he would go out. He is probably in the changing room now." Hearing her say that, Aika curiously asked, "Is that so?" Then she ran quickly to the door, loudly announcing, "I am going to see my uncle for a bit, and then come back." Zenda exclaimed in surprise, "What?" She hurriedly followed, coaxing, "How about I bring some snacks to your room, miss? I will make you a really sweet cup of cocoa." Aika firmly said, "Later, I have to go see my uncle." Zenda hesitated to advise, "I know I should not say this, but Master does not like anyone around when he is busy." She said steadfastly, "It is okay, I have to hurry before it is too late." Hearing that, she became even more worried, "Miss." But then Zenda had to say dejectedly, "Sigh, then I will take you." Aito happily exclaimed, "Okay." A moment later, Castle suddenly heard a noise. She excitedly announced, "Uncle, I am here." Not hearing a response, Aika stared blankly at the door. She knocked hard on the door and called out loudly, "Uncle." Zenda cried out in fright. Aika continued to call, "Uncle, uncle." The door suddenly opened just as Aika called out loudly, "Open the door for me." Castle came out, the buttons on his shirt were wide open, and calmly said, "Hey, did not I tell you not to attract attention?" Seeing him like that, she paused, standing there in a daze. Aika quickly regained her spirit, and excitedly called out, "Hi." She cheerfully suggested, "Uncle, let us play family." Castle calmly asked, "What? Why should I play that game with you?" Aika quickly grabbed his leg. Zenda stared in disbelief at the scene. Castle looked at her in surprise, exclaiming in shock, "Huh." He struggled frantically, panicking, "Little brat, let go. I have to go now." Aika tried to hold on tightly. She hurriedly pleaded, "Don't go." Castle said wearily, "Sigh, this stubbornness, just like your mother." Aika replied seriously, "My mother is not stubborn." He angrily shouted, "You argue with everything I say." She looked up with sparkling eyes, trying to persuade, "I will give you all my snacks, so please do not go, uncle." Castle asked wearily, "Do you think looking at me like that will solve everything?" Aika asked confusedly, "What do you mean by looking at you like that?" He described quietly, "That kind of sparkling, cute look." Castle continued to struggle and angrily declared, "Enough, let go before I kick you away." She hurriedly pleaded, Uncle, just once, really just once, it is Aika's wish." He angrily said, "Let go, now." Aika suddenly burst into tears, sob. She thought in fear, if he leaves like this, that uncle in my dream will hit him, and he will get seriously injured. Aika worriedly pondered, "Before, I accidentally overheard Grandpa and Uncle talking. Uncle said he was dealing with people who had bad relationships with the Valiant family one by one." She secretly concluded, "That means, right now, Uncle has a lot of enemies." Aika sadly thought, if I can't stop him, he will leave far away like Mom. She desperately thought, if Mom was here, would things be different? In her memory, Syria always called out happily, "Aika." At this moment, Aika suddenly called out, "Uncle." She let go of Castle's leg, then sat down. Tears streamed down her face. Aika sobbed, "I miss Mom." He said sadly, "Brat." Castle gently knelt down. He seriously suggested, "If you miss her that much, look in the mirror." Aika exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" She analyzed confusedly, but I do not look like Mom. Mom is tall, has red hair, and looks more like you. Castle asked doubtfully. Me, Aika happily exclaimed. Yes, you look just like Mom. He rubbed his head in annoyance, then said wearily, Sigh, why did you come here and annoy me? It is such a headache. Tears welled up. She asked sadly, Is it because I give you a headache that you hate me? Castle exclaimed in surprise. What? Who said I hate you? Aika eagerly asked. So you like me and want to live with me? He quickly waved his hand and calmly said, Don't be ridiculous. I do not like you, and I do not hate you. I am not good at raising kids. Go back to the old man's house. She sobbed, But I like you. Mom told me a lot about you, so I really wanted to meet you. Aika said sadly, So, I hope you will like me too. She clutched his pants. Aika sobbed pleadingly, I want to live with you. Can I stay here? She said gently, I will only bother you a little bit. Castle quietly looked at Aika. He seemed to see Syria's image in her. Castle mumbled softly, Ria. He suddenly stood up. Aika exclaimed in surprise, Uncle. Castle calmly said, Do whatever you want. She exclaimed in surprise, Huh. He said leisurely, Feel free to run around and roll around the house, but if you bother me too much, I will scold you. Aika happily exclaimed, Really? She jumped up and down, excitedly cheering, Really, Uncle. Castle commented wearily, Yeah, have you always been lied to? Aika hurriedly rummaged through her bag, then said excitedly, Then, Uncle. She joyfully announced, Put your finger here, on the paper, it clearly states, Uncle Castle must not kick Aika out. Aika, Uncle. He asked doubtfully, What is this, a contract? Aika quickly urged, What are you doing? Hurry up and put your finger on it. Castle commented wearily, Sigh, so careful, just like Syria's daughter. I will stamp it later, okay? She hurriedly asked, Uncle, you are not going out today, right? He calmly said, Yeah, no, I will ride a horse in the garden. Castle walked away leisurely. Aika looked at his back and happily replied, Hee, okay. She quietly thought, Mom told me to write down important things. Before, Syria gently instructed, Understand, Aika, so you do not encounter bastards, bad guys nitpicking. Aika excitedly exclaimed, Yes, she happily thought. Luckily I prepared the documents. Aika secretly pondered. Uncle also said he would not go out, so it should be okay now. At this moment, a strange feeling washed over her, and the whole space darkened. An image appeared. Castle was riding a horse on the farm. Suddenly, the horse had strange reactions. He exclaimed in surprise, Gunther. Gunther suddenly went crazy, painfully crying out, Nay, Castle fell. He cried out in pain, Ugh. Aika collapsed to the ground. She gasped for breath wearily, Ha. Her face turned pale. Aika thought in horror, What is this? She hurriedly turned her head, thinking in panic, Uncle. At this moment, Castle had gone to the stables. Aika thought in fear, He is going to be in danger again. She quickly ran away, thinking in panic, in danger twice in one day. At this time, the butler at the mansion was reporting that matter. When Aika ran up, she thought annoyedly, Isn't that too much? Then she hurriedly shouted, Uncle. Hearing such a loud call, Leto, the butler of the Regire mansion, could not help but exclaim in surprise, Ha, miss. He calmly said, Miss is looking for Master. Master went out riding a horse. Hearing Leto say that, Aika's face paled and she thought in fear, He is gone. She quickly ran out in annoyance. Why is he acting so fast? Aika looked around. She became more and more worried. Clearly, the stables are somewhere around here. Just then, Aika saw the target. Castle was standing in front. She thought excitedly, Uncle. Aika hudred shouted, Utle. She quickly rushed over and angrily called out, You liar, you said you were not going out. He exclaimed in surprise, What? I am riding a horse in my own house. What is the lie? Let go. Now Aika immediately clung to Castle. She angrily shouted, But. Aika firmly declared, You are not allowed to ride that horse. He wearily said, Sigh, Peanut, what have you been saying? At this moment, the horse trembled, painfully crying out, Phoo. Castle called out in surprise, Gunther. Gunther continued to moan, Phoo. Aika looked at it in surprise. She looked at the scene, then asked curiously, Uncle, horses do not usually lift one leg all the time, right? He exclaimed in surprise, What? Aika jumped down and approached Gunther. She curiously said, Horse, does your leg hurt? It painfully cried out, Phoo. Castle quickly pulled her away. Aika exclaimed in panic. Oh! He angrily scolded. Don't you know this is dangerous? Why are you still trying to touch it? She cried out in panic. Ugh, Castle coldly threatened. Do you want to be kicked by a horse? Aika hurriedly explained. No, I am afraid the horse is hurt and you will get injured. Uncool, I am sorry. He calmly ordered. Sai, take Gunther in for a checkup. The servant respectfully replied. Yes, master. She happily asked, Uncle, you are not riding the horse anymore. Castle wearily said. Yeah, the horse is in pain. How can I ride it? Aika thought excitedly. So, he won't get hurt from riding the horse anymore. She laughed loudly and happily thought, great. Castle pinched Aika's cheek, then scolded. What is so fun that you are laughing like that, Peanut? Do you know you did something wrong? She softly cried out, Ow. He quietly thought, she should have been protected by the old man. Why did she have to come here and be in danger like this? The door opened. Castle secretly made a decision. That is why I did not want to bring her along. Aika was lying in his arms. She was drowsy and sleepy. Castle gently asked, Sleepy? Aika wearily said, He gently placed her on the bed. Castle secretly pondered, so tired that she fell asleep. What is the reason she keeps clinging to me? She suddenly cried out, Aika grabbed his hand and mumbled vaguely, Uncle, do not go anywhere. Castle quietly looked at her. He made a decision. Before I become too attached, I have to do something quickly. The bright sunlight shone on the mansion. 3 days later. Aika tied her hair on both sides with flower strings, looking very adorable. She peeked out from the door. Aika asked excitedly, Uncle, are you there? Castle's escort knight, Gerard, cheerfully asked, Miss, you have arrived. Castle wearily said, Here she comes again. He happily said, We have finished talking, so I will take my leave first. Have a nice chat, you too. Aika excitedly exclaimed, Yes, be careful, Gerard. Castle calmly asked, Why did you come here instead of staying in your room? Peanut, she said annoyedly, I am not Peanut. Aika held up the painting and happily showed off, Ta-da, I came to show you the painting I drew, you and me. His face darkened, and he asked wearily, This is me. She happily exclaimed, Hee hee, I drew it well, right? Castle stood up and calmly said, All right. He said calmly, Have Zenda help you prepare to go out. Aika asked in surprise, Go out? Castle leisurely said, That is right, to the old man's no. We are going to Grandpa's house to play. She excitedly cheered, Really, we are going to see Grandpa today. He calmly replied, Yeah. Aika happily asked, Can I bring a gift for Grandpa? The cupcake I ate this morning was so delicious. I want Grandpa to eat it too. Castle leisurely said, Bring whatever you want. She excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle. Zenda carefully brushed Aika's hair. She happily sang, humming. Aika excitedly thought, It has been a long time since I went to see Grandpa. What is up with Uncle? She happily thought. Anyway, this is great. In front of the mansion, a carriage was already waiting. Aika quickly ran out and excitedly called out, Grandpa. Eyelid opened his arms wide and happily exclaimed, Aika. She hugged him tightly and excitedly cheered. I missed you so much. Eyelid gently said, Oh, my granddaughter has arrived. I have been waiting for so long. Castle sarcastically said, Humph, always dyeing your hair so meticulously. He said that because he originally had red hair like Castle. Eyelid angrily retorted, Humph, you only know how to cause trouble. I think hair that looks like Aika's is very beautiful. He looked at Aika and happily said, Right. She excitedly exclaimed, Right. Eyelid asked, My little darling, let us go inside. Why have not you gained any weight? Is that damn guy not feeding you? Aika happily replied, No, I eat with Uncle every day. I had breakfast with him today, too. He happily praised, Is that so? You are so good. She suddenly said, Oh right, Grandpa, I brought you a gift. It is really delicious. Eyelid happily exclaimed, Ho ho, what can you bring with those tiny hands? My precious granddaughter coming is already. A gift. Aika excitedly said, Hee hee, the more gifts, the better. He quickly suggested, Is that so? Then let us eat together. She confidently declared, I am fine. I already ate a full meal before coming here. A moment later, Aika put the plate down. She ate until her stomach was full, and exclaimed contentedly, Hooah, so delicious. Aika still held a cake in her hand. Second snack, spotless. Mary gently asked, Did you enjoy the meal? Miss, shall I bring you more to drink? Aika happily replied, yes, thank you. She suddenly said, but Mary? She asked in surprise, yes. Aika curiously asked, when are grandpa and uncle coming? Mary was startled, then exclaimed in panic, ah. She hurriedly covered up, that, they said they had something important to talk about. She asked in surprise, is that so? At this moment, she heard a familiar sound. Aika quietly thought, this sound is the sound before getting into a carriage. Mary worriedly called, Miss. Her face turned pale. Aika was secretly afraid. Could it be? She hurriedly ran out. She followed and anxiously asked, Miss, where are you going? Aika quickly ran to the window. She grabbed the window frame and tried to observe. Aika frantically mumbled, that is Grandpa and... Castle was already sitting in the carriage. She cried out in fear, Uncle. Aika thought in panic, what is going on? Why is Uncle sitting in the carriage? I did not see him at all when I was snacking. She thought desperately, could it be? He is planning to leave me behind. Aika hurriedly ran down the stairs. She loudly accused, you are a liar. Eyelid hugged Aika, then gently reassured her, hey my little one, you will get hurt if you run like that. She struggled, angrily calling out, Grandpa, let me go. Aika looked at the carriage driving away, desperately shouting, Uncle. She sadly thought, are you really abandoning me? Aika sobbed, Uncle. She quietly thought, I just wanted to save you. Aika tried to call out, Uncle, do not go, Uncle. In the room, stuffed animals were scattered all over the floor. She hid under the blanket. Eyelid worriedly called, Darling. Aika puffed out her cheeks and glared, looking like a sulky little squirrel. He was startled. Eyelid held his head, then exclaimed in panic, my granddaughter is making that face again. She sadly said, if I had not been stopped, I could have caught up with him. He gently comforted, Sweetheart, do not you like living with Grandpa? Stop crying and let us go eat some delicious snacks, okay? Aika wearily declared, I am not eating. She was secretly angry. He must have abandoned me. He promised he would not abandon me. How awful. I do not care about him anymore. Later, at Castle's mansion. Leto gently peifertea. He leisurely said, Miss has been gone for a few days. The mansion has become quite quiet, do not you think, sir? Castle calmly said, I prefer silence. Leto smiled dryly, ho. He thought wearily, only Master would be like this. Outside the door, Gerard respectfully reported, Master, this is Gerard. He calmly said, come in. He said worriedly, what is the matter at this hour? That, the Duke Valiant family sent someone, they relayed a message about Miss. Castle was startled, then asked in surprise, what did they say? Gerard fearfully reported, from what I heard, on the first day, Miss cried until she was exhausted and fell asleep. Since that day, she has been lifeless. She is not eating properly because she is waiting for you, sir. He sadly asked, shouldn't you go see Miss? Castle was silent for a moment. He calmly commented, it is probably just temporary. She is still young. She will be fine after staying with the old man for a while. Leto worriedly called, Master. Castle coldly ordered, are you all two free? Return to your positions. Gerard and Leto replied in unison, yes. The door closed. He sat still. Castle sadly mumbled, she is a very enthusiastic snacker. An image of Aika happily eating sweets appeared. He quietly thought, and so happy. Castle threw the document on the table. He covered his face with his hands, and wearily sighed, sigh. Memories of Aika clinging to his leg rushed back. Castle secretly made a decision. I can't get any more attached to her. An image of her showing off the painting appeared. He sadly thought, I have to cut it off. Aika's tearful face appeared. She sobbed, Uncle. Thinking of this, Castle angrily cursed, damn it. That night, in another place. He spurred his horse on and quietly thought, I will go see her face, just see her face. The mansion door was already in front of him. Castle worriedly thought, since they said she would not eat, I will go see how she looks and then leave. He secretly made a decision, just go see her face. I probably do not need to make a fuss by entering through the main gate. Castle quickly jumped over the wall. He gently landed on the ground. Castle quietly pondered, I heard Peanut sleeps in Syria's old room. At this moment, he heard a strange noise. Behind a bush, two assassins were discussing a plan. One calmly said, So this is the Valiant Mansion. Do you remember the target? The other replied, yeah, we will split up and meet in front of that room, then. From behind, Castle coldly asked, where do you think you are going? His sword was already pressed against his head. Castle scornfully said, so this is how insects are let in. The assassin cried out in fear, Castle de Regire. He coldly threatened, you are not afraid and dare to attack Valiant. You must be prepared. Castle's hand gripped his neck tightly. The man painfully cried out, Gah! He said in a low voice, who is behind this? He groaned, ugh. Castle continued to interrogate, who dares? At this moment, a figure attacked Castle from behind. He swung his sword to block the attack. When he saw the face clearly, Castle exclaimed in surprise, oh! He called out in surprise, old man. Islet exclaimed in shock, Castle. He hurriedly asked, what is going on? Castle calmly explained, it is an attack, these damn bastards. What do they think this is? There may still be remnants left. An image of Aika crying rushed back. He worriedly thought, wait, if that is the case, Peanut is in danger. Castle turned away, then hurriedly instructed, old man, leave these guys to you. Islet exclaimed in shock, Castle. He rushed off, and secretly feared, please be sleeping soundly in bed, Aika. Castle pushed open the door and entered. Sweat covered his forehead. Seeing a pile of blankets on the bed, he was a little surprised. What is this? Sleeping soundly, that is good. But very quickly after that, Castle realized something was wrong. He immediately rushed over, grabbed the blanket and cursed, damn it. Castle looked down at the bed and broke out in a cold sweat. A small bear fell down. He exclaimed, Peanut, that brat. Looking at the dolls neatly arranged in front of him, Castle was extremely panicked. Where did Aika disappear to? Scene change. Aika woke up groggily. She wondered, what is going on? It is so stuffy, like something is tightly wrapped around my body. As soon as Aika opened her eyes, she saw a black snake wrapped around her. Her face turned pale with fear. Her whole body trembled. Is this a snake? The monster stuck out its tongue with a hiss. Seeing it suddenly open its mouth wide, Aika shouted, danger. The moonlight shone through the window into the room. Aika gasped for breath. The little girl sat up, thinking to herself, what was that dream just now? Danger. What is it? Suddenly, Aika heard a tapping sound next to her ear. The little girl clutched the blanket tightly, looking terrified. This sound. But then she remembered her mother's words. Aika, Mom told you, right? Sometimes there will be scary shadows. The little girl replied, if the shadows come, you have to hide immediately. Mom replied, that is right, so let us practice hide and seek. If the shadows appear. Aika immediately jumped out of bed and secretly decided, these are the shadows that appeared when I was with Mom. I have to hide quickly. The little girl hid in the closet, covering her mouth with both hands. If I hide here, Grandpa will come to save me. I must not be discovered. The sound of footsteps entering the room became more and more hurried. Aika suddenly heard the footsteps stop right in front of her. The little girl was terrified. Have I been discovered? Tears suddenly welled up. Mom, Grandpa, Uncle. But then a familiar voice rang out. That brat, Peanut, where did she go? Aika exclaimed, it is Uncle. Hearing his granddaughter's voice, Castle opened the closet door and called, Peanut. The little girl poked her head out, choking with sobs. It is Uncle, he asked in surprise. Why did you hide in here? In a place like this. Aika was overjoyed. It is really Uncle. The little girl stepped out. She ran over and jumped into Castle's arms and cried, Uncle, I am scared. Sob, Uncle, is the shadow gone yet? Is hide and seek over? Do you know how sad I was when you abandoned me? Seeing his granddaughter so panicked, he hurriedly reassured her. Peanut, calm down. After hearing Aika recount everything, Castle said in surprise, hide and seek. Is this not the first time you have hidden like this? The little girl honestly replied, yes, Mom told me to hide here whenever we played hide and seek. The closet at Grandpa's house is exactly like the one at home. So if the shadow appears at Grandpa's house, hide here. Castle looked at the empty closet. His eyes could not hide his confusion. What the hell is this? Syria, what the hell did you do outside? Aika's small hand tightly clutched his clothes and pleaded with her uncle, now you will take me with you, right? You promised you would not kick me out. Castle was silent for a moment. Then he slowly replied, leaving you here and kicking you out are two different things. Aika screamed, how are they different? You are a liar. Don't go. If you go, take me with you. I won't let you go. Castle sighed. He hugged his granddaughter, his voice a little sad. I do not know right now. Aika looked up. Uncle. Castle put the little girl on the bed. Then he stroked her head and instructed, I won't leave you here, so go to sleep. Aika's eyes were full of doubt. She grabbed her uncle's wrist and said, I do not believe you. You are a liar. Castle affirmed, I am telling the truth. She suddenly said, then you wait here. He was a little confused. What? Aika took a string and tied her wrist, and tied the other end to her uncle's hand. The little girl smiled. Tie it like this and go to sleep. Tomorrow we will go back together. Castle's face turned pale. What? How did you even think of something so difficult? After finishing, Aika peacefully lay down on the bed. All right, good night, uncle. He said sternly, hey, but there is nothing else I can do. The next morning, when the sun shone its dawn rays through the small window, Eyelid entered the room with a surprised look, exclaiming. He saw Castle and Aika lying on the bed sleeping soundly, with a string tied on their hands and said, so it ended up like this. And someone was pretending so hard. Scene change. Castle carried his granddaughter out to the carriage. He said to his father, things are like this, I will take Peanut home. Aika smijlid, grandpa, bien doué. Eyelid looked at his son with a fierce look, if you make Aika cry, this father will take away your title. Castle sighed, yes, yes. Then he turned to his granddaughter and said lovingly, oh, I already miss my little darling. What should I do? Aika stood on the ground and promised, I will visit you often. Eyelid smiled happily, all right, if that guy bullies you, come to Grandpa anytime, okay? The little girl replied loudly, yes. Hearing this, Castle snorted. Then he switched to another topic. Did you find all the intruders from last night? Eyelid confidently replied, of course. Daring to look down on Valiant, I will make them pay a heavy price. Castle smiled with a little reassurance. All right, contact me if anything happens. Eyelid called after him. Take good care of Aika, Castle, he muttered. I know that without you saying it. Grandpa, Aika waved goodbye. I am going. The two uncles and niece went back to the mansion. Aika got out of the car and called out loudly, Zenda, I am back. The maid cheered happily. Miss, you are back. I am so happy that you are back. Everything was so empty without you. I was sad without even realizing it. Aika laughed. Hee. I miss Zenda too. Zenda said loudly, although I am not strong, I will try my best to protect you. I will try my best to make sure that this does not happen to the places where you do not want to go. I will try to get news for you to the places you want to go. Aika hesitated a little, but I do not want Zenda to be scolded. The maid reassured, I will explain clearly so I won't be scolded. Is that okay, miss? These words gave the little girl some peace of mind. That is good. Aika was overjoyed. It turned out that Zenda was on her side, which gave her strength. Suddenly, she speculated that if she made the others also be on her side, everyone was on Aika's side. If her uncle went crazy, they would protect her. When he got angry and tried to kick her out, would not everyone stop him together? Of course, Aika would win then. The little girl smiled and said, I want to be close to other people, like Zenda. The maid exclaimed, oh my, what are you going to do? Aika whispered, come closer. Zenda bent down low, like this. The little girl began to whisper for a while. After listening, the maid covered her mouth and giggled. She praised, what a great idea, miss. Aika laughed heartily, right? With this method, I can make everyone be on my side. Mary and the other maids laughed very comfortably. The butler also happily responded. Castle and Gerard entered the room and saw the scene and felt strange. What is with those expressions? Why does everyone look so dazed? Aika ran out of the house. She said happily, hello, Uncle. Gerard, you two are back safe. Castle reminded, didn't I tell you to walk properly? The knight smiled and asked, have a good day, miss. Is there anything wrong? The little girl looked at him with innocent eyes and hesitantly replied, that, I have something to give you. Aika held out her hand. Inside was a red bow. This is a gift for Gerard. He asked in surprise, you are giving it to me? The little girl said, you can wear it right in front of your chest. I prayed to this flower, hoping that all good things would happen to Gerard. Thank you for always protecting me. He was moved to tears. Thank you, miss. I will cherish it. Castle thought, since morning, I have been wondering, what is all the fuss about? Is this Peanut's doing? Gerard put the bow on his chest and asked, what do you think? Aika smiled brightly and praised. It suits you so well. Castle held out his hand to say, quickly give it to me, but the little girl waved goodbye. I won't bother you now, see you later. He stood still and speechless, his expression stiff. Castle was annoyed. What about me? Everyone quickly went to the dining room. A dish with a rather strange arrangement was placed on the table. Aika exclaimed in surprise. Wow, what is this? The head chef of the Leguier mansion, Sophie, replied. This dish is fried vegetables. It is a return gift for the gift you gave me. Aika marveled, although it is not meat. It looks very delicious. She comfortably said, ho ho, next time I will add more fruits and leafy greens. Castle sternly reminded, too noisy. Sophie, do not drag her in. The chef snorted and explained, what dragging? Thanks to Miss, we have all been very happy lately. He turned to Peanut and asked, haven't you forgotten something? Aika was busy scooping, so she replied casually no. Wow, the potatoes are so delicious. You eat a lot too. Castle said, speak after you finish eating. The little girl said yes, and continued to eat. The plate was almost empty in a blink of an eye. At this time Aika suddenly remembered. Ah, that is right. I have something to ask you. The little girl took out a piece of paper and held it in front of him. Castle asked, what is this? Looking at the print in the corner of the paper, he realized it was the royal crest. Aika smiled and replied, yes, because I saw my name written on it, so I took it from your desk. Take me to the royal palace. The emperor invited me to play. Castle looked very surprised. Do you know the emperor? You are only good at rummaging around. Aika smiled. I do not know, but I know he is Mom's friend. The letter said to come and play. But I have never been to the royal palace, so come with me. Castle snapped a little annoyedly. I do not want to. The little girl stamped her hands repeatedly. Why? He turned his face to one side. Why? Because I feel disappointed. That is why. Aika wondered. What are you talking about? Castle stood up and left. Enough. I am leaving. Eat everything. Do not waste it. Seeing him leave her, the little girl sulked. You are so mean. But Aika also quickly realized. He seems very sad. Sophie sighed. I did not expect Master to be such a petty person. The little girl continued to sit and eat, thinking, if this continues, he might not even take me to the royal palace. Sigh, I have no choice. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Gerard looked at his master's expression and realized that his mood has not been good since earlier. Maybe it is because of the shock of not receiving the pin from the little miss. He felt confused. There is no reason for Miss to forget Master. What is going on? The large study door opened slightly. As soon as Gerard stepped inside, he saw a small box on the table and was a little surprised. This is the bow just for Castle. It is really special. He happily said, it seems Miss came and put this here. No wonder. She was late because she was preparing the best gift. Please wear it. Castle picked up the bow, muttering, seriously, who asked her to? What is so good about this trash? He turned back and asked, Gerard, did you receive a gift box too? He replied, I did not. Perhaps Miss only gives it to people who are considered the most important and wonderful. The size is also much larger. The yellow is stacked on top of each other, looking like marigolds. Seeing his subordinates say flowery words, Castle snorted and reminded, stop talking nonsense and report. Gerard smiled secretly. Master's mood has improved. Thank goodness, Miss. He began to get to the main point. We have checked everything to the fragments of the carriage, of those who attacked the Valiant mansion. Except for 38 people who have been dealt with, we are still chasing the remaining 7 people. Among them, no one is willing to open their mouth. Yes, they all committed suicide, except for those who were tortured. Castle put the bow on his chest and said, suicide as if they were waiting. How ridiculous. Find all of them for me. Gerard replied, yes. He gave some more instructions. Tell Peanut to prepare to go to the royal palace tomorrow. Tell her, if she is late, forget it. The knight felt surprised. Tomorrow. What about the outstanding work? Castle explained. I was going to go in the first place, but I found it troublesome, so I postponed it. Seeing Gerard standing and pondering, he suddenly asked, what else? You are done reporting, go quickly. He hurriedly said, yes, I will tell you immediately. The next morning, when the dawn had risen high, Aika ran over dressed neatly like a gust of wind, saying incessantly, Uncle, it is pretty, right? Zenda made me look so beautiful. Seeing him wearing the bow she gave him, the little girl cheered, ah, you are wearing the pin too. It suits you so well. Castle turned and said nonchalantly, "Are we going to a party or something? Get in the car quickly." Aika called out, "Let us go together." He suddenly said, "Oh right." Before leaving, wear this. Saying that, Castle put a necklace on his granddaughter. Aika was sweating, stammering, "This is." The royal palace was extremely magnificent, with gold-plated rooftops. As they walked past the hallway, the servants bowed their heads. Aika felt a little nervous. She suddenly asked, "Uncle, it seems like everyone is staring at me. Can I take off this necklace?" The necklace had a piece of wood with the words Castle de Leguir written on it. "Your name is too big." Castle said sternly, "No, you must always wear it. Do not cause trouble." Aika pleaded, "But I am embarrassed. I won't cause trouble. Let me take it off, uncle." He affirmed, "No." Aika tried to persuade him. "Can I really not take it off? I will be good." Castle affirmed again, "I said no." The little girl helplessly asked, "Hick, when will His Majesty the Emperor arrive?" He replied briefly, "Soon." The two were sitting and waiting on the sofa when they suddenly heard someone say, "I tried to make time this morning, but I was still late. Sorry for making you wait." He looked at the little girl sitting next to Castle and said with a bit of joy, "So you are Aika." Aika secretly speculated, "That person is His Majesty the Emperor. That person is His Majesty the Emperor. Wofford Emperor, Winchester Gaia Sealder. I remember, my mother told me to remember the name of His Majesty the Emperor. Purple pupils are a symbol of royalty. And hair as black as the night sky. Same as my hair color." Aika thought, "When I was learning with my mother, she also said that His Majesty the Emperor Lepel also has black hair. It is more common than I thought." Suddenly she remembered, I forgot to greet him." Aika hurriedly lifted her skirt and bowed and said, "I am the granddaughter of Ailid de Valiot. Aika de Vaziot." The emperor laughed, "Haha, very polite behavior, it is nice to meet you." He sat down very low. Then suddenly suggested, "If it is okay, can I hug you once?" Aika opened her arms. And happily replied, "Of course." The emperor smiled friendly. Gently hugged the little girl. "I did not expect you to be so big. I have always been looking forward to the moment I met you." "Thank you for coming to see me, Aika." He exclaimed, "You really look like Syria." The little girl said, "Really? Is His Majesty the Emperor a friend of my mother?" Winchester replied, "Yes, I am a friend of Syria and Castle." He looked at the big necklace on Aika's neck and asked, "Did Castle give you that necklace? It is quite cute." Hearing this from the emperor, the little girl felt frozen. Aika explained, "He made me wear it." Winchester said, "It looks very impressive." She smiled and switched to another topic. "All right, I have a gift for you." The emperor was a little curious. "A gift?" Aika rummaged in her bag and took out a bow. "It is a gift I made myself. Thank you for inviting me today." Winchester was really surprised. You are giving it to me." Castle coughed softly, signaling after seeing Aika give Winchester a gift. His face shone with unparalleled pride. It turned out that Castle was implicitly signaling that his was more brilliant. Winchester clutched the badge, smiled happily and replied, "Thank you." He affectionately stroked Aika's head. "Among the gifts I have received, this is the most special gift. I will cherish it." She obediently smiled. "Yes." Following that, Winchester tilted his head and said with interest, "Now that I have received a gift from you, I have to return the favor, right?" He quickly ordered his subordinates, "Sala, bring that here." She respectfully continued, "Yes, I understand." She brought Aika a box wrapped in black cloth. She curiously asked, "What is this?" Winchester opened the covering and recounted gently, "It is something that Syria asked me for a long time ago. She said you are very smart. You will definitely need it." He smiled and entrusted it to Aika. "Now I am giving it to you." Winchester's hand began to open the box. He presented an exquisite key, continuing to explain, "It is the key to the Royal Ancient Library." Syria's gift moved Aika to say, Is it from my mother?" Winchester personally confirmed, "Yes, they are very ancient books. They contain knowledge that we do not fully understand." This is the moment he transfers this mission to Aika. "Syria said this to me. If it is Aika, she can find something special inside." After she received the key, Winchester also said kindly, "If you are curious, you can come anytime." He wistfully exclaimed, It is a gift your mother asked me for. Although Syria is no longer by her side, Aika can still feel her full affection, a gift from her mother. She hugged the key tightly. I can feel my mother's warmth. Suddenly Aika remembered something. Oh right, I have to thank His Majesty the Emperor. She bowed deeply and said politely, "Thank you," Winchester excitedly instructed. "In addition to the ancient library, you can also come to visit me." Aika replied with a smile as bright as a flower, "Yes." She directly gave it to Castle to keep. "Uncle, keep it for me." He coldly found fault with his little granddaughter. "You know how to give orders now." Aika repeatedly instructed, "You must not lose it." Castle teased her again. "Look, you can say anything back." At the same time, Winchester said seriously, "Castle, Aika, it is a good time to introduce someone to both of you, who just entered the palace." Aika muttered blankly, "Introduce." Winchester calmly presented, "I have a nephew about the same age as you, Aika. I think you two can be friends, so I called him over." The word friends made Aika extremely excited. Friends. A small pair of shoes also appeared in the room. Winchester kept introducing to Aika that, "He looks a little stiff, but he is a good kid. Aika, treat your friend well." Facing Winchester, the boy greeted politely, "Hello, His Majesty the Emperor, the son of the Empire." He kindly called the boy over. "All right, Rusp, come over and say hello." Aika's first impression only had 2 words, "So handsome." Winchester's nephew had mysterious purple eyes. Rusp's handsome appearance and white hair made Aika infatuated, like moonlight. He walked to Aika, reached out his hand and said gently, "Hello, I am Rusp." Rusp politely asked his new friend, "What is your name?" The story goes back to about 2 years ago. At that time Rusp Wintris Kelpodia said innocently, "So beautiful." He decided to pick those flowers with the thought of giving them to his father. I wonder if father will like them. As Rusp approached his father's room, he heard voices inside. "If I had known earlier that Winchester was stubborn and unwilling to marry, I would have made you emperor. Other than that, does your brother have any special problems?" Another person angrily shouted, "That is the problem. He has to get married. Get married. He does not have an heir. Is it okay just because we have Rusp?" At that time, Rusp cautiously poked his head inside. "Father." The woman in the room quickly noticed his presence. She was Duchess Palindinodium. She said coldly, "Rusp, you have arrived." The other person was Duke Ricardo Willow Kelpodia. He sternly scolded his son. "Why did you come without knocking, Rusp?" At that time, Rusp only knew how to stammer, "I am sorry." Before he could finish speaking, Palin angrily scolded, "Dirty hands, as a future heir to the throne, should not you behave properly?" She bluntly threw away all the flowers that he intended to give to his father. "Throw away these dirty weeds." Ricardo also firmly echoed, "Yes, this childish behavior, I really can't stand it." Before the strictness of his parents, Rusp could only fearfully remain silent. A cold voice said, "Rusp Wintris Kelpodia." Ricardo indifferently ordered him, "Behave according to your position. Go to the royal palace with the young Duke Nodium, and learn everything you can." His words were no different from subtly chasing Rusp away, and he understood this. Ricardo also firmly instructed that, and if Winchester still has not chosen an heir, Rusp's innocent life was arranged by him from that moment on. "You will become emperor, Rusp." Back to reality, when he was greeting Aika, Rusp's beauty made her stunned and staring. After a while, Aika warmly shook hands with Rusp. "Hello, it is nice to meet you, I am Aika." He smiled and introduced, "It is nice to meet you too. So you are the young lady from the Valiant family. I have heard a lot about you from His Majesty the Emperor." Aika excitedly exclaimed, "Really, the Emperor has already talked about me." This scene warmed Winchester's heart. Look how harmonious the two are. Both are 7 years old. They can be good friends. At that time, his subordinates quickly reminded, "Your Majesty, it is time to deal with state affairs." Winchester had to reluctantly leave. "I know, I will go now." Before leaving, he carefully instructed the 2 children, "Aika, the garden next door is very safe. You can play with Rusp comfortably." Winchester affectionately said goodbye to Castle. "Castle, see you at the next regular meeting." He nodded coldly and replied briefly, "Yes." Winchester bent down, worried about Aika. "Don't get hurt. In times of trouble, you can come to me anytime, understand?" She shouted excitedly, "Yes." At the vast palace garden behind the palace, Castle personally took the 2 children to this place. "You 2 peanuts, I will wait here, just play nearby, do not get hurt." Aika complained dissatisfied. What? Are not you coming, play with us? He just sneered and coldly refused. What can I play with you two peanuts? Go play. Aika stuck out her tongue and firmly retorted, if you beg later, I won't let you play either. Then she grabbed Rusp's hand tightly. Aika happily pulled him. Let us go, Rusp. Ignore my uncle. Let us go play. She excitedly babbled a lot. What are we going to play? Do you like to play hide and seek? Or build sandcastles, Rusp? What do you like to play? Suddenly, he decisively rejected Aika's proposals. Not really. Rusp pulled his hand away, firmly refusing. I said not really, those childish games. Avoiding Aika's gaze, he quietly said, I do not like it. So the two fell into a moment of contemplation. Aika frantically thought, how strange. Rusp's attitude has changed, not at all like before. She kept suggesting other games, then role-playing. We will be adults. Rusp indifferently dismissed. It is just acting. Aika became even more confused. Then tag. This is also a childish game. After a while, she came up with an idea. Aika turned to call Rusp. Then what about this? Just like back then, she picked the same flowers that Rusp used to give to his father. Do you like flowers? Rusp's eyes darkened immediately. Palin's words were always imprinted in his mind. Throw away these dirty weeds. Rusp firmly turned his face away. Enough, Aika whispered puzzled. But do not adults like flowers too? She enthusiastically brought the flowers closer to Rusp. My mother often goes to the flower shop, that place. His heartache immediately surged. Rusp threw the flowers on the ground. Who would like this dirty thing? He resentfully exposed Aika. There are no adults around anymore. Stop acting. The greetings are over. You do not need to try to be close to me. But Aika always gently called softly, Rusp. She happily accepted those words. You must really hate flowers. Aika's enthusiasm made Rusp shed tears unconsciously. He had to try to justify, I do not hate them that much, just a little. Aika cheered excitedly, really, so you like them a little. Immediately after, she turned and ran away, then wait for me a moment. Rusp just stood there blankly. What is he going to do? His head felt incredibly confused. He should be going back with the Marquis Leguier by now. Why is he still so excited? Rusp clenched his fists, trying to calm down and said, I do not need friends. At that time, Aika ran back radiantly, calling loudly, Rusp. She showed something to Rusp. What about this? Aika enthusiastically expressed, it is a flower ring. I am giving it to you as a gift to commemorate us becoming friends. Although confused, Rusp firmly refused, I do not need friends. Hearing that, Aika indignantly protested. What? That is so lonely. Rusp tried to put on a nonchalant expression again. Not lonely. Things like making friends are only for children. Aika retorted directly. You are a kid. She happily remembered Castle's words. My uncle said that children like us only need to eat well and have fun. Aika proudly continued. The adults will take care of everything else. Under the full sunlight, she sincerely proposed. I want to be friends with Rusp. I want us to make flower rings together, and I want to meet you again. Aika smiled brightly, excitedly telling Rusp, so. His heart officially felt flustered when he heard Aika directly express, be my friend. Aika gave Rusp a ring made of a flower, made by her own hands. She smiled, sincerely saying, accept it, Rusp. Too shy, Rusp just stammered for a while, not knowing how to respond. Finally, Aika melted away his hard shell, friends. Rusp asked himself, can I do that? The last ring was worn on his index finger. Rusp's heart was still filled with jumbled emotions, things like friends. Ricardo's words kept echoing in his ears. Yes, this childish behavior, I really can't stand it. Rusp was so upset that he started to cry, I do not need friends. The ring on his hand made him realize his loneliness even more, I should not need it. Seeing his friend cry, Aika was at a loss. Rusp. She panicked and took the blame. Do you hate it so much that you are crying? I am sorry, you do not have to be friends with me. But Rusp quickly wiped away his tears. It is not like that, Aika. He officially opened his heart to Aika. Thank you, I also want to be your friend. Rusp personally repeated the proposal. Let us be friends. After that, the sky became clearer, and people's hearts became lighter. So last time, my uncle bought a really delicious cake. Aika grabbed Rusp's hand, excitedly telling, it is sold at a bakery near the royal palace. I want to try going there directly. Rusp also happily commented, so you like sweets? Come to my mansion to play later. The chef at the mansion is very skillful. Aika Radiant agreed immediately. Then, I will bring delicious food too. Suddenly, her face darkened with dizziness. Aika, stunned, realized something was wrong. Russ panicked when he saw his friend like that. Aika, what is wrong with you? Her whole body trembled. I am fine. I suddenly feel cold. So. Russ quickly worried about her. If you feel cold, wear my coat. Let us go to the marquee place. Aika weakly agreed immediately. Thank you, Rusp. In her heart, she kept feeling uneasy. Strange, this cold shiver and dizziness are like the first time I saw the future. The weather is not that cold. Aika kept thinking, why? From afar, a mysterious voice said, those are the granddaughter of the Valiant family and the kid from the Kelpodia family. In that person's sight was the image of Rusp and Aika being close to each other. He belonged to the Duke Deslin family, Legia de Deslin. He curled his lips contemptuously. That Valiant has already started looking for support. Liga coldly commented, how cunning. Let us go back, Akel. Accompanying him was Legia's assistant, Akel. He replied respectfully, yes, Duke. That night, the bright moon shone on the night sky. The carriage slowly moved on the road in the inner city. Aika sat in the car, sadly clutching the flowers picked in the royal garden. Castle could not stand it. Seriously, do you feel sorry for having to part with that white-haired peanut kid? You two promised to play next time. Aika still said wistfully, he is my first friend. I want to play with him more. She kept staring at the flowers in her hand. At that time, Aika had to say goodbye to her first friend, Rusp. Sorry for having to go first. She kept instructing Rusp, next time, I will come to the royal palace to play again. Let us meet then. He asked sadly, when can we meet again? Without hesitation, Aika firmly promised a time. 10 nights. After 10 nights I will come to see you. Rusp could not hide his joy, really. Aika radiantly affirmed, yeah, I promise. Oh, right. Wait for me a bit. Before leaving, she also gave Rusp sweet candies. Aika smiled, happily teasing her friend, a gift for you. I only chose the flavors that I like the most. This was the first time Rusp felt the affection of a member of the opposite sex, the most liked. Aika waved excitedly and continued, then bye-bye, afraid that she would leave. Rusp hurriedly said, I have something for you too. This was also the first time he gave flowers to someone. Here, it looks a lot like you, Aika. Aika received it and smiled happily. Thank you, Rusp. I will take good care of it. Therefore, she was now extremely reluctant. If she had not suddenly felt cold, she could have played with Rusp more. Aika still had not recognized Legia's shadowy appearance. Why is it so cold? In her heart, she only thought of her new friend. I wonder if Rusp got home safe. The candy that Aika gave was carefully wrapped in a bag. He could not hide his expression of interest. The young master has not taken his eyes off that thing since a while ago. Accompanying Rusp was the Kelpodia family servant, Kamai. He hesitated and said, young master, shall I put it in your bag for you? Rusp refused to let Kamai touch the candies. I have to keep them myself. He blushed and refused. No, I will keep them myself. Kamai had no choice but to comply. I understand. Just like that, he secretly watched Rusp eat a candy. The young master usually does not like sweets. Something special must have happened. The next day at the Marquis Leguier mansion, Aika's animal-shaped slippers were anxiously pacing around the hallway. She happily called out, Uncle, are you here? It meant that Castle was changing clothes too. He was stunned and said clearly, do you have to come at times like these? Why are not you even changing out of your pajamas? Ignoring Castle's attitude, Aika kept expressing, I am sorry, Uncle, but I have something to ask. Castle suspiciously repeated, something to ask. Aika firmly nodded, yes. She started to babble, yesterday, I had a thought before going to bed. His Majesty the Emperor is a friend of Mom and you, right? His Majesty is super nice to me. And his hair color is exactly the same as mine. Castle urged Aika suspiciously, and, get to the point. She loudly criticized Castle, you are really, what kind of adult is so impatient? He only replied indifferently, does it help me? Then, Aika hesitated to say the main point, that, I am curious. Her question stunned Castle, I do not know. Is His Majesty the Emperor married? Aika hesitantly speculated, and whether, just whether. It turned out that she had long had doubts. Does His Majesty have children? Aika decided to emphasize once again, does His Majesty have children? Her quickness made Castle a little flustered. Why are you suddenly saying that? He deliberately found fault. Why are you curious about the Emperor's affairs, whether he is married or not? Aika firmly protested. I am allowed to be curious. She started to tear up, begging Castle, tell me, please, uncle, has the emperor married, or not? Knowing he could not escape, Castle had to reply casually, not married, okay, I have answered, do not bother me, get out. But Aika still followed him. Why? Why is not His Majesty married? Uncle, just tell me this one more thing. She boldly speculated that, perhaps, His Majesty already has his destiny. Aika's eyes lit up with excitement, just like in fairy tales. Castle still flatly denied, just like in fairy tales, I do not know. Let us just say that. Aika excitedly continued, then who is that destined person? Uncle, maybe. But before she could finish speaking, Castle slammed the door shut. Aika pouted, you are friends with His Majesty and you do not even tell me, how awful. Today I will back off, only today. It is definitely not because I am afraid of you. A few days later, at the Leguier mansion, Castle was suspiciously thinking, Peanut has been a little strange lately. Looking at his niece's meticulous drawing, he became even more suspicious. She used to cause trouble every day, but she has been very obedient these past few days. As soon as she saw Castle, Aika got up and asked, where are you going? He coldly cut Aika off, none of your business, do not follow me. She just pouted and went back to drawing, I know. Aika's behavior made Castle suspicious. She did not even beg me to take her with me. He kept feeling uneasy. Comfortable is there, but it is very suspicious. Finally, Castle turned and walked away. All right, I am leaving. Do not cause trouble and take care of the house carefully. Aika replied brightly, yes, be careful on your way and come back. Even after reaching the door, Castle still felt uneasy. Why did she give up so quickly today? Is there some conspiracy? Her being so obedient makes me worry. A long line of carriages had been waiting here early. Castle calmly entered. The first banquet held at Valiant after his sister's death. Finally, the old man has made up his mind. But why did he tell me to come here? His subordinates quickly arrived. You have arrived. Master, let us set off now. Castle coldly ordered. Report first. How far along is the work I assigned? The subordinate thoroughly continued. The remnants have almost been dealt with. We are still continuing to chase the remaining 7 people. Castle seemed quite satisfied after hearing this. All right, search carefully, do not leave any names behind. The large gate of the mansion slowly opened. The carriage carrying Castle quickly moved to the royal palace to attend the banquet. He put on his glasses, still feeling uneasy about Aika. Thinking about it, I should have checked on that peanut brat again before leaving. At that time, Castle was certain that it was probably her bedtime. Suddenly, Castle noticed something unusual. In his carriage, there was suddenly a wooden chest. Castle coldly ordered, get out. He said sternly once again, I said get out. The movements inside the carriage seemed to be very scared. Just then, a small hand reached out. It turned out that the person secretly hiding inside was Aika. She deliberately acted as usual. How did you know? Castle only coldly said, get out first. Aika had to pout and obey, yes. After she sat properly, Castle questioned, when did you get in? Aika truthfully recounted, when you were talking to Gerard earlier, I was curious about what people would do at the party. But you did not want to tell me, so. This time, Castle got really angry, so you climbed in here. His anger was indeed beyond question. I really do not know where to tie this duckling so she would stay still. She is noisy all day and night. Why do I have to have a headache because of this brat? I swear I will. Angry as he was, he still allowed Aika to come along. Whatever, do whatever you want. Aika cheered happily. I can come with you. Ignoring Castle's indifferent appearance, Aika rushed over and hugged him. You are the best, coolest, most amazing in Wofford and in the world. In the end, Castle could not resist his granddaughter's super cuteness. Stop flattering and sit properly. I will tie your hair up. Aika smiled excitedly. Yes. She could not hide her excitement. Grandpa organized the party, right? I am so looking forward to it. It has been a long time since I met Grandpa. There must be a lot of good food. Right. Once again, Castle recognized her cleverness. You secretly looked at the letter. Aika hurriedly defended. No. I am just looking forward to it too much. Castle coldly threatened. Do that again, and I won't take you out at all. Islet's majestic mansion stood towering before Aika's eyes. She enjoyed admiring the scenery here, sparkling like stars. Aika's small hands excitedly waved. This is Grandpa's mansion too. It is so beautiful. Castle quickly reminded his niece. All right, do not run around. Now, Aika fondly recalled the past. Sometimes Mom would dress up beautifully and go out in the evening. If I had known she was going to a party like this, I would have followed her once. Holding Castle's hand tightly, Aika excitedly asked, Uncle, Grandpa is already here, right? Castle replied indifferently, how would I know? Castle's beloved niece insisted, Grandpa is your father, you must know. Suddenly, Aika noticed the silence around her. She looked around. Why? Is everyone staring at us again? It turned out that because of Castle's appearance, all the attention had been focused here. Oh my, is not that Marquis Leguier? I was hoping he would come. What a sight for sore eyes. I will go say hello to him later. Whispers constantly rose. Who are those children next to him? They are the Prime Minister's child. The commotion made Aika unconsciously scared. What is going on? People I am meeting for the first time know me. Suddenly, she felt dizzy again, just like the first time she played with Rusp. Aika was sweating, her breath suddenly became rapid, a cold wind from somewhere. My heart is beating fast. Someone came forward to greet Castle. Really, I was wondering why it was so noisy. It turns out that someone who rarely appears at banquets. He only coldly retorted, Am I not allowed to come to my family's banquet? The other person laughed, showing friendliness. How could that be? That person tapped his cane hard on the floor. Jimil loftily continued, What I mean is, it is fortunate to see you still doing well after what happened, and organizing banquets like this. Aika trembled unconsciously, trying to hold Castle's hand tightly. Who is that? I think I have seen the image on that cane somewhere. Before, Syria had instructed her daughter that, Aika, remember, you must never befriend people with snake-like eyes. It may be too difficult for you now, but look closely at these pictures. She had personally showed her daughter to stay away from those kinds of people. Aika is a smart child. You will understand right away. Aika remembered the family crest drawn in the book. The Deslin family is a snake, and that cane had a different symbol carved on it. Aika fearfully whispered to herself, Rondo is a turtle. She was so frantic that she panicked. It is someone Mom told me to be careful of. What should I do? I have to escape quickly. I have to escape. While Aika was panicking, a hand gently hugged her. Aika's eyes could only see the loving image of Castle. She realized that he was always by her side, not leaving for a moment, Uncle. With forceful words, Castle coldly cut Jimil off. The older you get, the more you worry about nothing, Marquis Rondo. The man frowned. Humph, he is a member of the Marquis Rondo family, Jimil de Rondo. Aika fearfully leaned closer to Castle. She realized that the symbol clearly belonged to the Marquis Rondo family. Mom told me to stay away from the turtle Rondo because they have a close relationship with the snake Deslin. Aika trembled even more. But, why do I feel so cold? That voice, I think I have heard it somewhere. Castle also felt her strangeness. He said, We are leaving first. Enjoy the banquet, Marquis Rondo. Jimil said with regret, Oh, why are you in such a hurry? He looked at Aika, who was scared. You brought a strange child that I have never met before. Jimil reached out to her. Could it be the Prime Minister's rumored child? Castle immediately stopped him, causing him to exclaim, Ugh. Castle said sternly, warning urgently, Say another word. You will be in trouble. While I am talking properly, go back, Marquis Rondo. Jimil's face turned pale because of Castle's grip and powerful voice. He hurriedly pulled his hand back, rubbing it. Oh my, I will be careful. I did not mean anything. Do not misunderstand. Aika secretly looked at him, explaining repeatedly, I just wanted to greet and chat, but it seems today is not the time. Then enjoy yourself. And the party returned to its original majesty. Castle and Aika continued to move forward. Aika seemed to pause a bit. It turned out to be Eyelid. He came, smiling brightly and calling her, Aika, Grandpa's princess. Aika also immediately replied loudly, Grandpa. She ran into Eyelid's arms. He reminded her affectionately, Aigu, you will get hurt if you run. Aika leaned on his face. Eh ha ha. Grandpa's cheeks are so smooth. Eyelid smiled brightly. Is that so? Why is my little darling so late? Grandpa's been waiting for you for so long. Suddenly Aika looked up. All right, I have something to ask Grandpa. Eyelid replied affectionately. What is Aika curious about? Aika immediately got to the main point. Did I ever meet Marquis Rondo when I was young? Hearing this name made Eyelid a little surprised. Why, Rondo? Why are you suddenly mentioning him? Aika began to explain her doubts. I think I have heard his voice somewhere. I do not remember clearly. Castle, who had been abandoned, tried to squeeze in. Maybe you mistook it for the old man's voice. Aika reacted violently. Not at all. Grandpa's voice is much deeper and cooler. Castle quickly agreed with her. All right, I must be imagining things. Never mind. Aika propped her hand, looking dejected. But Mom told me to be careful of Rondo and Deslin, so I am worried. Hearing Aika mention her mother, Castle immediately asked, Syria told you. She remembered the previous scene and recounted, Yes, I studied with Mom, and I remembered all the symbols of other families. Mom even praised me for drawing well. Castle's voice dropped. Syria said that. Eyelid interrupted this, turning to Aika and saying softly, more importantly, Grandpa has a gift for Aika. She asked in surprise, a gift? Eyelid continued, That is right, this Grandpa. He paused for a moment, and then quickly continued, is building an academy. It is where Grandpa's princess will enroll. Aika was still dazed. Academy? Eyelid only smiled gently. Yes, in the future, when Grandpa's princess is a little older, you will come here to study. This Grandpa will build it beautifully for you. Castle stood outside, seeming to have seen through everything. Humph, so you do not have to send Peanut to that rotten school, right? Taking this opportunity, you can make up for Valiant's weakness. Not a bad move, old man. Hearing that sarcasm, Eyelid retorted, Humph, Valiant's short history is not a big weakness, but having a perfect future is still better. Castle complained, how annoying. Why not take over an existing place? Eyelid ignored him and rambled on. It is a place where Aika studies. Everything must be the best. Seizing the right to establish a school that was closed last year and turn it into a prestigious academy. Before Aika enrolls. He thought of the prospect of his granddaughter holding a brick and was excited. Aika, remember to come to the academy to play later. Eyelid smiled brightly. Just putting down a brick is enough to keep the memory, right? Aika followed him. She happily accepted. It will probably be fun. I will definitely come. In contrast to that enthusiasm was Castle's distressed appearance. I am going to be in trouble again. At this time, Aika suddenly remembered something. She happily showed off. Grandpa, I have a friend. Hearing this, Eyelid was curious. Oh, Grandpa's princess made a friend. Does Grandpa know the child? Aika could not sit still, her eyes shining as she looked at Castle. I have decided to visit him at the royal palace after 10 nights. At that time, I will introduce him to Grandpa. You are coming too, right, Uncle? Castle was also helpless, again doing what she wants. Eyelid happily agreed. Okay, I will wait. Castle turned his face, he sighed. Enough, get down, Peanut, the old man is busy. I have to go greet the guests too. Aika was a little regretful. Really, I still want to play with Grandpa. Eyelid also could not bear to be away from this little ball of fluff. Grandpa will come back after talking. Can you wait for me, Aika? She understood and replied. Yes, I understand. Thus, the party continued. Aika was enjoying her drink while observing. Strange, no one is approaching right now. She was looking at Castle being surrounded. Uncle is so popular. The ladies are trying so hard to greet him. Aika scolded the cold uncle a little. But why do not you greet them back? I want to greet them for you. Later, a voice from a lady came out. I came to see what was so lively on the side. That person happily. The Marquis is here. She smiled brightly and spoke to Castle. It is rare for you to set foot here. Why do you want to leave already? The lady was a member of the Count Remode family, Hela de Remode. Castle maintained his appearance, he said coldly. What do you want? Hela came closer. I came to provide the information you need. If you refuse today, you may regret it. Aika was looking from afar. She asked herself, who is that beautiful sister? Suddenly her eyes lit up. Could it be? Aika's lens mode. Activate. Looking at what she witnessed, Aika speculated, that sister is Uncle's girlfriend. At this time, Castle said from afar, I will be back soon. Stay there, Peanut. Follow Gerard closely. Aika immediately agreed. Yes, I understand. She pretended to understand and turned to leave. I can't hinder my uncle's love. So my uncle also knows how to love. Aika called out as bright as a flower. Gerard, let us go. Gerard immediately replied. Yes, miss. She leaned in and said softly, Gerard, that sister is Uncle's girlfriend, right? She is so beautiful. Gerard asked in surprise, what? After that, he smiled and explained to Aika, Aha, what are you saying? That is impossible. Those two have the same goal and direction. Not that kind of relationship, miss. Aika seemed to freeze on the spot. Not, Gerard replied honestly. Yes, absolutely not. Aika suddenly stopped, her eyes widened. She looked ahead and exclaimed, the fountain is so beautiful. Gerard, can we sit there? Gerard then guided the little miss, near the fountain. You might get wet and catch a cold. Instead, let us sit at the table next to it. Aika happily agreed, okay. She sat on the chair, her little legs swinging. Aika excitedly said, sitting here, you can see the water flowing down from the fountain. Gerard, it is so beautiful. Gerard also looked in the direction of the fountain and praised. That is right, it is really beautiful. Aika puffed out her cheeks, her tone a little harsh. I wish I could watch with Uncle, but it seems he is very busy. Gerard immediately tried to remedy the situation. He will be back soon if you are bored. How about we wait in the carriage? She wearily rested her chin on the table. No, I want to go with him when he comes back. Gerard also wanted to help Aika. Then I will go check the situation. Wait for me here. Hearing these words, she returned to her cheerful state. Thank you, Gerard. Aika sat there humming, From afar, Rosina was observing her and evaluating. So that is the brat. She said with a dissatisfied tone. Suddenly appeared in the Valiant family, and clung to the marquee. Aika was still engrossed in admiring the beautiful waterfall and did not notice that prying gaze. She focused on the focal point and complained, Gerard has been gone for so long. Aika intended to leave. Waiting is too boring. Should I go check? But I have to wait for Gerard to come back. A vicious voice came out from Rosina, an illegitimate child. The person next to her then continued, yes, the Prime Minister has not married yet. She must be ashamed of her illegitimate child. That is why she has been hiding her until now. I heard that the Marquis is adopting her. I wonder if he intends to marry. He sarcastically said, someone who is not married but already has a child. That is really not good. Rosina said again sarcastically, well, if it is Marquis Leguier, this little flaw, he can still accept it. At this time, Aika seemed to have heard those harsh words. She stood up with those questions. An illegitimate child, Leguier, are they talking about me? Did Mom hide me? What are they talking about? In Aika's mind were memories of her mother. Mom always said she was proud of me. The man spoke more and more vigorously. Don't say she is the heir to the Marquis. If that were the case, he would have announced it far and wide. Rosin smiled until her eyes narrowed. Not recognized by the family, and even sent out to be raised. How can she be considered an heir? Aika began to walk to the place where the discussions came from, being the Prime Minister of the Empire but having such a big flaw. The man paused a bit. Even so, I do not think the Marquis hates children. Is not that good news for Miss Rosina? Rosina retorted him. Oh my, Fufu, what are you thinking? While the two of them were secretly discussing, a strong voice rang out. Mom never hid me. Aika stood in front of them loudly. You two are liars. Rosina got angry when a kid scolded her, so she asked, liars. Aika did not care. She began to affirm, Mom said she was very proud of me. If you do not know, do not talk nonsense. Rosina continued to scold her, you brat, who are you showing off to? She approached Aika, questioning, because of a nuisance like you appearing, Marquis and the Valiant family have a bad reputation. Do you know that? Rosina grabbed a glass of wine nearby. The disgrace of the family dares to be loud. Aika's face turned pale because of the scene before her. She heard a shout, you should know your place. Aika just waited for the wine to be splashed on her. Ha! But, in front of her now was Castle's back along with a cold voice, haha. It is true that you see all kinds of things in life. Rosina had become trembling, you. She struggled to call Castle's name, Marquis Leguier. And Gerard had supported and asked Aika, Miss, are you okay? Come over here with me. She slowly called his name. Very softly, Gerard. Castle turned his head and ordered, take her away first. Gerard immediately obeyed. Yes, master. Rosina's face had turned green with fear. Her hands and feet trembled. Since when? Could it be that he heard everything? No. If he heard everything, what should I do? She was reassuring herself. The Marquis had accepted the glass of champagne that I gave him. Only I am special. Castle's cold voice rang out. Why do not you keep going? Rosina wilted, yes. Castle continued to attack her. Keep talking. You were so excited just now. Why are you silent now? Rosina stammered. How can I say such impolite words? Castle said each word forcefully. It is like a sentence for Rosina's family. That cheap mouth dares to mention my niece casually. Rosina Green. Tommy DeMito. In the future. Be careful to protect your wallets. He was turning to leave, leaving the words, before it is empty, at least earn address. The two were confused by those words. What are you talking about? Wait, Marquis. Night fell with sparkling stars in the sky. Castle was walking under the moon when he suddenly stopped. He saw Aika and asked her, "Peanut, it is cold. Why are you standing outside?" Castle immediately raised his voice to blame. "Tisich, I told you to watch her. What are you doing?" Gerard bowed his head in apology. "I will accept all punishment." Aika immediately spoke up to defend him. "Don't be angry with Gerard. It is not his fault." Castle snapped his fingers, decisively saying, "If you know, go bang your head." Aika clutched her skirt. She hesitated. "More importantly, uncle, I remember." She repeated the instructions of her deceased mother. Mom said, "Those who scold others without reason are bad-hearted people. They think they have to harm others to be happy." Aika looked at her uncle as if he was emitting a halo, her voice full of anticipation. "Therefore, forgive them once." She continued, "We will be even cooler." This made Castle remember the past. Syria had also said the same thing. "Forgive them once. We will be cooler." Castle was lost in memory for a moment. After that, he blushed a little, turned his head and praised Aika. All right, well done." Hearing the praise, Aika was excited. "I am good, uncle. Do you like me a little now?" Castle was confused. "What?" Aika was still radiant. "You just praised me." Castle realized he had been tricked. "I won't say any more." Aika asked innocently, "Why? Aren't you praising me, uncle?" On the streets, a few days later, Aika held a name tag in front of her neck. She cheerfully shouted, "Hee, thank you for coming with me." Castle's voice was calm. "Do you like it that much?" Aika was very excited. "Yes, we are going to buy gifts for Rusp. Last time we could not play much and had to say goodbye to him. It is such a pity, but tomorrow I will get to meet him. I am so looking forward to it." She turned around, not staying still, chattering nonstop. "You know, the flower shop we are going to is the shop I used to go to with Mom. The owner is a super nice person. Before that, oh, that looks so delicious." I know. Castle was going crazy. He said, "Be quiet for a moment." Aika looked at Castle with her sparkling eyes again. "But uncle, you know, I have never been to a market. Can we visit other places too, uncle?" He turned his face away. Coldly, "Don't make trouble, just buy flowers." Aika's ability to coax was activated again, her eyes filled with tears. "Hick, market. I want to go to the market." She kept pouring into the cold uncle's ear. "Going to the market will be so fun." Aika listed the things she wanted. "I want to buy a lot of things, dolls and sweets too. It will be so fun to see." After listening for a while, Castle had no choice. He made a promise. "Hayes, I will take you next time." Aika quickly changed her tone. "Really, uncle, you promised." After a while, the carriage stopped. Castle got out. He looked at Aika in front of him and instructed, "Walk slowly. Be careful not to fall and get hurt." Aika ran and smiled radiantly. Yes, you come here quickly too." The two uncles and niece arrived at the flower shop. Someone spoke inside. "Welcome." Neri turned to look at her customers. "Welcome." She stopped all movements when she saw the person at the door. Neri covered her mouth with her hand. She exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Aika." Aika greeted and replied to her, "Sister Neri, long time no see. Have you been well?" Neri immediately hugged Aika. "Miss." Tears streamed down her face. "Fortunately, you are safe." Aika was also touched. She listened to Neri's words. "You must have been so scared. And how sad." Neri felt guilty. "If I had known things would turn out like this, that day, I would not have let Miss Syria leave like that." These words made Aika confused. Castle stood outside observing everything. Aika asked back in a loss for words. Why? Aika asked Neria anxiously, "About my mother's accident. Do you know anything?" Neri wiped away some of her tears. She recounted that, actually, on the day before the accident. On that fateful day, Miss Syra came to buy flowers. I still remember Miss Syra's smile when she looked at the flowers very clearly. Then Neri smiled, containing a sense of relief. "Anyway, it is so good. I have missed Miss Aika so much during this time. Thank you for coming here again." Aika's big round eyes were teary. "Sister Neri." Neri quickly recovered her emotions. She called Aika. "Come, miss, come here. Who are you going to give flowers to as a gift?" Aika was full of determination. She spoke her wish. "I am going to give gifts to my new friend and grandpa, and to Uncle, Gerard, and Zenda." Castle standing nearby heard, and spoke up to stop her. "Peanut, I do not need it." But Aika opposed that. "What? No way. When you see beautiful flowers, you will think differently." Neri also helped her. "Haha, that is right. Around here, the The flowers at my shop are the most beautiful. I will choose the freshest and most beautiful flowers. Please accept them. Colorful, extremely beautiful flowers were gradually revealed. Neri put a purple flower in Aika's ear, making her a little confused. Neri then explained, "And this is a gift for you, miss. Come visit again next time." Aika happily accepted. "Thank you, Sister Neri." Castle was impatient. He started to leave. "I am leaving first. Peanut, you hurry up too." Aika called out to stop her uncle. Uncle, come together." Aika hurried. She pointed, "Sister Neri, give me that too." Neri saw and was concerned. "That, it might be a little heavy for you, but Aika seemed normal. It is okay." At the carriage, Castle heard a loud call, "Uncle." He turned to look at his little niece. "Peanut, you are out, right?" What hit Castle's eyes was a large sunflower in full bloom. He suddenly asked Aika, "What is this? Why are you holding something as big as your body?" Aika smiled brightly. "Hee, I worked so hard to choose it." She radiantly showed off to Castle. "This flower suits you very well, right? This is a gift I am giving you. When you are working, when you look at it, you will be energized." Castle did not seem to like that strange flower. "What suits? You brought something weird that is exactly like you. And it is so big. Where do you want me to put it?" He continued, "And you bought it with my money." Aika felt a little hurt after hearing these words. She was angry. "At times like this, you are really hateful." Aika sulked. Do whatever you want." Castle took the flower and asked her, "Look at that temper. Can we go now?" Aika did not bother to say anything anymore. "Whatever you want." Castle realized everything at this time. He said softly to coax her, "So good, Peanut. You are really a thoughtful child." Aika reacted violently. "I am not Peanut." Castle was no longer patient, teasing again. "If you feel upset, then grow up." And after that was Aika's earth-shattering scream. The carriage suddenly stopped at this time. Inside, both were silent, not wanting to give in and back down. Castle got out and asked Gerard, "What is wrong?" Gerard hesitated. Master, that." Looking at the two people in front of him, he presented, "The young lady and young master came to see you last time. They said they must apologize to master and miss. So they could not avoid the main gate." Gerard turned to ask Castle's opinion. "It seems they want to sincerely apologize. What should we do, master?" Castle silently observed the two people. Castle looked at Aika, who had endured the insults. He asked her, "Peanut, do you want to go together? If you do not want to meet, it is okay to stay here." Aika thought, Then decisively spoke, "It is okay, I want to go." Rosina's face had turned green at this time. She trembled, and spoke, "Marquis." Then looked down at Aika. And miss, you have arrived." The two people did not have time to say anything more. They knelt down and kowtowed. The man began to confess his crimes first. "Miss, I am really sorry. Next time, I won't say whatever comes to mind anymore. If you forgive me this time, I won't cause this kind of trouble again." Rosina also quickly continued, "I am the same. Please be generous and forgive me this time. I won't repeat this kind of action again." She took out a box, and, "I have prepared gifts to apologize." Rosina opened the box. Inside was a set of sparkling jewelry. "In addition to this, I also brought many other things in the carriage. I hope you will accept them and stop being angry." Castle asked Aika expressionlessly for her opinion. "Peanut, what do you think?" He spoke up to support her. "If you do not like it, you do not have to accept it." Aika also spoke slowly. "I do not need gifts." These words left Rosina speechless. Then, Aika explained gently to the two of them. "My mother said, it takes courage to say sorry. You both took all your courage to come here to apologize to me. I will accept this apology." She also instructed, "Instead, do not do things like that again." The carriage continued to roll on amidst the cheers of the two people. "Thank you, miss, really thank you. We won't forget this favor." The two uncles and niece finally arrived at the castle, Rusp's residence. Aika was passionately recounting the story just now. "So, I forgave those two people." Rusp asked back, "There was such a thing. You must have been sad." Aika felt she was okay. "I am fine now." Rusp suddenly praised Syria. "Aika, your mom is amazing." Hearing this, Aika immediately became energetic. "That is right. My mom is the best in the world." Rusp also agreed. She must be." Rusp held the flower in his hand. He said his thanks. "Thank you for giving me flowers, Aika. I will take good care of them." Aika smiled until her eyes narrowed. I chose the flower that looks like Rusp." Rusp turned to the box next to him. He slowly revealed, I also have a gift I want to give Aika. Aika was extremely expectant, really. A large gift box that was carefully wrapped was brought in front of Aika. Please accept it. Aika's eyes shone brightly. Can I open it now? Rusp agreed. Go ahead. She scribbled, opening the box with extreme speed. Aika's face lit up when she saw the gift. She exclaimed, so cute. Looking at the adorable slippers inside the box, Aika shouted, they are rabbits. She hugged the slippers, extremely excited. Thank you, Rusp. When I get back, I will wear them every day. Rusp blushed a little seeing Aika's reaction. I am glad you like them. Aika held the 2 slippers and waved them. Then, what are we going to play now? Hide and seek? Or draw? It will be so fun. Rusp just gently complied with Aika's wishes. If it is something Aika likes, I also want to try. Let us try everything together. When the 2 children were happy, suddenly a man's voice spoke up. I wonder where someone is. Rusp's body stiffened as soon as he heard that voice. Someone who will take on an important position in the future is leisurely sitting here playing. He slowly approached him. I have said it many times, do not waste time. It seems I taught you wrong. Rusp said with a serious face. The first words he spoke to the other person were an apology. I am sorry, because today is a holiday, so. Aika felt that something was not right. Rusp. That man was still constantly criticizing him. A holiday. Someone who has the ability to become the crown prince in the future is leisurely enjoying private time. Aika felt indignant for Rusp. In her head were questions. Who is that person? Why does Rusp have to apologize? Aika's eyes flashed with anger. Why? She glared at Gale, wondering in her heart, is he bullying Rusp again? Immediately after, Aika shouted loudly, Rusp. Gale, who had been constantly criticizing Rusp, suddenly paused. I thought you were very smart. It turned out you were a child who made others worry so much. I also have a day off, but I am personally teaching you. Come here quickly. As fast as the wind, Aika rushed in front of Rusp. Seeing that, Gale snorted coldly, humph. He shouted loudly, Brat, what are you doing? Aika also refused to give in and replied, don't bully Rusp. What? She frowned at Gale. I do not know who he is. Aika looked up at the features of the person in front of her, green hair, blue eyes, and a symbol of a shield surrounded by vines. Suddenly, she realized, he is a member of His Majesty the Emperor and is close to the valiant family, Duke Nodium. The more she thought, the more serious her expression became. Mom said that the Nodium formula is an admirable person, but why is he bullying Rusp? At this time, Gale asked Aika curiously, Brat, who are you? She carefully replied, I am Aika the Valiant, with her hands still blocking Rusp. Unexpectedly, Gale still had an indifferent attitude after hearing, Valiant, so you are not hiding it anymore. He unceremoniously lectured, what an impolite child. I am Gale de Nodium, Gale, different from the name Duke that I saw in the book. Suddenly, Aika remembered something. Ah, so he is the Duke's son. No wonder I kept feeling strange. Gale still did not intend to let go. He sarcastically said, Hey, did not your grandfather teach you to be polite to adults? Hearing that, Aika frowned and replied, I have learned, but adults who bully children are bad people. You are bullying Rusp, are not you? The atmosphere became more tense. You valiant brat, you are still young so you do not know. The road for Rusp is not easy. Rusp can't waste time like this. Rusp stood behind Aika. He blankly looked at her without saying a word. Rusp is only 7 years old like me. Mom said this is the age to go out and see everything. Not just study. If you want, you can go ask His Majesty the Emperor. Mentioning Winchester, Gale immediately disclaimed responsibility. The Emperor, there is no need to go that far. You are really a valiant, with the same hot temper as your grandfather. Aika loudly affirmed, you are not allowed to bully my friend, you bad person. Rusp remained silent. I am not bullying. Ignoring Gale, he spread his arms wide. Go back quickly, you brat. Rusp hugged Aika from behind. Seeing that, she looked over blankly. Huh. Aika wondered and called, Rusp. Rusp happily replied, Thank you, Aika, I am fine now. His hands still did not intend to let go. The strength of his hands became stronger. Gale took all of this in. Suddenly a call attracted his attention. Young Duke. Why? He politely affirmed, I deliberately made time today. I have never neglected my studies and swordsmanship training, and I have never done anything that affects His Majesty the Emperor. Aika's eyes shone with determination. Please believe me. I will not do anything that disappoints the young Duke. Gale snorted coldly as if understanding. If you say so. He said bitterly and left. If His Majesty had married, there would not be this problem. Anyway, do not waste your precious time, Rusp. Suddenly, Gale mentioned Aika, attracting her attention, and you, valiant brat, you too. When Gale completely left, Aika folded her arms stubbornly and replied, Mom told me that the Nodium family are good people. What a disappointment. Haha, do not hate him too much. The young duke is just worried about me. Is that so? If Russ said that, then I will hate him a little. Suddenly, she grabbed Rusp's hand and said excitedly, we can play more today, right? Rusp glanced at Aika. There is a place I want to go with Rusp. In an instant, he was unusually blank, a place to go. At the Royal Ancient Library. Gerard crooked his eyes and greeted, I am sure you two know. The books here must be carefully preserved. I will put the library key in the young lady's bag. Aika took out a small gift bag and replied, thank you, Gerard. Then the small figures of the two ran away. Rusp, let us go over there first. Rusp could not help but exclaim, there are so many books. That is right. This is the first time I have entered the ancient library. Aika looked around. She realized, fairy tales must be in the corner over there. Let us try going there. Okay. Aika glanced at Rusp. She asked herself, I do not know why I keep seeing Rusp not having any energy. Is it because he was scolded earlier? Is there anything I can do to help him? I will take a look around here, Aika. While Rusp was focused on getting books, Aika was attracted by something strange. Strangely, the bottom compartment of the bookshelf had a space. This space is empty. There are not many books. I can probably fit in. Aika suddenly had a small idea. I have a good idea. She imagined in her head, I will secretly hide here and scare him. Won't that be fun? Thinking is doing, Aika bent down and crawled under the bookshelf. All right, let us try. She suddenly felt strange. It looks narrow, but it is wider than I thought. Next time when we play hide and seek, I can hide here. At this time, a bright light attracted Aika's attention. There is a passage on the other side. I will go out first. On the other side, Rusp called blankly, Aika, I have looked all over the side. He frantically searched around, Aika. The twilight fell on the cold stone floor. Rusp called frantically, Marquis, Cam I, Master. Castle glanced at his pale face and Gerard asked blankly, White Peanut, and Gerard, what is wrong? Gerard stammered, Master, Miss Peanut, did she go home? Hearing that, Castle loudly replied, Miss Aika has disappeared. What? Rusp quickly recounted the situation. She suddenly disappeared while we were looking for books. I have searched the whole library but I can't find her anywhere. I am sorry, it is my fault. Suddenly, a pair of steady hands were placed on his shoulders. Castle gently comforted, White Peanut, it is not your fault. Do not tremble, and follow me. Rusp closed his eyes tightly to prevent the tears from falling. Yes. Then, Castle urgently directed, Gerard, call the soldiers to the ancient library. Yes. He wondered in his heart, rushing forward, where did you disappear to, Peanut? The more he thought, the more worried Castle became for Aika. Please, be safe. A guard fell down painfully. He frowned and advised, Marquis, calm down. I have mobilized all the troops in the castle. They are looking for the young lady. They will definitely. At this time, Castle's face had darkened several times. Don't get in my way. The guard still earnestly advised, even so, you can't. How can you rush in front of His Majesty? This action can be considered treason. Winchester glanced to both sides. He did not say anything more. Get out of the way, you can't. Winchester came forward to persuade, Castle, calm down. I swear on my honor, I will definitely find the child. So wait a little longer. Suddenly, Castle interrupted loudly, Hey! He coldly glanced at the person next to him. Do you think I can't kill you? Castle said bitterly, if you had not given the child the key at that time, this would not have happened. Winchester lowered his head and admitted, Yes, sorry, it was because I was hasty, but Aika will be safe. Please believe and wait a little longer. Hearing that, Castle rushed over and grabbed Winchester's collar. A little longer, because of the key you gave her. She disappeared, and now you are telling me to believe you and stand here and wait. He said bitterly, Do you want me to watch my niece follow in her mother's footsteps? The others fearfully stopped Castle. Marquis, what are you doing? Winchester said in a low voice, If you do not believe me, then believe Syria. He firmly said to the person in front of him, The key to the ancient library is what Syria left for Aika. There is no way Syria would put Aika in danger. Speaking of this, Winchester also felt a bit lost, and I can't refuse Aika's request. You know that, Castle. Castle glanced over, not saying anything more. He let go, wearily replied, you just wait there. Suddenly there was an urgent call from Gerard. Master, we have found Miss Aika. The atmosphere in the room became terribly cold. Rusp came forward and hugged Aika. Aika. He anxiously glanced at her. Fortunately, you are safe. Are you hurt anywhere? Aika nodded in agreement. I am fine. Sorry for scaring you. Suddenly, a shout rang in the ears of the two. Peanut. Aika glanced at Castle, who was coming from afar, burning with anger. Uncle. Listening to him ask, where were you? Aika suddenly stammered. Uncle. That, I was planning to scare Rusp. So. Before she could finish speaking, Aika suddenly paused. Castle rushed over and hugged her. She said softly, Uncle. He said sternly, scaring others, and did you get hurt anywhere? Aika replied, I am fine. Castle immediately instructed, then that is good. From now on you are forbidden from coming to the royal palace. Hearing that, she shouted, what? Russ stood quietly beside them watching. Why can't I come? Why? You are always causing trouble. Suddenly he spoke, causing the two to stop and listen. Wait, please wait, Marquis. After that, Rusp said a little worriedly and softly suggested, next time, please bring Aika. There won't be another incident of Aika disappearing again. Aika's face clearly showed joy. Rusp. But Castle replied with a cold voice, I said I forbade her from entering the royal palace. What are you saying standing there? If you want to play, go home and play. Rusp clenched his fists, then tried to speak again. Next time, a similar thing will definitely not happen. The affirmation from him made him surprised, because I will definitely protect Aika. Castle was surprised by this strangeness. What is going on? The air just now. Did I see wrong? But it clearly came from that brat. After that he left, silent for a moment, and said, I will think about it. You should go back quickly too. Aika quickly said goodbye. Rusp, hear my words clearly. I will definitely come. See you next time. He also happily waved goodbye. Yeah, see you next time. Be careful on your way. Then she slumped on Castle's hand. Sorry for lying to you, but I can't just say that. Who would believe this? What happened? A few hours ago. Looking at the pink rabbit in front of her, Aika was excited. A rabbit. This strange rabbit wore glasses on one eye. It stared at her intently. Suddenly a voice rang out. Who are you? Aika was very panicked when she heard this. Huh. Did that little rabbit just talk? That voice continued. Who else is there besides me? Lepus squinted his eyes and approached her. It spoke again. Do you know Syria? Aika was surprised and wondered. Does the little rabbit know my mother? Lepus asked back in surprise, mother. After finding out, his eyes lit up and happily greeted. So you are Syria's daughter. It is nice to meet you. I am Lepus, a friend of Syria. Aika touched her chin. I did not expect Mom to be friends with a rabbit ghost. Lepus got angry immediately. What? I am not a ghost. He then looked at the clock next to him. It is already this time. Lepus asked her, Syria's daughter, what is your name? She then replied, I am Aika. After asking, Lepus turned and ran away. All right, Aika, wait here, I will be right back. It jumped into a strange hole that suddenly appeared. Aika was very surprised when she saw the scene and exclaimed, oh. She went to check. Wow, how magical. You can go through here. Huh? Why can't I go through? She was studying when the space hole reappeared. Ah. Lepus brought back and gave her a stone tablet with ancient text carved on it. Take it, it is what Syra left behind. Aika took it and wondered. What is this? Lepus intended to explain. Aika interrupted without paying attention. Is this a little rabbit? Lepus honestly replied. Yes, I was originally sleeping inside this stone tablet. He started to recount. Syria, an indangator, woke me up. Aika heard that strange name. Inda, what? Lepus repeated. Indangator, in other words, an adventurer. Did not Syria teach you? Aika's voice dropped when she mentioned her mother. Not long ago. My mother passed away. Lepus seemed to understand. So that is how it is. So that is why she said that. Aika wondered. Said what? Lepus continued to recount. One day, Syria's important person will come to this place. It seems that person is you. I did not think you would be so young. Then his voice became more serious. She said that one day she would let you know everything and protect you from predator. Aiko repeated contused. Predator. Lepus raised his hand. A light then appeared. Look here. Each page of the book flew up and connected into a row. Wow! A page of the book appeared right before her eyes. This is Predator, meaning hunter. They are extremely dangerous people. Lepus began the anecdote. Originally, there was a Holy Spirit who governed the balance of the world. Mysteries were gradually revealed, but one day, that God disappeared, leaving Absolute, the absolute being, as the representative of the God, and entrusting that person with 10 hierotica, 10 relics containing the power of the God. Lepus pondered when mentioning these things. However, even the God found it too difficult to maintain balance. So how could the absolute being bear it alone? So the absolute being divided the relics among the adventurers, messengers of the God, and together they maintained the world. Lepus spoke of what needed to be protected and their enemies, but that peace did not last long. Those who were jealous of the adventurers hunted them down and robbed them of the relics. They were the hunters. They had appeared. Aika listened and turned pale. Their power is still present to this day. The adventurer seeks relics, and the hunter hunts the adventurer. And Aika, you inherited the power of an adventurer. Understand, she fearfully stammered. Wait, is it saying that I will be hunted? Aika was very worried. I will be hunted. She was not very reassured. But, how can I protect you? Lepus gently explained. If the adventurer awakens a relic that is sleeping, the person who awakens it will gain a special power. He also knew a lot of information. Besides me, Syria awakened many other relics and possessed different sources of power. She had the ability to hold others in place for a certain amount of time. Lepus continued to add, and also the ability to avoid the rain. This was the first time Micah knew about this. My mother possessed such abilities. How wonderful. She suddenly realized something strange. After eating the gem Mom gave me, it seems I also have the ability to see the future. Is this also everyone's ability? Lepus could not help but be curious. Ate what? Castle turned around sharply. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Lepus understood the whole situation. It turned out that Syria had forced herself to summon power, but she did not know anything. He did not want Aika to waste precious time. No matter. Aika's important thing is to collect the relics, increase her strength to fight against the hunters. The adventurer can feel the aura of the relic. Lepus warned in advance. Hunters can't trace relics, but they can recognize adventurers. They try to harm adventurers, steal relics, and satisfy their greed. He explained diligently the reason. In order to avoid hunters, adventurers must use their abilities skillfully and hide their aura. Nothing can escape Lepus' eyes. You have met Serpens, but have not completely awakened him yet, right? Aika looked bewildered. Serpens. He suggested that Aika remember. Have not met, the snake with one red eye. But Aika was still blank. Snake. She was tightly wrapped by a snake. Snake. I think I have seen it. Aika boldly affirmed. But that was in a dream. He reminded her to be careful. A dream. I do not know why it appears in that way, but you have to awaken it as soon as possible if you want to survive. She was a little hesitant. How to awaken it? Lepus pointed out a simple way. Call its name. Serpens. Aika did not want to face it. Call its name. Now. That snake is so scary. Lepus warned her to prepare mentally. No, there is no time now. Something scary is at the door. You go back first. Aika was frightened. Something scary. He spoke cryptically. I do not have time to explain. Get out before you get scolded. She did not understand Lepus. Get scolded. What are you talking about? He flicked Aika's head hard. Go confirm it yourself. Aika did not expect this. Repus. She also had to endure, and I got scolded. On a beautiful morning, a few days later, the Leguier mansion. Aika urged herself. What should I do? I can't delay any longer. Lepus had reminded her. Call its name. Serpens. Aika could not help but worry. If I call its name, the snake will appear at that time. She imagined the image in her dream. That snake. Aika was about to freeze. Too scary. Even so, try it. While she mustered up the courage to call its name, say, Serpens, Castle suddenly entered the room. Peanut, what are you doing? Aika screamed when she saw him. Uncle. Castle himself did not understand what was happening. Why so sudden? She looked embarrassed. Because you suddenly came in. What is wrong, uncle? He especially came to remind her. It is nothing. I am going to the royal palace for a while. You eat lunch alone. I will confirm with Sophie. You can't leave out the vegetables. Sophie had promised Castle. I will make delicious food. Aika was curious and wanted to see. Royal palace. Uncle, take me with you. He refused bluntly. No. She immediately retorted. Why? You said you would think about it. Castle would also keep his promise. Yeah, I said I would think. He could not agree. In the future, I won't take you along, so give up. Aika was deeply hurt. If it is like this, won't I be able to go to the royal palace forever? I want to meet His Majesty the Emperor. I want to meet Repus again too. What should I do? Castle was just too concerned about her. No. Did not he see that Peanut almost got into danger last time? Winchester understood Aika's feelings. Castle, I understand your feelings, but I want to fulfill the wish that Syria left behind. Therefore, at least I hope Aika can freely enter and leave the ancient library. He did not know what to say. Nothing could escape Castle's eyes. You mentioned this. You must have some plan. He did not need to hide it, of course. Winchester was prepared. Here, you look at this. He was a little puzzled. This is. Winchester shared comfortably. My plan. What do you think? With this, can't Aika safely and comfortably enter and leave the ancient library? Castle still did not feel too good. Can this be implemented in the royal palace? If other nobles know, they will feel dissatisfied when it comes to fairness. He made a decision to reassure Castle. Of course, it is a secret. Winchester expressed his sincere feelings. I miss her. Rusp also feels sorry, so I officially let her visit the royal palace. The preparations are gradually progressing. I will contact you after it is completed. He always maintained the point of view that everything was for Aika and Syria. She appeared frustrated, returning to Aika's room. Aika tried to stay focused. All right, I heard you leaving. Let us try again. She took a breath to prepare to call the snake's name. Say. Aika screamed loudly even though she was very scared. Serpens. She tried to open her eyes wide to see clearly. But the atmosphere in Aika's room was too quiet. She called repeatedly without getting a response. Serpens, Serpens, what is going on? I do not see it appearing. A small raindrop fell on Aika's shoulder. Outside it was raining cats and dogs. Somehow she was sitting in the middle of the rain. Aika could feel the breath. She appeared in the middle of the ocean. Aika covered her nose and mouth to prevent water from getting in. What is going on? I was just in the room. It is so hard to breathe. Could it be because I called Serpens? She could only ask the snake. Why is this happening? Answer me, Serpens. Serpens appeared in Aika's room. She was startled and panicked. Huh. It said in a cute voice, you called me. Aika did not expect Serpens to become so small. Even she had to doubt her eyes. Huge, spun around, scary, cute. Huh. Is that you? It was not scary at all. That is right. Let me officially introduce myself to you. I am Serpens. Aika suddenly noticed a strange point. The eye color was the same as the gem she had swallowed. She was delighted with Serpens' appearance, but it is cuter than I thought. Serpens was curious about its master's gaze. What are you looking at? Aika spoke directly. I am Aika, Aika de Valiant. Your ability is to be able to see the future, right? It easily guessed. You heard Repa say it. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, Repa said each relic carries a special ability. Aika just wanted to confirm. Because I swallowed the gem with the same color as your eyes, I possess the ability. Is that right? Serpens happily chatted with her. That is right. You are so smart. It kept encouraging Aika to move forward. When your ability develops, you can see a person's future more accurately and clearly. You still have a lot of work to do. Serpens directly suggested. But do not worry. Now that you have called me, I, Serpens, will help you. She was a bit excited. Really? Thank you. Aika was sad because she could not go out. I want to let Repus know that we have met, but I can't come to the ancient library. She became anxious. It seems her uncle is back. Serpens was also scared. He looks so scary. How about asking that person to bring you to the royal palace? Aika did not allow herself to slip up. No way. But I have other words to say too. Her face was full of determination. I am going and coming back. Aika actually came to the training ground. Castle strongly opposed. No, I said you can't go to the royal palace. He criticized before anything else. You will cause trouble again there. Gerard stood far away, slandering Castle. You bad marquis. Do not bully the young lady. Gerard, I can hear everything you are saying. Aika hurriedly changed the subject. No, I do not mean that. I just want to write a letter to Rusp. Revising what she was going to say, I want to invite him to our house. Castle finally allowed. Humph. Inviting him to our house is fine. She replied politely, thank you, uncle. He intended to discipline her so Aika would have order. In return, Starting next week I will call a teacher to teach. Your age is close to the person teaching. Study obediently, and do not cause trouble. Aika was unjustly accused, and could not prove herself. Do you think I only know how to cause trouble every day? She smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I have something I want to ask. Castle also wanted to hear it. What is it? Aika expressed her wish. I want to visit the house I used to live in with my mother. Can you take me there? She thought in her heart. Maybe Mom left something in that house, like Repus and Serre. Going to the ancient library is very important, but I also have to stop by this side. He did not express any attitude. Castle turned and left. In the future, when it is a little safer, I will take you there. She excitedly followed. Really, Uncle? Aika was still planning to discuss more, then he interrupted. Don't include a bunch of strange conditions. Do you know how much it costs to get your uncle to lift a foot? She innocently replied. Oh, it is okay. I also have something very expensive. Aika's cheeks turned red. If you listen, I will kiss your cheek. Castle must have been surprised. What? He scratched his head embarrassedly. What does this have to do with a kiss? The two knights wanted Aika to kiss their cheeks. Because it is you get the kiss alone. Marquis, that is not fair. You have to share such a good thing with us. You should reflect on yourself. Castle shouted loudly. Too noisy. It turns out she really trusts Mom. Mom said my kiss is worth 1 million gold, and told me to use it every time I ask you. It is super effective. He was helpless, but had to endure. That older sister Syria. Syria had made an agreement in advance. Because it is you, I am only charging 20,000 gold. You know that. Castle gave in with this case. I can tell without looking. He wanted to double it. All right, if you kiss me twice, I will reconsider. Aika found it hard to believe. 2 million gold. She did not hesitate to say, you are so greedy. Gerard teased from the side. Ooh, greedy. Castle turned to find fault. Hey, are you saying your uncle is not worth that price? Ugh. Aika had to comply with his wishes. I really can't do anything with you. You bend down. Castle really lowered his body. Is this okay? She gently kissed Castle's cheek. Aika even kissed his hair too. Castle got a good deal but was still wondering. Why did you kiss me 3 times? She was generous. 1 kiss is a gift for you. Castle questioned his life. You are not secretly causing trouble, are you? Aika boldly affirmed. Not at all. She made an excuse to leave. All right, I am going to write a letter to Rusp. The two knights continued to mess around. Miss Aika, what about us? Castle did not forget to instruct. Just do it in moderation and remember to take a nap. Aika waved goodbye. Okay, see you later. She took the paint out on the floor. Aika quickly wrote an invitation letter. Rusp, have you been well? I wanted to play with you more, but the time was too short, so I feel very sorry therefore. She listed familiar activities. I want to invite you to my house to play. What do you say? Let us make a delicious cake together and have fun together. Aika really hopes you will agree. We can also explore the garden. There are many other fun games. It will definitely be fun to play together. So, I am waiting for an answer from you. She wrapped the letter with a red envelope. Your friend, Aika. Rusp received the letter from Aika. The royal palace was designed magnificently. He quickly opened the letter to read. Rusp must have felt the affection in it. Ricardo suddenly spoke up. A letter from the Lady Valiant you met last time. He hesitated for a moment before calling, Father. He spoke directly to the point. What does it say? Rusp replied truthfully. She invited me to her mansion to play. Ricardo replied coldly, is that so? He could not help but worry. The former prime minister's illegitimate child suddenly appeared. Something is not right. Ricardo strongly opposed. You are not allowed to go. He could only obediently obey, yes. He absolutely forbade it. Don't ask why. If it is not necessary, do not go. Ricardo turned to leave. Knowing that is enough, I am leaving. Leaving Rusp blank, Father. He bravely shouted, it is necessary. Causing him to pause, what? Rusp argued clearly. Valiant is a family that stands on His Majesty's side. I think it is time we should communicate to strengthen the relationship between families. He continued to consolidate. Moreover, I owe a debt to the lady. Ricardo reminded Rusp of his identity. Because you are close to Valiant, you forgot your position. Don't forget, you are the one who will become the crown prince. His whole body was trembling. Yes, but Marquis Leguier is not like the rumors. There are many things worth learning from him. I will not neglect my studies, training, or anything else. Therefore, please allow me, Father. He had not thought of this case. The kid had never disobeyed him even once. Ricardo temporarily agreed. It is up to you, however, do not do anything that brings a bad name to the Kelpodia family. Rusp smiled brightly. Yes. Thank you, father. He was still trembling. This is the first time I have not followed my father's wishes. It is really scary, but... Rusp remembered her figure. I can meet Aika again. He could clearly feel. It seems the more I meet Aika, the more I change myself. Rusp smiled happily, and I do not hate this. In his heart, there was only one wish. I want to meet Aika quickly. Rusp was a little confused. That is what I thought, but... He stood there blankly. Rusp saw Aika falling into the lake. If I knew Aika would be in danger like this. He hurriedly ran to Aika. Rusp took all the responsibility on himself. Then perhaps it would have been better if I had not come. Only ripples remained on the water surface. The vast mansion was decorated magnificently. He had already combed his hair neatly. Rusp was really happy. Hello, Aika. Thank you for inviting me. He wanted to hand over to Aika. This is your gift. She smiled and replied, Thank you, Rusp. Aika cleverly discovered, but your hair. Rusp explained awkwardly. I said it is okay, but can I kept? It looks weird, right? She praised Rusp's change to the fullest. No, you look very beautiful. It suits you very well. He smiled. Thank you, Aika. Aika pulled Rusp's hand and ran. Rusp, have you ever made a cake? He did not understand her meaning. Cake. She spoke her idea. Yeah, we decided to make a cake together today. Let us bring the cake we made ourselves and go on a picnic. The cook confirmed. Young master and young lady have put on their clothes, right? Aika and he were ready. Yes. Sophie did not want to waste more time. Foo, then let us start making the cake now. Rusp began to decorate the cake. He carefully placed each strawberry on the cake. She was surprised by his ability to learn quickly. Wow, Rusp, you are so skillful. He did not dare to accept the praise. No, everyone at this level. Aika was not very skillful. Rusp did not criticize but also encouraged her. Aika's cake looks unique. Very impressive. Aika asked shyly, really? Aika was always paying attention to him. Rusp, you have cream on your face. He did not know what to do. I do. Where? She directly suggested. Wait a bit, let me wipe it off for you. Aika was ready to help him. Done. Rusp's cheeks had turned red. She had to call his name to prevent him from neglecting. Rusp. Sophie came to see the results. Young lady, young master, are you done making the cake? She thought she had overlooked something. Oh, still not done. Are there not enough cake ingredients? He hurriedly explained. No, it is just that I had cream on my face. So, she wiped it off for me. Aika also agreed. That is often the case when making a cake. Sophie enthusiastically helped them. Here, I brought chocolate pens, strawberry pens, and vanilla pens. After you are done, do not forget to go on a picnic. She replied politely, yes. She gently advised, your hair is very sticky, young master. You have to wash it clean first. Sunlight shone through the leaves. Zenda organized a picnic in the forest with Aika and Rusp. She scooped a piece of cake. Aika enjoyed the cake she made herself. Hap. She turned to ask Rusp, it is so delicious, right, Rusp? He nodded in agreement. It is really delicious. She also had to admit, the cake you make yourself is even more delicious when you eat it. Zenda asked for permission to leave. I will go get more drinks. Young lady, young master, have fun. Aika smiled brightly at her. Be careful on your way, Zenda. He was also obedient like her. Thank you. She wanted to share the joy with her friend. Oh right, Rusp, I will show you this. It is so beautiful. Rusp could not help but be curious. What is it? Aika showed off a small gift. Tada. Cute, right? It is a bag mom made for me. She excitedly told many stories. I usually put important things in here. There are also candies here. Rusp took the candy from Aika. Thank you. Aika suddenly noticed the scenery. There is a lake over there. Let us go play there. Before he could finish speaking, okay, but playing too close to the lake is not. A black crow perched on the tree had noticed her. It snatched Aika's small bag. Aika immediately chased after. No, my bag. Aika looked very worried. I can't lose it. Inside there is also the contract with you. Rusp loudly reminded. Aika, wait. Do not go far from here. He accidentally tripped over a rock. Rusp fell face down on the lawn. He still tried to call her name. Aika. Aika's small bag was hanging on a branch. She stood close to the lake. That bird let go of the bag. But why is it under the lake? I can probably get it at this size. Aika reached out to reach the bag. She persuaded herself a little more. Aika kept getting closer to the branch, just a little more. Her knees had lunged out of the ground, almost there. Unexpectedly, Aika rushed forward. The water in the lake splashed everywhere. She could not swim, so she sank into the lake water. Aika hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent water from getting in. It is hard to breathe. It hurts so much. But she could not breathe at all. Mom, Uncle. It seemed Aika had given up hope of living. She saw Rusp using magic. Rusp. Aika also opened her eyes to see clearly. She was quite surprised by the current environment. I can breathe. He used bubbles to bring Aika out of the water. She almost could not say a word. Rusp. Rusp reached out to take Aika's hand. He gently reassured, "It is okay now, Aika." She could not believe her eyes. Rusp, did you save me? Aika and Rusp made eye contact. She could not help but be surprised when she was saved ashore. Aika's feet touched the ground. She tightly held Rusp's hand. He put his hand on his forehead. Ugh, making Aika worry. Rusp, are you okay? She blamed herself. Where does it hurt? Or is it because I brought you here that? Rusp calmly explained. Phew, I am okay. I am just a little dizzy. He officially confirmed. And it is true that I brought you here, Aika. Aika also did not expect it, really. She especially praised his talent. Rusp, you are so amazing. How did you do it? No wonder, light keeps coming out around you. Rusp smiled and replied, that, I used magic. Aika thought simply, wow, magic, isn't that something that is only in books? He hoped Aika would keep it a secret for him. Aika, keep this a secret. Kamai said that people who can use magic are very rare, so it is best to hide it. Kamai had repeatedly instructed, you must, absolutely, keep it a secret, young master. Rusp was also tense because of that, I know. She now understood everything. Rusp possesses magic. Rusp agreed with that thought. It seems so. He returned the bag to Aika. Here, yours. She was also surprised. This is my bag. Rusp told Aika the reason he got it. I summoned it with magic. She hugged him. Thank you so much, Rusp. Rusp could understand, because it was an important item for Aika. He looked flustered. It might cause a commotion. So the fact that I can use magic, you must keep it a secret. Aika was also confused. What commotion? Rusp could not conveniently explain that. She was so startled that she jumped. Aika agreed without hesitation. No, you do not have to say it. I will definitely keep it a secret. My mom says important people have their own secrets. She smiled brightly. I want to keep Rusp's secret. He felt somewhat relieved. Aika, thank you. Aika is still being so polite with Rusp. I am the one who should thank you. He considered it natural. We are friends. Saving you is the obvious thing to do. Zenda ran off to look for them. Young lady, young master, where are you? She quickly realized. That is Zenda's voice. Aika grabbed Rusp's hand. Let us go, Rusp. He nodded in agreement. Okay. She continued the conversation. Rusp, you know what? I will also tell you a secret, making Rusp curious. A secret. Aika innocently shared. My front tooth is loose, and my bottom teeth are a little weird. Zenda knows about the loose tooth, but only you know about the weird bottom teeth. She instructed Rusp not to reveal it. You have to keep that a secret, okay? Zenda said I will have to pull it out later, but I do not want to, so I have not told her. He would naturally help Aika. Okay, I will definitely keep it a secret. She noticed as soon as she saw them. What is going on that the young lady and young master are so happy? Aika refused to say. Hee, it is a secret. The candles were lit. The teacher asked a question. Now, Princess Aika, what is the answer to this question? She picked it up very quickly. Yes, the answer is the 3rd year of the next empire. Coil praised Aika highly. Correct, very good. The princess's comprehension is excellent. The historian Coil Veneta said, all right, the rest will be homework. I have something I want to tell you. She was a little surprised. What is it? Coil knew some information. It seems the next imperial language teacher had a minor accident, so that teacher won't be able to make it today. Aika was looking forward to it. So, I can't see them today. She gently comforted her. Yes, it is a shame. Coil finished the lesson. All right then, I will be going now. Princess, do not forget to do your homework. Aika also liked the teacher. Yes, please get home safely. I still want to see you again, so please do not get sick or hurt. Serpent suddenly appeared. Aika, I told you not to use your powers for this. It constantly scolded Aika. You have to prioritize your own safety. Only use your powers when necessary. Aika became flustered. I am sorry, I was wrong. She could not confide in anyone. Every day I begged you to take me to the palace, but you always refused. Rusp has also been busy lately, so I have not been able to see him. So, I started special training with serpents. Thanks to hard work and effort, I have forgotten more about how to use my powers, but... Serpent seriously stated, you still have a long way to go. It could not suppress its anger, because Aika is too concerned about her uncle. The range of her precognitive abilities has narrowed. If this continues, Aika won't realize when she is in danger. This is a big deal. I knew it. Aika did not dare to disobey it. I will try harder, training in a corner of the mansion's garden. Serpens constantly urged. All right, practice again. If you want to see the future as you wish, you have to read the aura well. She tried to stay focused. Aura. Aika understood its meaning. Yes, everyone carries their own aura. Let us go to the place where there are many employees over there. Serpent spoke meaningfully. Now, Aika, take a look. She froze on the spot. I do not really understand. It could understand. It is still difficult for Aika now. You will understand if you practice little by little. Aika placed faith in herself. Okay, I will do my best, sir. Her eyes widened. Aura. A servant greeted Aika. Young lady, good afternoon. She recognized the person who came, Leto. Leto was also quite curious. What are you doing here? Looking for something fun? Aika quickly denied it. It is not like that. Where are you going, Leto? He freely shared. I have finished the task the head of the family requested. I am on my way to submit a report. She saw on the paper. Oh, my name is written here, Leto, knowing full well, replied, yes, because this is the draft budget allocated to the young lady. It is still difficult for you to understand, right? Aika was not surprised at all. I know this. It is because of me, right? She was not happy at all. You are saying I am causing financial losses to the family. That is why there are so many zeros, right? Leto did not explain further. Yes. He could not help but laugh. The master is teasing you. Would you like to take a closer look? Even if the young lady wanted a golden carriage, the budget still would not run out. Please rest assured. Aika could not brighten up. It is okay for now. A golden carriage. And then she saw it. Huh. What is this feeling? A red light was emanating around Leto. Leto was extremely anxious. Young lady, what is wrong? Aika was extremely calm. Okay, I am fine. She grabbed his wrist to prevent Leto from touching her. Aika ran away as fast as she could. Okay then, see you later, Leto. He did not understand what was happening. Young lady. Serpens crawled out and asked her opinion. Aika, did you see it? Aika initially confirmed. I saw a red light from Leto. This is the aura, right? It boldly affirmed. That is right. She still did not understand, but I did not see the future. Serpens suggested, Aika, try looking at that person's back again. She immediately turned her head to look. A figure appeared in Aika's eyes. Serpens kept asking, did you see the future yet? She was determined to do it if she made up her mind. Serpents, you have to help me. Someone threw the blank paper on the table away. Castle scolded loudly. What kind of work is this? I said it has to be finished today because I am going to the territory tomorrow. Leto tried to explain. I clearly left it on the table. He became even angrier. So, the document has legs and knows how to run away. Leto promised to complete it. I am sorry. I will finish the report before tomorrow. The door to the room was closed. He dejectedly went back to his room. I have already worked overtime, and now I have to stay up all night. Aika hid in the corner of the wall watching. Is that good enough, right? Serpens smiled brightly. Yes, at least for tonight. She kept the news in her hand. All right, now. Aika decided to act. I will try to stall as much time as possible. She came here to find him, Leto. Leto turned his face to the side. Young lady. He knelt on one knee on the ground. What is the matter that you rushed here so urgently? Here, for you. Aika happily accepted it. I will eat it. Castle had warned her earlier. Aren't you snacking too much? If you keep doing this, your teeth will get cavities. She did not look too happy. She expressed her opinion. No cavities. Mom said my teeth are so clean that even the tooth fairy would just leave if she came. Aika handed over the important paper. Now's not the time. Take a look at this. The content inside made him even more confused. What is this? At 8:56 p.m. on the 12th, A used a weapon to threaten and kidnap B, a woman in her 30s, and fled. At the same time, near Wofford, late at night, 3 strange villains attacked a brown-haired man with crude weapons, causing him injury. She particularly emphasized, there are a lot of thieves these days. They break into empty houses, steal things, and injure people. Aika seemed to have foreseen the event. Therefore, before Leto goes home, he must check if there is anyone there. Leto was not very convinced. Me, Castle, felt only wronged. Hey, Peanut, are not you worried about him? He bowed low to reassure her. Haha, so you are worried about me. Thank you, young lady. I may look like this, but I am very strong. Aika still had to remind him. It is okay, I am not kidding. Leto has to be really careful. What if the thief injures Leto? Wah. He directly picked her up and left. I know. Do not get in the way anymore. Go play with Senda, you guys are too busy. Aika screamed. Uncle, put me down, uncle. Castle was prepared, and from tomorrow, you are staying at your grandfather's house. I will send teachers over, so stay there and study. She could not understand. Why? He hit her weak point. I have to go to the territory. You will only be at your grandfather's house for a week. I won't take you with me. Do not even think about it. Aika's voice was weaker than before. Hick, I understand. She did not say anything. Aika looked depressed. Did I do well? Serpens comforted her. Yes, even though you did not listen to the warning, you stalled enough time, so it will be okay. She prayed silently in her head. I have done what I can. I just hope Leto is safe and sound. Night had covered everything. Leto leisurely rode his horse home. He also felt Aika's abnormality. Today the young lady is acting differently than usual. She kept coming to the office as if she wanted to stall for time. Perhaps because she is young. The young lady is curious. Leto decided to listen to her. Even so, I am happy that the young lady is worried about me. To be safe, I will have to be careful in the future. The young lady has a keen intuition. He opened the door to the house, but there was not a ray of light inside. Leto noticed the abnormality. He quickly chased after someone. Something flew over the roof. Leto looked out the window and saw the thief running away. He froze for 5 seconds. What is going on? Only now did Leto jump in shock. Could it be? Leto rushed up the stairs. He also guessed the situation. The drawer locks are all broken. Leto saw the situation was out of control. Is someone targeting something? I have to report this to the Marquis. The mansion sparkled in the dawn light. Castle was very surprised. Someone broke into the house. He had already arranged for someone to investigate. Yes, I thought this was an urgent matter to report, so I came back. Judging from the traces left behind, there were about 3 people. I have sent people to chase them. Leto raised his guard. Because I listened to the young lady, I was very careful. I am so glad. Castle immediately gave the order. All right, take a guard with you for now. He was not happy at all. Humph, when I told you to take someone to protect you, you refused. Serves you right. Leto could only laugh awkwardly. Haha, I know you are worried about me. Then, I will take my leave now. Castle still kept a blank face. There was a piece of paper in the cabinet. He skimmed through the contents of the paper. At 8:56 p.m. on the 12th, A used a weapon to threaten and kidnap B, a woman in her 30s, and fled. At the same time, near Wofford, late at night, 3 strange villains attacked a brown-haired man with crude weapons, causing him injury. In the cut and paste drawing from Aika's newspaper, there were strangely detailed parts. Castle pointed out the details. For example, the thief is changed to a stranger. He analyzed. Black hair is changed to brown hair, woman to man. Castle could not help but feel strange, and one person changed to 3 people. He thought for a long time, if you look at Aika's edits, is not it very similar to the situation where strangers broke into Leto's house? But Castle could not say anything. He did not dare to think wildly. No way. Even if my niece is a genius, she would not be this good. Suddenly Castle had a premonition. Or, she can see the future. The next day, at the Valiant mansion, Aika greeted with a smile. Grandpa, he observed from afar. Here we go again. Eyelid was very happy to see her visit. Grandpa's princess. Castle strictly instructed Aika. You bit your tongue again. The teachers have all been called here to teach you. Remember to study hard. Do not just think about playing. She could not help but be stunned. What? He continued to ramble. Also, the previous Imperial language teacher could not come because they were busy, so I have replaced them with a new teacher. That is all you need to know. Aika had to obediently listen. Hick, I understand. He always spoiled Aika, Grandpa's princess. Do not be too sad. Instead, Grandpa will give you anything you want. Okay, what do you want to play? Is there a place you want to go? Let us go to the toy store, you and me. Her eyes lit up. The place I want to go is. Castle whispered in Aika's ear, the royal palace. She tried to defend herself. No, I did not say the royal palace. It is a royal carriage, a golden one. I want a golden royal carriage. Eyelid nodded in agreement. A golden royal carriage, right? The family carriage is a bit dark. I understand, Aika. Aika prayed in her heart. A small one, Grandpa. I will use it to carry dolls, a tiny doll. She screamed silently. I do not need a golden royal carriage. I was going to ask Grandpa to take me to the royal palace, but he is here, so I can't say it. He smiled brightly. Okay, Grandpa knows. Grandpa will make it for you. Then Eyelid continued. It seems your Imperial language teacher has arrived. That person slowly walked towards Aika. She looked at the teacher. Logis formally greeted her. Greetings, Princess Aika. He introduced himself. I am Velpoi Logis, in charge of teaching the Imperial language to the princess. In the morning light, a voice began to introduce. I am Velpoi Logis, who will teach the Imperial language in place of Mr. Bovel. Logis happily said, please feel free to call me Logis, princess. He asked her, do you know how to write the Imperial script? Aika raised her hand high. Yes, I know a little. Logis praised. You are already so good at such a young age. Please write the words you know for me. Aika immediately agreed. Yes. She began to put pen to paper. Mom is Syria, Grandpa is Ilab. Aika wrote the names of her loved ones. Uncle is Castle. She worked diligently, and suddenly she stopped, with a horrified expression. She was stuck because she did not know what to write next. How do you write the P in Rusp? Please write my name too. It is not the one I wrote wrong last time, is it? Logis saw her stop writing and spoke. It seems you are done writing. Let me check. He snatched the paper away, even though Aika cried out, Hey, I have not finished writing yet. Logis looked at the paper in his hand and evaluated. You only know how to write the names of your relatives because you are the daughter of the Prime Minister. I had high expectations. It seems the Prime Minister does not have the qualities to teach. Aika's eyes widened. She was nervous. Yes, then she wondered. Why did he mention my mother here? He gave her advice. You must try harder so as not to embarrass the Marquis and the Duke who have taken care of you. Serpens was dissatisfied on Aika's behalf. Kia, what the heck is this guy saying? I am going to beat him up right here, right now. After that, the lesson continued. Word of diligent teaching. Aika listened attentively. Someone entered from outside the door. Aika called out. Zenda. Zenda immediately asked, is the class interesting, young lady? She went in and made a suggestion to the teacher, Mr. Logis, I think the class should stop here today. It is the young lady's snack time. Logis accepted, with a regretful expression. Is that so? The young lady is someone worth teaching. What a pity. He glanced at Aika. Go on, young lady. We will meet again next time. Aika seemed uncomfortable with this teacher. Yes. Walking to the dining table, Serpens looked at her curiously. Aika, are not you going to say anything? Aika did not understand and asked, say what? Serpens was so angry that it was smoking about that teacher. Or Aika should go tell Grandpa. That guy even brought up Syria. I was so angry. Aika was still focused on eating. I feel sad, but it is true that I have shortcomings. She happily accepted what was suggested. The teacher is just telling the truth. I will try to get him to praise me. Hearing that, Serpens did not want to say more. Aika has already said that, so that is that. Even so, Aika has to be careful. I smell something suspicious. Night fell at the palace. In front of the picture of Syria when she was in school, someone softly called, Syria. Eyelet was remembering her. Compared to Castle, she was calm, but every time she caused trouble, it was a big deal and surprised people. Even you, someone who was steadfast despite all the rumors, suddenly disappeared. He recalled the first time he met Aika, then suddenly returned with a small, red baby in her arms. Syria, with a body full of wounds, raised her hand to greet him. Father, long time no see. Eilert was startled by the scene. Syria. He began to ask all the questions from the day she disappeared. Why did you disappear without a word? What have you been doing all this time? Who is that child? All this time for the past 2 years. Syria gave a faint smile. Haha, I am sorry, father, but I can't say. He gazed thoughtfully at the picture of his daughter. Eilert scolded affectionately. You bad-tempered girl. Why did you leave before this father? You unfilial child. He picked up a photo frame. Even so, I will definitely protect Aika. Looking at Aika's scribbled drawings, Eilert softly called, Aika. At this time, there was a noise outside, causing him to look back. Aika hid behind the door and softly called, Grandpa. Eilert gently knelt down. Aigu. Grandpa's little one, it is night. What brings you here? If you want to spend tomorrow having fun, you have to go to sleep, eat lots of delicious food, and buy beautiful clothes too. Aika put her hands behind her back, hesitating. There is a place I want to go with Grandpa. Eilert asked again. He indulged her. The place you want to go, tell me. Grandpa will take you anywhere. Aika stammered again. Then she used all her courage to make a suggestion. I want to go to the Royal Palace. When Eilert heard that place, he seemed concerned. The Royal Palace, child, the Royal Palace. He remembered Castle's instructions. If Peanut begs to go to the Royal Palace, you absolutely cannot allow it. Do not be soft-hearted. Eilert immediately became flustered. If you want to read books, besides the Royal Palace, there are other places you know. Our Valiant family also owns a library, but Aika did not accept it. No, I want to read books at the ancient library. Eilert panicked again. What? She repeated it again. It has to be the ancient library. Aika pouted, her eyes widened, looking pitiful. I want to read in the place Mom left for me. Eilert sighed. Child. He asked again. You want to go that much? Aika's eyes were as bright as stars at this moment. She was, answering with her eyes. Eilert also softened. Then, you will only play in the ancient library. Can you promise, Grandpa? Aika raised her hand and hooked fingers with him. Yes, I promise. This is a secret. Grandpa can't tell Uncle. Eilert immediately agreed. All right, all right. The next morning, Aika was happily sitting on the chair humming. Zenko was doing her hair while worrying. Young lady, are you really going there? If the head of the family knows, he will probably be furious. Aika was confident. It is okay. Grandpa promised to keep it a secret from Uncle. She quickly jumped off the chair. Oh my, hey ho. She turned around, smiling brightly, and said thank you. The hair and clothes are both very beautiful. Thank you, Zenda. I am going and I will be back. Zenda reminded her. Wait, you have to bring this. Aika remembered and paled. That. At the magnificent building. Around Aika's neck was a name tag, Castle de Leguier. She seemed dissatisfied with it. It is so dazzling. Do not joke around. Eilert on this side was talking to the guards. Bring me. The other person obeyed. Yes. Then he bent down and knelt. He handed the key to her. Aika, this is the key to the ancient library. The old. Count Halo has some business to attend to. So Grandpa is going to talk for a bit and come back. Aika ran over and kissed Eilert on the cheek. Okay. Thank you for bringing me here, Grandpa. See you later. Eilert was frozen by the cuteness of his granddaughter at this moment. Eilert wanted to rush to Aika's side. Uh-oh, I really can't leave. How can I leave my little pup and go? The guard stopped him. Your Excellency, you have to go. He resisted. Let me go. Heimed. Aika also happily said goodbye. Grandpa, bye-bye. Arriving at the library, Zendo instructed, Young lady, you can't secretly sneak away from me, do you understand? Aika replied, I am not going outside. Serpens was also enjoying this place. Aika ran off. She asked Zendo on her shoulder, Can you feel anything, sir? Serpens was excited. Repus is here. Aika praised, You are so good. You can feel even that. Serpens was full of swagger. Of course, relics are like my brothers. Suddenly Aika stopped. She looked around. Now all I have to do is go in here. But Zendo was staring at her, not taking her eyes off her. I am watching, young lady. Aika smiled faintly. She waved her hand. Ha ha ha. Aika discussed with her teammate. Zenda is watching me without taking her eyes off. How can I distract her? Serpens had a plan. I have a way. Just leave it to me. An invisible force caused the book to fall. After that, it was the entire bookshelf, startling Zenda. Oh, why did the books fall? Serpens reminded Aika, right now, Go in quickly. She was a little flustered. Ah, okay. She entered the space with a scream. Aya. Lepus had also detected movement. Aika fell sprawling on the ground. Aya. Why is it like falling from above this time? Serpens explained. Teleporting between spaces is always like that. It is always changing. Lepus happily ran over quickly. Aika. She also greeted it. Repus, long time no see. Aika quickly explained. But I sneaked in here. If I get caught, I am dead, so I have to go back right away. I will come again later. But it seemed Lepus had a way. No, do not go. I will help Aika. It began to take out a book and flip through a few pages. Lepus began to implement the plan, adjust the time to this level and connect this to the outside. Aika's image appeared. Lepus announced, okay. Aika was amazed by the series of actions and works. Whoa! She saw herself. It is me. Lepus began to explain. It connects the versions of Aika from different timelines and displays them as an afterimage. Lepus was very knowledgeable. It looks a little unnatural, but the person outside won't realize that Aika has disappeared. Aika praised it endlessly. I do not understand what you were saying, but you are so good. Lepus was also full of pride. The problem has been solved, then wondered, can Aika tell me about what happened during this time? Aika told Lepus the things that had happened. Lepus asked in surprise, you can see the future clearly, you have grown up a lot. Aika praised Serpens. Yeah, Sarah has been a great help. Hearing his name, Serpens competed with Lepus, ahem, unlike someone who is stuck here. Lepus denied, I do not know who you are talking about. Aika wanted to explode with them. Are you two arguing? You have to treat each other well. Aika immediately got back to the main point. More importantly, I have something I want to ask. You said I have to collect relics and fight hunters, right? How do I recognize someone as a hunter? And if I meet them, how do I fight? Lepus coughed a few times. Right, I will explain. It started hopping around looking for something. Aika, wait a moment. Lepus stepped forward and took a book. It hugged the book, which was bigger than itself, and introduced it. This is a book explaining hunters. It is written in an ancient language, but with Aika's abilities as an explorer, she can read it. Aika read the name on the book, Predator. A book about the inhumane plunderer, Predator. For hunters, their instinct is to chase the aura of relics right before awakening their abilities. What is noteworthy, assuming, if you find a relic first, do not miss the moment when a cold air fills your body, because that means a predator is nearby. Aika repeated the phrase, cold air. Lepus explained, Syria once said, when she saw a hunter or a trap, all her senses would focus on the same point. Lepus asked her, has Aika ever trembled or felt cold for no reason? Aika immediately turned pale. Could it be? She remembered. At that time Rusp asked her, Aika, what is wrong? But her feeling at that time was unclear. Nothing, I suddenly feel a little cold. Now Aika understood, so that is how it was. That time at the party too, she suddenly trembled. But, why is it so cold? I think I heard his voice somewhere. She immediately informed Lepus, I have had a similar feeling. Lepus immediately panicked. You have felt it already. It was a little surprised. It is too fast. Lepus reassured her, no, do not worry too much. If Aika was discovered as an explorer, something would have happened already. Although it is unreliable, Aika now has serpents, so her senses will become more sensitive. Serpens immediately retorted, unreliable, I will definitely protect Aika. Lepus looked at the clock, a little scolding, really, is it this time already? It informed Aika, Aika, you have to go back. If time passes too quickly, the afterimage will become strange. Aika replied, I know, I am going now. As she turned around, Lepus called her, before you go, I have one more thing. Aika turned her head. What is it? Lepus said something irrelevant. Serpents, what is wrong with your voice and the way you talk? Serpens yelped as if it had been caught. Eek. The two sides started arguing again. Shut up, I will swallow you alive right now if you are so good, try it. What is wrong with you just now? What is wrong with me? Lepus explained. Your voice is originally much deeper than this, and you do not usually talk in such an unpleasant way. Serpens was angry at being evaluated. Talk in an unpleasant way. It is not that bad. Aika was worried. Sare, is it really? Serpens blushed. It can't be hidden. Serpens shyly explained. The first time Aika met me, she was very scared. I thought if I spoke in a gentle way, Aika would be less scared. Hearing this, Aika was surprised. She exclaimed, Ser's voice is super deep. She was excited. So, Ser has that way of speaking because of me, and even changed his voice. Aika started to move her hands. She lifted Serpen's in her hands. Even if Ser is big now, I won't be afraid. Your current voice is very, very cool. Serpen's eyes sparkled at Aika's words. Ser, just do as you please. It shyly stammered, I know, already. Aika finally returned to the library. She was happy because of the spoils for today. I met Rusp and got more information. But it seems the relationship between those two is not good. Is it because they are snakes and rabbits? Aika had made a plan for now. I have to quickly go back before Uncle finds out. But things were not as dreamy as she thought. She was startled by the person in front of her. What? Castle was standing tall in front of her. She panicked and shouted, Uncle. Castle smiled, but his voice was sarcastic. Aya, so my adorable niece is here. Someone who should be at home. Why are you here? Aika was trembling. Her face turned pale. How did you know? Castle called Aika by her full name, Aika de Valiant. Did not I say what would happen if you did not listen? Aika tried to smile awkwardly. She pretended to be stupid. Ha, ha, ha. What was it, Uncle? I do not remember anything. Castle at this time was like a demon king. Let me make you remember. Aika was speechless, especially that. She was immediately grabbed by the collar by Castle. Ugh. Aika was taken away in front of her two comrades. Islet could not stop her. Grandpa sorry. Aika. Zenda also looked helplessly. Young lady, I am sorry. Aika's tears were overflowing like a stream. I do not like it. The carriage rolled on the night road. Aika sat in the car with a worried mood. I thought that as soon as I got into the carriage, Uncle would scold me. She was absent-minded. Why does not Uncle say anything? In her head was a multiple-choice question. Castle Legweir, 25. Uncle has been silent for 30 minutes. What would you do? Appease the uncle, fawn over him. The uncle has forgotten to scold. Pretend to forget. Then she was silently begging in her thoughts. Say something, please. After a while of ideological struggle, Aika hesitated. Uncle. She opened her sparkling eyes. Are you angry? Her choice was, appease the uncle, fawn over him. Castle immediately spoke loudly. You are still talking. He looked at Aika but could not bear to scold. She secretly heaved a sigh. Heh. Very effective. Uncle's anger has subsided. Castle could only sigh at this niece, Hayes. He stroked her head, his voice helpless. What should I do with you? Looking at Castle, she guessed, Uncle's expression has relaxed. It seems Uncle's anger has subsided. Aika snuggled into Castle's arms, surprising him. She smiled happily. Ehehehe. Castle did not understand. What are you laughing at? Aika replied confidently. Because I like Uncle. Then she asked, but why did Uncle come back so early? Castle's voice was casual. Rumors about Peanut not listening to his uncle and running around everywhere have spread throughout the neighborhood. Aika immediately reacted. You are lying. I only stayed quietly in the ancient library. Castle was not very convinced. Really? He inquired about her. When I was not there, were you good? Aika was confident. I was very good. Aika hunched her back, softly calling, but Uncle, even though it is very good with Grandpa. She smiled brightly. I still miss Uncle more. Hearing these words, even Castle blushed a little. Okay, stop talking. Aika giggled. He. She seized the opportunity. Uncle, you have forgiven me, right? Castle knew the small intentions. This little one, not yet. Aika flattered again. I do not like being scolded, but I like it when Uncle comes back so quickly. Castle could only feel helpless at the little mouth. Here we go again. In the morning, when Castle was still fast asleep, a pair of small feet were already moving. Aika threw herself straight onto Castle. Uncle, good morning. Castle was startled. Cock. He immediately grabbed Aika's skirt. Oh. Castle lifted Aika with one hand. Hey, short legs, I told you not to wake me up in the morning. Aika did not like the nickname. I am not short legs. After that she liked it. Being this high is a little interesting. Try shaking me, Uncle. Castle did not know what to say. Enjoying it too much, huh? She fawned again. But Uncle, I am hungry. Let us have breakfast. Castle had no choice but to comply. All right, I will get dressed and come out. You go to the dining room first, okay? At the dining room of the castle, the servants were bringing up the dishes. Seeing him, the servants immediately greeted. Oh my, the master has arrived. Castle asked for Aika's location, and Peanut. She immediately ran to him from behind. Uncle, you came so fast. Castle questioned a little. Peanut, you said you were going to have breakfast. Why are you only here now? She held up a piece of paper in her hand, her face radiant. I went to get this. Look, Uncle, there is a museum here. Ike remembered that Sarah said there was everything in the museum. Maybe there will be relics there. I can't miss this opportunity. She brought the paper closer to Castle. There are a lot of strange and interesting things there. Can you go with me? Uncle, Castle asked again. Is this interesting? Ike used her fawning trick again. I do not know. I have never been to a place like this before. Can I go with Rusp? Uncle. Castle denied her. I have not said you could go yet, Ike sobbed. Hick. But in the end he agreed. All right then. Castle gave a condition of exchange. Give me about 2 million gold and maybe I will want to go. Ike did not hesitate and immediately replied. 2 million gold, always. She leaned over and kissed Castle on the cheek. Castle warned her, if you cause trouble, I will immediately take you back, understand? Ike smiled happily. Hee hee, okay. Can I go with Rusp? Uncle, Castle agreed. Yeah, send a letter. Ike's meal became extremely delicious. I am done eating. I have to tell Sarah, a museum. I am so excited. The magnificent castle was welcoming the gentle sunlight. Without seeing the figure, Ike's voice was heard. Uncle, Castle complained. What are you doing only coming out now? She covered her mouth and urged. Let us go quickly. Uncle, Rusp is waiting for me. Castle had noticed something strange. He asked her, why are you covering your mouth like that? Ike looked as if she had been caught doing something wrong, shaking her head constantly. Ugh, no, it is not loose at all. Castle asked confusedly, what is loose? Ike retorted again, nothing, do not worry about it. Going back, 30 minutes ago, Zenda was checking her teeth. The tooth is looser than last time. It is about to fall out. She wanted to announce this. I have to tell the master. Ike did not want to. What? No way. If Uncle knows, he will make me go get it pulled out right away. And what if Uncle teases me about having short legs and a front tooth falling out? Zenda smiled brightly and explained, I am sorry, young lady, but that is proof that the young lady is growing very quickly. Would not it be better to say it? Ike begged Zenda, even so, can we talk to Uncle later, okay? She thought of the fantasy of being teased by Uncle. Short legs with no teeth, how pitiful, coo hick. She covered her mouth, lost in thought. Zenda said it would be okay, but there is no way my uncle would pass up the opportunity to tease me. Castle had been observing her all this time and found it confusing. What is wrong with this kid since just now? I absolutely can't let Uncle find out. Finally arriving at Rusp's place. Ike immediately pranced in. Wah, we are here. Castle reminded her, don't run too fast, Peanut. At this time, someone called her, Ike. Oh. It was Rusp's voice. She also called out his name, Rusp. Rusp greeted with a smile. Hello, Uncle. Ike grabbed Rusp's hand. Long time no see. That outfit suits you very well. Rusp blushed. Thank you. Rusp's eyes sparkled, but Ike is much cuter. She accepted the compliment. Hee hee, thank you. Can I also step forward to greet Castle? Greetings, Your Excellency. Thank you for taking the time for my young master. Castle also replied. Yeah, you have worked hard too. Ike gave Rusp a hat. All right. She asked him, ready, Rusp? He immediately replied, of course. Rusp pulled the hat on his head. Ike had also put on her new, pretty coat. She pointed to the front. Let us go. We will thoroughly investigate the museum. Rusp followed. Yes, Detective Ike. The two adults were still confused. What is that game? I do not even know. The two kids had arrived at the museum. Rusp called her name, Ike. Ike softly replied, He looked at her with endless gratitude. Today, thank you for calling me. Ike stared blankly. That coat really suits you. The two people chatted happily. Thank you. Rusp is also very cool today. Castle was helpless because of Ike's lively personality. She is my niece, but she is not tactful at all. He stood from afar and instructed, you two peanuts, do not play tricks. Once you get in there, be quiet. Do not cause trouble. She took Rusp's hand and replied together. Yes, Marquis. A little later, the museum slowly appeared before their eyes. The jewelry appeared one after another. Ike's eyes widened in surprise because of these novel items. Whoa, it is so dazzling to look at again and again. Rusp, look, I am seeing this pattern for the first time. Russ stepped forward and said excitedly, I heard that this is a ceramic head excavated in the East 100 years ago. And that thing over there. Suddenly, attracted by Aika's gaze, he turned his head. Aika, why are you looking at me like that? She asked curiously. There is nothing written here. How do you know so much? Russ replied shyly. Young master, this relic, I have explored before. He stuttered embarrassedly. I have been researching the museum that is located here. She smiled brightly and praised Rusp. Rusp, you know so many things. Before Aika could finish speaking, Castle had stepped forward to stop her. She blankly looked up at him. What are you doing? Aika saw that Castle still did not move, and said, Uncle, Rusp can't see. Step back. On the contrary, he still maintained a calm appearance. What? Step back. Before, you said there was only me. I am bored too. Let us play together. He closed his eyes and thought, this kid is not bad. Even so, he still can't be taller. My niece is doing a great job. Gerard and Camille paled as they tried to explain. I am sorry, my lord is still not mature. Hey, let us go over there. I am going to, lord. Young master is still young. Haha, so that person was like that back then. Aika's journey to discover the antiques began. Museum tour. Start. Needs a knowledgeable guide. She and Russ stopped in front of an exquisite ceramic vase. Step 1. Look at the relic. Whoa, what is this used for? I heard it is used at festivals. Amidst the laughter of the two children, Castle stood like an invisible person. Step 2. Experience the treasure. Why am I? He could only stand and watch and sigh. Step 3. Mouth of truth. Lying is awe. Aika, be careful. Awe. The two kids could not hide their excitement as they chattered about strange things. It is so fun. Thanks to Russ for explaining this and that. The tour is even more interesting. There are many strange things, right? Step 4. The tour ends and shares feelings. The guy next to her made a suggestion. Now let us go buy souvenirs. Suddenly, Aika stopped at a small corner. This feeling. She looked up at the item hanging on the wall, full of excitement. Whoa, this horseshoe decoration looks so sparkling. It is so beautiful. Behind Aika, there was a figure in the dark who had always been observing Aika. I have to buy it as a souvenir. She gradually felt something. Her breathing became heavy. A pair of hands suddenly reached out close to Aika. Suddenly cold. Could it be? She quickly turned around and thought, it is a hunter. Her face turned green. Subconsciously Aika cowered. The hunter is here. I have to get out of here, quickly, before the hunter finds out. Castle saw her standing there stiffly and asked, why are you suddenly standing there stiffly? Rusp also worriedly echoed, are you okay, Aika? Aika tried to smile to reassure everyone, it is nothing. She tried to convince herself, it is okay, I can change the future. He glanced as if he understood. Go quickly, did not you say you were going to buy souvenirs? In her subconscious, Aika softly called, Sir, just now, before she could finish speaking, Serpens replied decisively, it is a hunter, it is best if we avoid them first. Aika tried to find a way to leave. I will go to the bathroom for a bit, and come back, everyone go first. Castle coldly refused. What? Do not go alone and... With some trepidation, she quickly left. It is okay, Uncle, I will be back in a bit. Please get me the horseshoe decoration on the left side of the display case. Before Castle could finish speaking, Aika had hurried away. What? Hey, Peanut. At this time, he noticed a suspicious point. The sunlight filtered through the green leaves. Castle slowly picked up the horseshoe. Castle sighed and wondered, is that real? When did the kid see it? There are a bunch of styles here, but the kid went and chose the ugliest one. Her taste is really unique. Russ behind him held a similar horseshoe. He said softly, Marquis, I also want this horseshoe decoration. He glanced at him and asked, what, you want to buy it too? Castle looked dangerous and intimidated. This kid really does not know his place. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Oh my, hello. Is not that Marquis Leguier? Legia appeared in sight. Long time no see, Duke Deslin. Only then did he notice the presence of Rusp next to him. Oh, young master of Kelpodia is also here. He politely greeted, greetings, your excellency, Duke Deslin. He rubbed his chin and vaguely inquired, yeah, hello young master. But, I have not seen the niece that the Marquis adopted lately. Castle retorted uncomfortably, what does my niece have to do with you? Legia suddenly laughed loudly then turned and walked away. Ha ha, that is right, it has nothing to do with me. I was just curious and asked, I have something to do. So I will go first. Next time, you should bring your niece. Castle frowned tightly and said, we will see, if I have something to deal with next time. At this time, Castle's heart was full of discomfort. What did that old snake come to the museum for? It only makes people annoyed. The gentle afternoon sun shone down softly. Castle and Rusp were enjoying the taste of ice cream. Suddenly there was a call. Uncle, Rusp. He calmly replied, why are you so late? I thought you fell into the toilet. Ika's eyes lit up looking at the ice cream stick. It was a little difficult to get out, but where's mine? Rusp quickly replied, here, I bought one for Ika already. Ika could not hide her joy and said, whoa, thank you. Castle suddenly asked, Peanut, did you forget something? Ika suddenly remembered and replied, my souvenir. Rusp's small hand quickly reached out here. She held the object in her hand and looked at it, feeling a little unusual. It was still sparkling in the display case just now. Or is it because the future has changed? That is why it is like this. He next to her had been waiting. I have prepared the carriage. Suddenly Rusp called softly, Ika. Ika naturally replied, her eyes on him. Rusp said with a happy face, I had a lot of fun today. Next time, I will take you to a really fun place. He blinked his sparkling eyes and looked at Ika. Will you go play with me again? She smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will wait for you. Ika took the ice cream and continued, I promise. Scene change. The next day, Ika was talking with Serpens. It looked at her touching the item and guessed, it is probably too worn. Ika smiled and denied, no. It is very sturdy. Serpens looked up and said with some regret, it is a pity that we did not find any relics at the museum. I did not think we would find it easily, but she still smiled and replied. Even so, I am happy to have such a cool souvenir, right? And we avoided the hunter too. Ika did very well that day. Keep it up in the future, okay? Suddenly a voice rang out. Young lady, I am Velpoi Logis. May I come in? Ika said happily. The teacher has come. Logis placed a book on the table and said with a smile. Today I have prepared materials based on the previous test. The young lady only needs to copy the words on the paper into the notebook and practice. Again. She obediently replied, yes. Ika seriously took notes under his supervision. Logis suddenly put his hand on the book and said casually, now that I think about it, I heard that the Prime Minister has a close relationship with His Majesty the Emperor. She opened her eyes wide and proudly continued, yeah, the Emperor is very close to my mom. He asked insinuatingly, the young lady has met His Majesty the Emperor before, right? Ika naively replied, yes. Unconsciously, Ika felt uneasy when Logis mentioned this. What is it? Why did he suddenly ask that? The horseshoe in her heart seemed to sense uncertainty. Logis rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Has met His Majesty the Emperor before, huh? At this time Ika was also very confused in her heart. Why did he ask that? Serpens suddenly called out, Ika, say no. Ika implicitly understood. Sir, got it. She quickly replied, I have never met him. Logis still thought or asked further. You have never even received a letter. Serpens next to her reminded her further. Say no to that too. She complied and replied, never received. At this time, Ika stiffened and thought to herself, what does my mom's matter have to do with the lesson? Why does he keep asking? Logis muttered unintelligible sentences, more innocent than I thought. After that, he asked a little hastily, then, is it possible that the Prime Minister? Ika raised her voice and interrupted, teacher. She decisively said, what does my mom's matter have to do with the lesson? Logis turned pale, not expecting this attitude from her. Tch, I was too complacent because she looked stupid. I did not expect her to be more sensitive than I thought. He tried to gloss over the explanation. It does not have to do with the lesson, but chatting back and forth is also part of learning. The young lady also attends social gatherings. Right, Ika calmly replied. Social gatherings, I have never attended. Logis explained insinuatingly. There are also those who start late, so you do not have to feel embarrassed. She felt confused in her heart. Is this something to be embarrassed about? He was trying to lure Ika. Isn't it that the young lady is Logis, the talented me, here, social gatherings or anything else? If you feel worried, I hope you can tell me at any time. To prepare for the social gathering, next lesson I will have you recite poetry. Serpens next to her said uncomfortably, I think this teacher is talking too much nonsense, and he does not even bother teaching the imperial language. She at this time had also been tired and agreed, that is right. Feeling that the situation was out of control, Lo just quietly left. He sighed in relief. Taking care of kids is not easy at all. Lo just thought triumphantly. Even so, it seems the Marquis has not noticed my actions yet. He was still plotting a conspiracy. If I find evidence that she is the illegitimate child of the Emperor, that person will praise my merits. Until then, let us continue acting. A little later, there was a call. Aika. Serpens uncomfortably advised. Talk to the adults. I told you to pay attention. That teacher is really strange. Aika gently stroked her head to reassure it. I am okay. Do not be angry anymore. If Ser gets angry, your eyes will get even redder. Is that important? Serpens replied resentfully. But I have something wrong. Okay. Tomorrow I will talk to Zenda. Suddenly, the faint shadow of someone appeared. Purr. As if sensing it, Aika suddenly stopped. The corner of her eye twitched slightly. Huh. Aika sat up abruptly and asked, Ser, did you hear anything just now, Serpens? Not hearing anything, asked back. What is it? She excitedly recounted. The sound of a horse. Sorry, you did not hear the sound of a horse. Or did my uncle come? You are not mistaken, are you? It still suspected and did not believe it. Even if uncle comes, you would not be able to hear it from here. Aika still affirmed firmly, but I really heard it. I even thought uncle came, making me happy for nothing. Serpens put that aside and said, It is time to go to sleep. What are you still saying there? Hurry up and lie down. She replied a little sadly, Hick, I know. Saying that, she fell asleep in the quiet space. The figure of a white horse suddenly appeared. She vaguely imagined its figure. What is it? It is the sound of a horse again. Did uncle come? Aika vaguely opened her eyes. She sat up in a panic. Huh. The horseshoe on the table suddenly lit up. There was a sound coming from the blood of the horse. Aika woke Serpens, who was still asleep. Ser, wake up. It drowsily replied, Aika, what is the matter? Before Serpens finished speaking, it suddenly opened its eyes wide. This light. Serpens excitedly looked at the horseshoe. Isn't this a powerful aura? I thought it was just a souvenir, but it is actually a relic. It suspiciously asked, Can Aika awaken it? She innocently replied, I do not know, but we have to know the name. Aika lifted the horseshoe. Its light gradually disappeared. The light is gradually disappearing. She said disappointedly, if we went to the ancient library, we could find related names, but I do not know if uncle will allow it. Serpens happily agreed. All right, this is the first relic, so Aika must awaken it. Maybe no explorer has ever been able to find a relic so quickly. Aika had not finished speaking, but she suddenly turned her head. Castle suddenly appeared in front of Aika. Uncle, he suspiciously interrogated. What are you doing not sleeping? She innocently replied. This time it is really uncle. I just woke up. Did you just arrive? Castle directly went to the point. This time. Aika had no choice but to comply. I can't sleep. Castle picked Aika up and threatened. If you often sleep this late, before you grow up, you will become short legs. She grabbed his clothes and replied, No. Zenda said I am developing very well. I am even taller than Rusp. Castle frowned and teased. They are just peanuts. At most your seed is a little bigger. He suddenly bent down and observed suspiciously. Under the dim light, Castle suspiciously asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Aika hesitated and said, Uncle, I have something. He seemed to have foreseen it and interrupted. What else? You want to go to the royal palace? Aika was surprised by Castle's words. How did you know? He said helplessly. What else is there these days besides the sentence, I want to go to the royal palace? She tried to flatter him to be allowed to go. Why are you so handsome? Uncle, I really want to go. Can you take me, uncle? Castle also had to take her to a place, really, before going to bed. Let me take you to see something first, all right? Aika curiously asked. See what, uncle? He was ambiguous. You will know when you see it. She still tried to ask, where are we going? In the study. The faint secret chamber was faintly visible. The further down they went, the more the lights flickered, as if they were about to go out. Aika trembled as she sat on Castle's arm. Basement. Uncle. I heard Zenda say there is nothing interesting in the basement. He replied, There is now. He rhythmically took each step. Suddenly, Aika noticed a strange light on the opposite side. A pillar emitting a strange light appeared in sight. A large building appeared fleetingly. Aika lay in Castle's arms and curiously asked, What is this? Are you planning to build a secret base? He sighed and explained. What would I do building that? This is a spatial transfer tower. You can use it to go straight to the ancient library. Castle looked at her and said, Now I do not need you to go to the royal palace anymore, right? Aika asked in surprise. Why do not you stop me anymore? Castle said coldly, What else? Even if I say do not go, you will beg Grandpa and sneak off anyway. If I stop you, will you not go anymore? She guiltily turned her head to the other direction. That. The figure of Winchester flashed in her mind for a moment. Don't secretly go and get hurt. Use this, it is a gift from your uncle and the Emperor. Aika snuggled into Castle's arms and called, His Majesty the Emperor. He said helplessly, Why are you always leaving your uncle out? Do you know how busy I was to make it, and that ordinary thing does not have a chance? She suddenly spread out her small hands. Aika hugged Castle tightly and happily said, Whoa, Uncle is the best, I love you. He said with a reproachful voice, Humph, you only love me at times like this, right? She pouted and kissed Castle on the cheek and denied, No, I love Uncle every day. Aika snuggled into his arms. Now I will listen to everything you say. Castle rested his chin on her head and thought, It is better to be like this, because this way is safer for Aika. A few days ago, an ordinary day at the royal palace. Winchester sat solemnly on the throne and said, It seems someone is targeting Aika. Not far away, Castle sat on the sofa and replied in a low voice, That is right. He recalled Syria's bloody death. His heart suddenly twitched. First, the carriage incident, she went with Syria. Castle remembered the story of someone breaking in the other day. 2. Breaking into the Valiant mansion. At that time, his appearance was extremely crazy. Winchester's eyes gradually turned cold. Recently, the teacher teaching the imperial language to Aika died in an accident. He said seriously, I promise Syria, but, for Aika's safety, I want to quickly install the transfer magic tool. Whenever Aika is in danger, she can escape to the royal palace at any time. Suddenly, Winchester turned to Castle and asked, What do you think, Castle? Returning to the present, Aika's excited voice rang out non-stop. Whoa! Her eyes widened in surprise. Uncle! Uncle! Can I really go to the ancient library immediately? Castle silently followed her and replied, That is right. He added in a low voice, But it is late today, I will teach you how to use it tomorrow. Hearing that, Aika complied. Can't I now, Uncle? I understand. Out of ideas, Castle stepped forward and pointed to a place and said, Look carefully, Peanut. She nodded her little head. Okay, if I press here. A small switch immediately appeared. Immediately after, the formation was activated. Whoa! After that, Castle slowly led her. All right, now go stand in the center, okay? Suddenly, there was a voice from behind. There are not any problems in transferring, right? Aika blankly looked at the person in front of her. Your Majesty. Winchester slightly curved his eyes and said, Hello, Aika, have you been well lately? Listening to Winchester's words, Castle silently sighed. I heard that Castle loves you too much, so he has not allowed you to come to the royal palace all this time. Castle has explained it to me. After that, he stepped forward and stroked Aika's head. Now there is a magic tool connection to help Aika come and go easily. From now on, whenever you want to visit the library, you can come at any time. Yes, thank you. Winchester said gently, Books are great. If you feel hungry, eat with me. I also want us to have time to drink tea together. I have prepared the snacks you like. Aika's eyes lit up. She said sincerely, There is cupcake, too, of course. Do you want to go? A little later, many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Whoa! Aika hugged her face and happily said, Is this heaven? Winchester was satisfied with her reaction. He laughed happily. Haha, look at how happy you are. Does not Castle let you eat? Aika replied in a low voice, Uncle said I will get cavities, so he won't let me eat. Mentioning this, she excitedly said, Anyway, I am going to eat really well. Winchester complied. Just eat as you please. Aika quickly picked up a big cake. At this time, Aika had forgotten an important thing. That her teeth are no longer intact. It is looser than before. After finishing a cup of tea, Winchester slowly asked, Aika, what is wrong? Why are not you eating anymore? Aika tightly covered her mouth. Her complexion was also several points worse. Winchester seemed a little worried. At this time, Aika tearfully said unintelligible words. There is blood in my mouth. Hearing this, Winchester was frightened. His complexion immediately darkened. What? He rushed to check her. The royal physician, We must call the royal physician. One, iha on ong ao, nia, wait, your majesty, I am okay. Winchester anxiously asked again, are you really okay? Or is there something in the cookie? Ika shyly replied, that. She closed her eyes tightly and stammered, ong kanung oi, nia, tooth, my tooth has fallen out. Winchester suddenly did not react in time. He repeated, tooth. Saying that, Winchester hugged his face and forced a smile. That is right, you have reached the age of losing teeth already. Ika blankly looked at him. Is your majesty happy that my tooth fell out? Sorry for scaring you, Ika. Next, Winchester stepped forward and gave her a handkerchief and said, hold this to stop the bleeding. We must call Castle quickly, yes. Hearing that, Ika immediately panicked. Hongduok, your majesty unkon noi oyo. He suspiciously asked, why? Do not you like Castle? After all, it is a secret. Clenching the tooth in her hand, Ika said to herself in her heart, I have to clean up the evidence, so uncle does not know. Thinking it, Ika was about to rush off to dispose of the small tooth. Hey yo. Seeing this, Winchester intended to stop her. Already, Ika, if you are going to throw it away, let me throw it away for you, okay? This. The little girl explained in a panic. This is a secret with uncle. Winchester immediately negotiated. Okay, let us go to the treatment room first. Okay, yes. The afternoon sun gradually set. Castle said in a low voice, I am leaving now. Winchester glanced behind him and said, by carriage. Castle nodded and replied, it has been a long time since Peanut came to the royal palace. I will take her on a tour. Ika covered her mouth and said gently, please stay healthy, your majesty. Hearing this, Castle sighed helplessly. The kid is in such a hurry. Did not she make a fuss wanting to come to the royal palace? Haha. Suddenly, Winchester turned to look at him insinuatingly and said, Castle, I have something for you. Castle frowned and replied, what? Winchester gently lifted his hand towards Castle. I promised I would not say it, but if I keep it a secret like this, I feel too bad. Castle suspiciously asked back, is it something very special? Even so, Winchester still smiled leisurely and meaningfully. Definitely, you have to go home and open it. Castle replied incomprehensibly, it makes people feel uneasy. The carriage began to depart. Through the window, Ika eagerly admired the sunset. Whoa, the weather beautiful. Before long, the wheels had rolled back to the villa. From afar, there was Winchester's instructions. Hey, Peanut, remember to change your clothes, and do not forget to write a reply letter to White Peanut. Hearing this, Castle wondered in his heart, why does Peanut's pronunciation seem unclear as usual? Or am I hallucinating? Night gradually fell. Ika breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. I am so tired. She stretched her body on the large bed. I have changed my clothes, and I have finished writing the letter. Now it is time to go to sleep. Suddenly, Serpens appeared and reminded her, Ika, you have to experiment with that. Ika only now noticed it. Serpens helplessly prompted, those names you found at the library. The memories gradually rushed back, she said loudly. That is right. After that, Ika approached the cabinet and took out the horseshoe from before. She meticulously observed the paper. Taking a deep breath, Ika began to chant, Ogira, Kabalu. She tried to say the ancient words loudly, Ahiho, Ikushu. Observing for a while, Serpens suspiciously asked, or is it a pronunciation problem? Hey, hearing that, Ika was a little disappointed, so I will never be able to call it out. Undeterred, she continued to call loudly, no way, Equus. Serpens shook his head in boredom. As expected, no reaction. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. The horseshoe in Ika's hand gradually flew up, emitting strange golden lights. Both Ika and Serpens held their breath and watched this light. A tall horse body appeared, Equus. Ika's eyes opened wide to observe it, that is. Before long Ika and Equus faced each other, the third relic. Feeling Equus's gaze, Ika realized, Equus. Unexpectedly, it pouted and snorted loudly. Humph, what a disappointment. Equus twisted its aching legs and said irritably, that person who is supposed to be my master, my name is so elegant. Why is the calling so poor? Ika hurriedly explained. Someone, I also want to call it correctly, but I lost my tooth. In the end, Equus also said gently, anyway, thank you for awakening me. After that, it grabbed Ika, making her jump. I have to repay you, right? Ika screamed. Serpens next to her was also scared witless. Aika. Aquas stepped into the ready position. Aika sat on its back. Her face was pale at this time. Oh ah. Equus rushed quickly into the starry sky. In the sky. Aika sobbed and said loudly, "It is too high." After a few minutes, she trembled and placed her hand on the cushion. Equus shook its head in boredom. "I can go further than this." Aika trembled and did not dare to think. Next time, "Aika, are you okay?" At this time, Equus turned to ask, "Master, what is your name?" She wearily turned back and replied, "I am Aika, Aika de Valiant." It nodded and repeated, "Aika, what a cute name." Saying that, Equus said triumphantly, "All right, you have ridden me. So what do you think? Try to say how you feel." Aika tried to think seriously, feeling right." Saying that, she replied in a low voice, "The back is stiffer than I thought, because it is too high. I am a little scared, but." Aika recalled the surprise trip just now. Her heart was full of satisfaction. Under the moonlight, Equus's fur shone sparklingly. She nodded in agreement, and it really looks very cool when it runs. Hearing that, Equus was a little proud. "You know quite a bit. I am quite cool and handsome, right?" Aika blankly denied it. "I did not say handsome." Aika looked at it with curious eyes. "What is Equus's ability?" Equus shook his head in boredom. "Didn't Master just see it?" It said loudly and triumphantly, "In just a blink of an eye, I can get to any place, mountains, seas, anywhere." Aika looked at Serpens. She asked casually, "Ser can be invisible. Can't Equus do that?" Equus replied confidently, "Does Master think this is something I can't do? Invisibility is easy peasy." She pondered, "But is it okay for only me to be invisible with my ability? Hee, young lady." Saying that, Aika denied herself. "Not okay at all." Equus held her head high and replied, "So that is it." Finally, it nodded and added, "The greetings are also done. I will return to the inside of the horseshoe as always. If you need me, just call me. You can also call me even if you do not need me." Accordingly, Equus turned into a stream of light and returned to the horseshoe. "Ah, it is gone." Serpens sighed helplessly. "That name is unusual." It turned to praise Aika. "No matter what. You have found the third relic, Aika. You are really very good." She smiled and replied, "Hee, I think I am a little cool." "You did a good job. It is late now. Let us go to sleep quickly. Good night, sir." At the study of the mansion, Castle pensively read the letter in his hand. "To Castle, my dear friend." Gerard stood on the side and pursed his lips, hiding his smile. "Carriage, you did not open the bag to see, right? For Aika, I hope you won't do something regrettable like that." On the table was a small bag that had been opened. Inside was Aika's small tooth. To try inside the bag is Aika's milk tooth. The kid wants to keep the secret about the lost tooth from you. Do not let the kid's new teeth get infected. While reading Winchester's letters, Castle imagined his appearance. "From now on, continue to take good care of Aika. I only trust you, your friend, Winchester." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became unusually silent. Gerard hesitated to say, "Lord." In the end, the young lady's milk tooth. Before long, Castle's mood had gradually worsened. Peanut, that kid, is hiding such an important thing again. He clenched the letter in his hand. His whole body seemed to be on fire. I will cast a magic preservation spell on the milk tooth. From now on, tell the chef to prepare soft food for the kid." Hearing that, Gerard quickly left. "Yes, I understand." He walked and hummed a small tune. Unexpectedly, Gerard caught sight of a familiar figure. Unable to restrain himself, his lips slightly twitched. "So it is here." Immediately after, he rushed to hug Zenda from behind. "Sister." She was frightened and turned back to pinch Gerard's cheek. Why are you calling like that in a place with so many people?" Gerard immediately struggled. "There is no one here. I even cleaned up the trash outside. You should praise me." Hearing that, Zenda was also suddenly surprised. "You mean those guys who attacked the Valiant Mansion?" Gerard rubbed his swollen cheek and said, although I did not catch any of them. It is enough for them to take as an example. If they dare to target Leguier, what will the consequences be?" Suddenly, he remembered an important thing. His eyes lit up. "More importantly, I have extremely good news." Zenda replied unenthusiastically, "What news?" From inside the sachet, Gerard took out Aika's small tooth. "Tada. The young lady's milk tooth has fallen out." Zenda could not help but get closer to observe carefully. "Oh my, when did it happen?" "When I checked it last time, I saw it was about to fall out." "Whoa, look at the tiny tooth. It seems it fell out while eating dessert at the royal court." She was startled and realized, so the master also knows about this. The young lady looked very worried. Gerard nodded and confirmed, he is holding back a lot. But he is probably planning to pretend not to know. While saying that, he remembered Castle's dark face just now. The master is very gentle with the young lady, who would have thought he is the mad dog in the rumors. Coincidentally, Zenda laughed unconsciously when she heard that. He really is a mad dog. Just now he was only angry and made me shiver all over. She happily added, Foo, but I did not expect there to be such good news. I have to prepare that. Do you want to go with me? What is that? Night was gradually falling. In the dark room, the sound of pounding on the table was heard. Those damn Valiant. Accordingly, a string of curses was heard. That brat Lagier, he does not participate in the noble council. He only knows how to swagger around there, and now. He does not know his place and still wants to establish an academy. Jimil thought angrily about the scene of the academy being built. He said to his subordinates through gritted teeth, the academy built by Valiant. I have to stop it at all costs. This time we must pay attention so as not to get our tails stepped on. Yes, master. A little later, Jimil's room fell silent. He helplessly leaned back. It is good that mad dog has a weakness, but the attack on the mansion failed and... Jimil tried to think about Aika but sighed helplessly. The guard is so strict, it is hard to take advantage of. At this time, a subordinate carrying a large package entered. Master, there is an item sent to you. He immediately sat up. Who sent it? The subordinate glanced at the seal and replied, looking at the seal, it seems to be a thank you gift from the Cheshire Trade Union for the last transaction. Jimil received the package. He could not help but look forward to it. I have a deep relationship with the trade union. Let us see what they sent. As soon as he opened it, Jimil turned pale. He screamed, what the hell is this? The box was thrown hard to the ground by Jimil. The items inside popped out accordingly. That was the head of the white snake. Jimil coldly ordered. The look of panic on his face still had not subsided. Check who sent this box to me. Suddenly, a subordinate stopped him. Wait, master. There is a piece of paper inside the box. A small piece of paper hidden behind the snake skin. Over that night, I received. Castle's voice rang out like a whisper through Jimil's ears. I sent the head as a return gift. Tell your master to remember to take care of his neck. Jimil tightened the letter in his hand. He said each word. Leguier, you bastard. On this side, Castle was also quietly looking out. He approached the glass window with a thoughtful look. Suddenly, Castle curved the corner of his mouth meaningfully. Feeling the moonlight outside, he wondered, has he received my gift yet? The next day, just as dawn broke, Aika lay still on the large bed. She hugged her pillow and opened her eyes in surprise. Oh. Underneath, the small gifts that Zenda had thoughtfully put in were seen by Aika. Hello. I am the Tooth Fairy. I will exchange your front tooth for a gift. Congratulations on growing up. Aika, I will receive your front tooth, Tooth Fairy. Zenda came closer and pretended to be surprised and said, oh, it seems the Tooth Fairy visited you while you were sleeping. Aika happily said, the fairy even left a gift. But how ID the fairy now my front tooth had fallen out? Only Winchester and Zenda knew. Zenda on the contrary smiled meaningfully and replied, Foo, there is nothing the fairy does not know. Because the fairy visited, the new tooth will soon grow back. Hearing that, Aika shuddered and looked up at Zenda. What if the Tooth Fairy told Uncle? She gently advised, the fairy came at night, so the master does not know yet. But, with that pronunciation of yours, won't it be discovered soon? Why do not you tell the master? Even so, Aika firmly denied, no way, before I tell Uncle myself, Zenda must absolutely keep that secret. Saying that, she ran off. I will go like that. Zenda looked up at her back helplessly. Ugh, young lady. She thought to herself in her heart, the efforts that Gerard put in yesterday have all gone down the drain. I hope the young lady will like it. Zenda hugged her face and looked forward to Aika. If only the young lady was not so embarrassed about the lost tooth. A little later, Aika had finished changing her clothes and went to the main hall. With one look she recognized him immediately. It is Uncle. Just as she uttered 2 words, Aika quickly covered her mouth. Uncle. No. It will be discovered in front of Uncle. Castle followed each of her reactions. He still did not say a word. Let us not talk then. Suddenly, Castle called Aika back. Hey, Peanut. She responded awkwardly, trying to gloss over the matter. Yes. Castle asked meaningfully. Isn't it tiring to do that all the time? Not tiring. Aika shook her head and refused. I am exercising. Hearing that, Castle curled his lips and meaningfully said, Oh, is that so? He leaned close to Aika's ear and whispered, That is right. There is a letter from White Peanut for you. She immediately forgot about the previous matter and hurriedly asked, From Rusp. At that moment, Aika suddenly realized, Ugh. Castle's face darkened and said, There is a hole in Peanut's upper jaw. You thought Uncle did not know. Show Uncle a closer look. Let me see. Aika grimaced and thought to herself, His Majesty and the Tooth Fairy had hidden it. How did Uncle know? Is he a ghost? Castle, on the contrary, looked down at her with excitement. The tooth has fallen out completely. Huh. Aika awkwardly did not know how to reply. That. Seeing this, Castle seemed to understand implicitly, and did not ask further. Suddenly, he put his hand on Aika's head and stroked it. Did it hurt when your tooth fell out? She opened her eyes wide and looked up. You are not teasing me, are you? Saying that, Aika spoke loudly. It did not hurt at all. Castle crossed his arms and praised. Really? That is good then. What should we do now that Peanut's milk tooth has fallen out? This is a big deal. The conversation between the two became even more lively. As expected, Uncle's teasing me, I knew it. TCH, Zenda said the Tooth Fairy has visited, so a new tooth will grow soon. Kuha, but it is just a tiny tooth. Can you eat rice like that? You can eat. As if to prove it, Aika tried to eat a lot of food. Look, Uncle, I can eat normally. Castle helplessly advised, Slow down, you will get full. In a flash, the corner of his eye flickered. Castle recalled the piece of paper from the previous day, his heart constantly pondering. In the cut and paste drawing from Aika's newspaper, there were strangely specific details. The kid changed women to men, and one person to 3 people. Castle's gaze remained unchanged, not understanding what he was hiding and just enduring it himself. Returning to Aika's room, Zenda happily entered. Young lady, I am Zenda. I have brought what you like. Hearing that, Aika was a little curious. What I like? What is it? Zenda smiled meaningfully. Foo, please wait a moment. Saying that, she took out a small envelope and replied, Tada, it is a letter sent by young Master Rusp. Whoa, it is really what I like. Receiving the letter, Aika immediately smelled a familiar fragrance. The scent on the letter is so fragrant. Yes, it seems young Master used perfume. Zenda at this time turned to her and said, I have also finished what the young lady entrusted me with before, really. She took out a small horseshoe necklace. Yes, that is right. I have turned the horseshoe decoration into a necklace. Aika happily let her put the necklace on her neck. Wearing it like this, you won't be afraid of losing it. She smiled and replied, Thank you, Zenda. Immediately after, Aika opened Rusp's letter. After reading a paragraph, she suddenly blurted out, Aika disappointedly called, Zenda. She observed for a while and then carefully asked, Young lady, what is wrong? Aika sadly lamented, Rusp has to return to the territory with his father. So it seems he can't write letters for a while. She looked up at Zenda and asked softly, Is it far from here to the Marquis Kelpodia territory? It is quite far, young lady, because it is located between the Wapodia and Tori territories. Hearing that, Zenda had to tell Aika, that place is as vast as Castir, the Marquis Leguir territory. I even heard that it still snows for a whole week even in the summer. So it is very cold. Castir is located in the extreme south, so it is warm even in the winter, right, and Tori is located in the extreme north. The sun had risen higher, emitting warm golden rays. So that is how it is. Aika saw the small flower in the letter and said excitedly, there are also flowers inside the letter. Oh my, it is so beautiful. The purple ones are lilita flowers and the yellow ones are primrose. She fondly read each stroke. They are the flowers that bloom in the garden of the mansion, and it takes a lot of time to dry. Aika thought and imagined Rusp's figure. Perhaps Rusp dried them himself to give to me. Zenda took the letter. This is a gift containing the young master's heart. I will preserve the flowers so they do not get damaged. Aika asked curiously, I also want to give him something. Do we have enough time now? Zenda thought for a while and then hesitated to say, I am afraid there is not enough time to dry the flowers. Why do not we make pressed flowers next time? Let us prepare another gift now. What do you think? Aika suddenly lost a little joy. Another gift. Zenda immediately had a great idea. For example, since Kelpodia is a cold place, the young lady can buy a fur hat or a scarf. Aika opened her eyes wide and looked at her. That is a great idea. Russ said he is leaving next week. We can probably prepare it before he leaves. While thinking, she imagined Rusp wearing the clothes she gave him. Should I choose a white or purple hat? But either color suits him. Aika looked forward to the future of the two people. When Rusp comes back, the two of us will make flowers together. On the table was the unfinished letter she had not finished writing. I am already excited. Suddenly, Serpens appeared and reminded, writing letters is fine too. But Aika, you probably have not forgotten that we decided to practice controlling your powers today. Right. At this time, Aika seemed to wake up and replied, of course. Serpens said, full of momentum. Knowing the colors that signify danger is important, but only when you practice receiving aura into your body will Aika see the real danger. Not those fragments of the future anymore, understand. How long will Aika save the maids? Hearing that, Aika hesitated for a moment and then replied, but, seeing those people being harmed, should I ignore it? Serpens decisively agreed. Yes, ignore it. That is why I am saying it for Aika's sake. It warned in a deep voice, Aika has not fully utilized my power yet. If you keep focusing on small dangers, Aika will miss bigger dangers. Saying that, Serpens tried to convince Aika, you were born with the power of an explorer. Aika's life may be in danger if you do not observe selectively. She sighed helplessly, I understand, sir. Serpens began to guide Aika. Alright, controlling power is still too much, so for the time being, I will select the future that I see and show it to Aika. She looked up at it in surprise. You can even do that. That is amazing. Unexpectedly, Aika's voice became resolute. Even so, you have to show me the future where he is in danger like last time, because the initial reason I came here was to save my uncle. Serpens silently followed each of her words. I will protect the people I love, and also the people my mother once loved. In the end, it also gave in. I understand. Aika smiled brightly and replied, definitely you promise. She held out her little finger in front of Serpens and said playfully, come on, let us pinky swear right here. Suddenly, Serpens became flustered. It held out its small snake tail and tightly grasped her hand, just like that. Immediately after, in a dream, Aika was urgently running. I thought Ser would keep his promise. Suddenly, she froze on the spot. In front of Aika, Castle was in a deep coma without a sound. Uncle. Returning to the present, her voice rang out again. Let us pinky swear right here. Aika followed Serpens' gesture. She realized, Ser is a liar again. Suddenly, the space of the room became silent. Ser, what are you saying? Aika's whole body stiffened. She asked softly, he is going to get hurt, so do not be too surprised. Serpens frowned tightly without replying. It tried to comfort her. I am sorry, Aika, but he did not die. He just got a little hurt. Before Serpens could finish, Aika shouted loudly, Ser. The corners of her eyes suddenly stung. She said tearfully, you liar, other people are fine, but you have to show me about uncle. I always tell you I will protect my uncle. Serpens explained softly, doing that is also for Aika. Even so, Aika's anger still had not subsided. Enough, Ser, do not talk to me. She said loudly, for the time being, I do not want to talk to you. Serpens exclaimed with loss, Aika, because you did not reveal it to me, Aika. In the quiet night, Aika rushed out. She ran and worried in her heart, Uncle, Uncle. At this time, tears had filled her eyes. What if Uncle is seriously injured? Uncle. Suddenly, Gerard appeared outside the study. Aika was startled and fell back. Ouch, Gerard asked worriedly, young lady. He quickly reached out to ask, are you okay? Even so, Aika ignored Gerard's question. Gerard, what about Uncle? Didn't he come back? He replied suspiciously, yes. Gerard gently comforted her. Haha. The Lord has not come back yet. More importantly, young lady, it is time to go to sleep. I will take you back to your room, okay? Aika on the contrary ignored his words. Did not Gerard go out with Uncle? Why did you come back alone? Observing the other person's reaction, Aika gradually realized, whenever he lies, Gerard usually has a very strange expression, because I needed to go to the bathroom urgently. So, clearly he is hiding the fact that Uncle has come home. Aika ran inside. She resolutely said, enough, I will go to Uncle's place. Gerard did not have time to react. He called worriedly, young lady, wait. In the large mansion, Aika took small steps closer to the study. She recalled her previous conversation with Castle. If you come back, you will immediately come to the office. You are busy. Play with me, Uncle. You will definitely be there. Immediately after, Aika silently looked inside. Inside the room, Castle was alone bandaging a large wound. As expected, it is Uncle. On this side, Castle was still calmly changing the bandage for the wound. Gerard, you are back. Is Peanut asleep yet? If the kid wakes up, do not let the kid come down to the second floor. Bring another roll of silver bandage. Aika called out in despair. Uncle, hearing that, Castle was startled and looked over. Huh. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Aika looked at him with distress. Peanut. Castle said sternly, what are you doing here instead of going to sleep? I am fine. Go up to your room quickly. Her eyes did not leave his bloody arm. Her mouth mumbled, blood. Aika awkwardly asked, blood. You are bleeding. Does it hurt? I am fine. Even so, Castle was still stiffly teasing. Looking at you, people would think I am lying in a coffin. Do not say that. Zudenle, he hungered Aika. Vihe. Castle slowly hugged her and comforted. All right. Do not cry anymore. Do you want your eyes to swell up like a carp? Aika said with tears in her eyes. Hick, you are always teasing me. Your arm is injured. Do not hug so hard. Put me down. Castle still replied calmly. This does not hurt. I won't die. Do not worry. Hearing that, she was relieved and buried her head in his arms. Uncle. Suddenly, there were footsteps coming. A mysterious voice rang out. Castle, is that child the niece you mentioned? Aika looked up at the person. She blankly asked, who is it? Baron greeted her kindly. Hello, you are Aika, right? Immediately after, he stepped forward and stroked Aika's head. You are as lovely as I heard. How can you be related to that name Castle? Ha ha ha. How old are Aika? Looking at your missing tooth, you must be about 7 years old, right? Before long, her long hair had become messed up. Yes, I am 7 years old. Castle helped her escape. Baron is satisfied and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. That must be it. He smiled and introduced. I have not introduced myself yet. I am Baron. Baron de Rimaud, your uncle's friend. Aika stared blankly. Sir Baron, uncle's friend. They are Rimaud. He is from the Rimaud Count family. As if remembering some vague memory, she wondered. Sounds familiar. Baron happily replied. Sir Baron, I am the same age as your uncle. Just call me uncle comfortably. Aika hesitated. Oh, so. Immediately after, she quickly called, Uncle Baron. Baron hugged his heart. He said in a pretend voice. Ahoo. So that is how it feels, that bad name. He is enjoying it alone again. Aika glanced at the other person for a while, secretly remembering her mother's instructions. Mom once said the Rimaud family are good people. Kia, call me one more time. Kid. But that uncle was a little strange. At this time she noticed Baron's bandaged wound and asked, is Uncle Baron also injured? He suddenly seemed choked and could not speak. Baron smiled and explained, I got injured while playing with Castle. Your uncle was also injured because of me, because I won in the sparring match. Hearing that, Aika quickly denied, my uncle is the strongest. There is no way he could lose. The two quickly became acquainted. Ugh, why are you so cute? Aika, do you want to be my niece? I will spoil you more than that guy. I like my uncle. Suddenly, Baron pretended to be regretful and said, even if I am busy, I should have come to the banquet instead of Hela. To only meet now, there is no time to get to know you. What a pity. Aika blankly looked at him. Who is Hela? Baron explained in a low voice, your uncle's sister, Hela de Rimaud. He suddenly remembered. Didn't you meet at the Valiant banquet before? I heard you greeted her. That person who always brags. At this time the memories gradually rushed back in Aika's mind. It is that beautiful sister. Baron still kept the smile on his face. Haha. A beautiful sister, Hela must love to hear that. Ugly things, when we were young. Suddenly, Castle interrupted the conversation between the two. Hey, you are done talking, go home. What? You are telling me to leave at this hour. Can't you see my hand? The voices of conversation rang out non-stop. Because of who was I attacked? You are treating the injured too much, right, niece? There are many rooms in the house. Stay overnight, Uncle Baron. Castle glanced at Aika and asked, who gave you permission to sell my house randomly? The little girl looked up at him in surprise. I did not sell it. I am just letting him borrow it. The two immediately started arguing in front of Baron's gaze. Also, your house is also my house. Where did that come from? You are not listening to your uncle. And you are still letting people stay here. Alright, Uncle Baron is also injured. Between me and that guy, who is the strongest, that. Hearing that, Aika loudly affirmed, Uncle is the strongest. Castle's cheeks were a little red. He suddenly did not know what to say. Cuck. What a skillful reply. Saying that, Castle turned to Baron and reluctantly agreed. You can stay for one day. Baron looked up at the two people, his heart full of envy. This lucky devil, I also want to have a niece. The next morning, Castle, Baron, and Aika were preparing to have a meal. She obediently ate breakfast, ignoring the conversation between the other two. Baron noticed with insight and asked, your niece, does it not suit her taste? Aika shook her head and denied, it is not that, it is very delicious, uncle. She remembered Serpent's wronged figure the other day. After that, Sarah has not appeared again, but this time, I am really very angry with it. Suddenly, Castle called out, don't daydream. Chew carefully, Peanut. We're going out today. Hearing that, Aika looked up at him and asked softly, going out? Where are we going, uncle? Castle replied without changing his expression. Didn't you always say you had a place you wanted to go? Taking this opportunity, we will go see it once. At Syria's mansion, to the house you used to live in with your mom. The sky was clear without a cloud. The mansion's carriage slowly moved. Aika sat in the carriage. She could not contain her happiness in her heart. We are finally going home. I am so happy, uncle. Will everything still be the same? Sitting on the opposite side, Castle rested his chin and lazily replied, before you left, everything was still the same. The house has people taking care of it regularly. So there is not a grain of dust. He saw the luggage on Aika's side and asked sharply, but, what are you doing carrying such a big bag? Are you planning to collect all the toys in the house? She laughed it off, trying to gloss over the matter. That is right, uncle. I am planning to bring a bunch of toys back. I am planning to bring back important things or things that look like relics. At times like this, my uncle is really sharp. The flower garden of the mansion appeared. The flowers competed to show their colors. The fountain with the clear water was still the same as it was in the beginning. Aika stood from afar and could not help but exclaim, whoa. She happily said, it is my home. After that, Aika slowly took each step on the familiar road. Everything was still very familiar to her. Aika slowly closed her eyes to enjoy the peace here. That is right, this is my home. I have returned to the place where I used to live with my mom. Suddenly someone appeared. Accordingly, the words that were said could not hide the happiness in her heart. Young lady, you have really returned. Roa came out with the polite posture of a butler. Roa, the manager of the mansion. Immediately after, Aika ran and threw herself into the other person's arms. Roa, long time no see. Me too, young lady. Have you been living well lately? The two happily greeted. What about Roa? I thought I would not see Roa again. She smiled and denied. How could that be? I will wait to welcome you back, my young lady. You have grown up so fast. Roa held Aika in her arms while she happily boasted. I have gotten taller and even lost a tooth too. Look, Roa. She agreed with a smile while there was a footstep approaching them. That is true. In the time we have not met, you have grown this much. I am very proud, Miss Aika. A familiar voice rang out, attracting the attention of Aika and Roa. Peanut, you are too excited. She excitedly called when she recognized it was Castle. Uncle. He smiled gently, full of tenderness, exuding handsomeness under the sunlight. Roa politely greeted, have you been well lately, Marquis? This is the first time I am greeting you directly. Aika curiously looked up at her. Huh? She innocently asked, Roa, do you know him? Yes, I am the manager of the mansion, she revealed. We occasionally contact each other by letter. He will regularly talk about the young lady's situation. Hearing that, Aika was extremely panicked. Uncle is revealing information about me. He probably did not say I caused trouble, right? If Roa gets angry, it is scary. Castle asked sternly, have you finished handling everything? Roa reported the situation. Yes, I have put everything in the box as you said. Aika was curious. Box. He turned away indifferently. Little one, you do not need to know. She angrily asked. Why? This is my house. Castle turned black and gave a smile that hid his anger. You sold my house to Baron yesterday. Immediately Aika fearfully avoided his gaze. That, it is because Uncle Baron was injured. So I only lent him the room. He used one hand to snatch her away from Roa. It is better if you did not say it. In general, do not want to know everything. You only need to do the things you want to do. That is enough. Because of that sudden action, she cried out, whoa. Aika puffed out her cheeks angrily. Tsh, you are so stingy. Just keep saying it. Put me down. I want to go myself. She struggled out of Castle's hand and ran away. A white door slightly opened. Aika pushed the door open and stepped inside the room. She noticed the lamps that were shining. Even the lamps in the living room were still the same. Suddenly Aika saw something. In her eyes reflected a picture. That is right. It is this place. Aika was standing opposite her mother's large picture. Mom, my beautiful mom. She remembered being held in her arms when she was small. Aika, what do you think? Is mom cool? She softly replied, Aika looked at Syria with those innocent big eyes and firmly believed, Mom is much more beautiful and cool than that. She was somewhat touched and praised her and instructed her. My Aika really loves Mom. When Mom is not here, just look up at this picture and wait. If you do that, Mom will return to you right away. Thinking of that, Aika's eyes filled with tears. Mom. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her. Aika misses Mom a lot. She recognized it was Serpens. She waved her hand and reminded, What is it, Sir? We are still angry at each other. Do not talk to me. Unexpectedly, it apologized, making Aika stop. I am sorry, Aika. Serpens tearfully regretted. Before, I was narrow-minded. I am really sorry. Suddenly Aika smiled faintly, starting to be happy again. She gently admitted her mistake and apologized to Serpens. Me too. I am also sorry for speaking rashly. I thought you would run into trouble. Finally, the two decided to make up. Let us make up, okay? Time slowly passed. Aika went to Syria's room and exclaimed, Whoa, it is the first time I have seen Mom's room so clean. She pointed to the desk in her mother's room. Over there, it is over there. It used to be full of documents. Serpens replied, Really? Aika stepped forward and rested her chin looking at the desk and recalled, Hee, I used to sit here and stamp for Mom. Serpens was surprised. You could even do that. She revealed, You just need to stamp it neatly, that is all. She remembered when Syria praised her when she stamped it right. You did it right. Good job. Aika opened the drawer but they were all empty. But there is nothing in the drawer. Serpens thought that maybe Syria hid the important things away. She frowned and thought seriously, if it was Mom, where would Mom hide important things? It reminded her softly next to her. Think carefully. Aika was muttering and thinking, important things, then suddenly she remembered. She said excitedly, Sir, I know where it is. Serpens was no less excited. Really, she confirmed. It is not in Mom's room. Let us go to my room. In the past, Syria had suggested playing a game. Let us play hide and seek. Okay, can you do well? Based on that, Aika ran quickly to her room. If Mom left something for me, it must be in that place. She opened the door and stepped inside and searched. The position is exactly the same as Grandpa's house. Aika found the box and opened it. Inside was a small notebook and several rolls of paper. Aika was moved. Tears streamed down as she held the two things. My favorite yellow ribbon. These are definitely the things Mom left behind. She startled herself and scolded herself. No way. Do not cry. I promised Mom I would not cry. After stabilizing somewhat, Aika smiled brightly. Sir, this is probably it. Let us go back now. Serpens immediately agreed. Okay. Her eyes gradually became firm. Mom will definitely leave things that will help me. I have to go home and find out carefully. Evening came very quickly. At the Calpodia mansion, Ricardo sat seriously at the desk looking at Rusp standing in front of him. Rusp, I allow you to meet this person or that person, however. He coldly ordered, from now on, keep your distance from the valiant young lady. Rusp was surprised and speechless. Ricardo asked again, Do you understand? The silent night enveloped the entire quiet space. Rusp's eyes widened in shock. Keep my distance from the young lady. Ricardo's voice rang out sternly. I told you about this before. The situation has changed. He calmly added, It seems there is a leak of information on the noble side. I heard you are close with a young lady with an unclear origin, and you are even planning to get engaged. Rusp paused in surprise. What? He stammered and asked again. Engaged? Such a relationship? Ricardo stood up, reminding him, It would be different if that young lady was officially announced, but getting involved in controversy is not good. It is best if you act cautiously. He slowly took steps towards him. Ricardo put his hand on his shoulder. Rusp. He faced Rusp and reminded, Don't forget, you are the sole heir to the royal family. You must always appear perfect and not let anyone grasp your shortcomings. Ricardo's voice was slow. I believe you understand everything I said. All right, get in the carriage. We are preparing to go to the territory. Having said that, he stood in front of the window and looked out. Ricardo's gaze looked far away. He remembered. The clear voice of a woman rang out. To be honest, I am very worried about Rusp. After starting the education about the heir, I no longer see the smiling face of my son. She hugged her face and turned back. The kid is still at the age to play. Is it too much for him? Rosisha Kelpodia, Rusp's mother. Ricardo lifted a cup of tea. Right now, this is the best way. He slowly explained, to restrain the nobles and support the royal family, we need to consolidate Rusp's position. This will protect Rusp. Rosisha replied softly, if you have decided like that. She went behind Ricardo. Even so, it seems like lately, my son is much happier playing with the valiant young lady, he replied. Really, Rosisha continued. The two seem to be exchanging letters too. She added, perhaps because they have been hiding it for as long as 7 years. The valiant side is also very careful. He looked down, the young lady Ricardo remembered Rusp's words. Because Rusp wanted to, I allowed it. But that child has too many suspicious points. Valiant is both the strongest weapon and the shield of the royal family. He said in a low voice. Let us continue to watch then. Ricardo thought to himself. At least until Rusp grows up and is able to protect himself, I have to prepare everything. Returning to reality, he looked into the distance. Ricardo's voice softly rang out, letters, should be okay. On a beautiful day, Rusp stepped down from a large carriage. He picked up the letter and read, hello, Rusp. The flowers you gave are really beautiful. The purple ones are like stars, and the yellow ones are round and beautiful like the moon. Rusp pulled down his hood. Zenda said the Kelpodia territory is very cold. You must not let yourself catch a cold. I also wanted to give something, so I sent a purple fur coat. It looks very good on you. He thought to himself and then stepped forward. If I knew I would receive a gift like this, I should have tried to meet him before returning to the territory. Rusp looked up at the void, Aika. Thoughts rose in his heart. I already miss you. What are you doing right now? Castle's voice rang out calling Aika. Peanut, look uncle. She was flustered. You, he urged, quickly. Aika cried and opened her mouth revealing her missing tooth. Castle teased. Aya, another one fell out on the way back. At this rate, they will all fall out before long. This is not good. She hurriedly explained. No, the tooth is still growing up. Aika pointed at her tooth and asked, but uncle, why does the new tooth look like a saw? Castle replied, because you did not listen. He continued, did you send a reply letter to the tooth fairy? She happily said, I wrote asking for a beautiful tooth. Castle hummed. He asked again, you must be too mischievous. Do not we need to bribe the fairy? Aika immediately retorted, hey, I am not mischievous, Zenda said because I was good. I received 2 cards. Castle casually said, usually the one who is hated receives an extra one. She said angrily, I hate you. He sighed and reminded, be careful not to offend the fairy. Aika said loudly, humph, I know myself. Castle asked, that is right. I will be going to the construction site of the academy later. Do you want to go see it? She said excitedly, the academy, can I go too? He replied, yeah, go visit Grandpa. Aika smiled brightly, I will go. I will go. If Rusp comes back from the territory, can he go together, uncle? Castle reminded, have you asked White Peanut? She replied, I have not, but he will probably go. Castle repeated in surprise, you have not, but he will probably go. She suddenly rushed to bite his leg playfully. Hick, I am not scaring you, Castle shouted. Oh my, that hurts, uncle. I am done with work, go pack your luggage. Aika's voice echoed, you have to pack. She said seriously to Serpens, Sir, do you know what it is? It replied quickly, absolutely not. Aika curiously said, what is the code? On the table was a piece of paper written, pink flowers, hunger, oil lamp. She picked up the paper and looked carefully. Hunger is telling us about a stomach ache. This snowman looks like it is lying down. Is not this the infinity symbol? Aika looked at the picture on the paper. On the paper were the emblems of the families that Mom had taught, but the meanings below were completely incomprehensible. Serpens suggested, the ring, or should we decipher something else first? She hesitated. Mom said to solve this first before opening the rest. It asked, can't you look through it? Aika was frustrated. I wanted to. This looks like a clue I used to see when playing treasure hunts with Mom. Serpens asked confusedly. A clue, she explained. Mom would write down the words that tell us where the treasure is. Aika remembered, at that time, I also had to follow the clues in order to find the treasure. If this is something Mom left for me, it is probably similar. She frowned and thought, until now I have learned a lot, and I have also played treasure hunts with Mom many times. I will be able to solve this riddle. Serpens reminded softly, that is right. You do not need to be too hasty. Aika's power is gradually developing. You are already able to see the future you want. The horseshoe hanging on Aika's neck lit up. Equus appeared and decisively said, "Don't forget I am here too." Its tone was confident. "When you need to go far or secretly go to a place, I will take you there in just a blink of an eye." Aika smiled. "Thank you, Equus." Serpens was confused. "But I did not call. Why do you always appear?" She butted in. "So what?" A few days later, at Aika's mansion, Zenda had a dark face and clasped her hands. "Young lady, I think that is very dangerous." She replied confidently, "It is okay." She was flustered. "What if you can't do it, and then the young lady gets hurt? What do I do? See, perhaps the master will really get angry. It is better if I do it for you." Zenda looked at her and smiled triumphantly and advised, "Young lady." Aika pondered. "What is the code?" "Pink flowers, extremely, hunger, oil lamp." She stared at the paper. "Until now, I have learned a lot, and I have also played treasure hunts with Mom many times. I can solve this riddle." Aika secretly evaluate. "After going to the house I used to live in with Mom and returning." She recalled her actions. "During the day, I train my power with Ser. I am training to see the aura." Aika happily recalled. "In the evening, I will find out about the hints that Mom left in the library." She thought of the happy moment. "At night, when I need to go to the library, I will sneakily ask Equus to take me there." But one day, Zenda tried hard to stop her. "Young lady, I think that is very dangerous." Aika stood up. "It is okay." She was flustered and worried. "What if you can't do it, and then the young lady gets hurt? What do I do? Perhaps the master will really get angry. You should let me do it for you." Zenda begged. "Young lady." Aika bluntly replied, "No way." She stopped. She held the needle in her hand and the embroidery frame. "Rusp is finally coming back. I want to give him a gift made by my own hands." Zenda held the thread and came over and pleaded, "Even so, about embroidery, how about the young lady chooses the embroidery thread, and then we can do it together?" Aika continued to be firm. "Choosing only the embroidery thread can't be called doing it together." She looked pensively at the embroidery frame. Aika's eyes sparkled like a small squirrel. "Zenda, I will only do a little bit, okay?" She completely collapsed. "Who?" Zenda picked Aika up. "The young lady is using such an attack. Your begging skills are improving." She was confused. "Attack." She continued. "If this continues, what do I do?" Zenda gently touched Aika's hand. "I will hold your hand like this. Let us try to embroider a little, and after you choose the embroidery thread, I will complete it." She said happily, "Okay." She said softly, "What pattern should we embroider, young lady?" Aika looked up. "The two flowers that Rusp gave. I want to embroider both." Zenda agreed and guided her. "All right. First we will start with the yellow color. Do not strain yourself, okay?" Aika followed. I understand." She carefully looked at each stitch. A small pretty yellow flower was completed. Castle peered in curiously. He looked at Zenda, who was guiding Aika to embroider the scarf. Castle smiled faintly and left. The small flower was embroidered to completion. Zenda asked, "Young lady, what do you think? Do you like it?" Aika's eyes sparkled. "Wow, it looks like a real flower. It is so amazing. I made it with Zenda." She reached out to wipe her sweat. "That is right. We embroidered it together." Zenda quickly completed the embroidery. Aika's eyes widened in surprise. Zenda's hands. "I can't see it." Her eyes flashed. "The rest, I will complete it beautifully for you." Zenda showed her the complete flower embroidery. "Here, young lady, it is done." Aika beamed. "It is like flowers blooming on a handkerchief." "Thank you, Zenda." She carried the embroidery to the table with a box and ribbon ready. Aika carefully folded it and placed it in the box. "I can't let it get dirty on the way." Put it in the box and tie it up with ribbon. She carefully tied a bow for the gift. Aika smiled and hugged the gift tightly. She looked at Zenda. "If he receives it, will Rusp like it?" She agreed. "Of course, because this is a gift containing the young lady's heart." Afternoon at Rusp's mansion. The royal carriage stopped when it arrived. Rusp stepped down gently. The voice of the servant rang out. "You have returned, young Master Rusp." He replied, Is there anything special?" A maid announced. "A letter and a gift were sent from the Marquis Leguier family. Would you like to see it immediately?" Rusp stopped in surprise. He secretly rejoiced and received the letter from the maid's hand. "Did Aika send it?" Rusp wondered and then opened the letter. "It has been a long time, so she probably wants to meet me. Should I refuse, or should I talk to Dad again?" He worried. This time Dad is quite firm. It might cause trouble for everyone. Rusp was surprised when he looked at the letter. Huh. His eyes widened in shock. Aika. Rusp was worried when he read the contents of the letter. Is she sick? That night, at Aika's mansion, she happily ran along the hallway. Aika thought to herself, Rusp has probably received the letter. What a pity that we can't meet for a while. But there is no other way. The maid's voice rang out loudly calling her. Young lady, young Master Rusp has arrived. Gerard and Rusp were standing in front of the mansion. He was panting because he had rushed here in a hurry. Aika turned around in surprise. What? At her bedroom. Aika was covered in a blanket, while Rusp sat silently on the chair. He softly called her name, Aika. Rusp said shyly, I am sorry for coming without informing you. When I received the letter, I was very surprised, so I immediately ran here. His eyes were tearful. Does it hurt a lot? Where does it hurt? Aika awkwardly thought to herself. Oh, this is a big deal. She did not dare to face Rusp. I told you not to come, but he actually came. He said excitedly, I will read you a fairy tale, okay? Aika quickly refused. I am fine. I just want to rest. Rusp's gaze fell. So, I can't help you. She silently thought. What do? I do not like Rusp worrying like that. Serpens advised. Why do not Aika tell the truth? Aika thought, Sir, but it said softly, you two are friends, he will understand. She got up decisively. Rusp, he looked up. Aika pulled down the blanket. I am sorry. She stammered and admitted. I lied to Rusp. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Aika's voice was full of sincerity. I am sorry for lying to you, Rusp. Rusp said in surprise. What do you mean? She asked. You heard. You can't laugh, he hummed. Aika said angrily. What are you looking at? Rusp said confusedly. She shyly opened her mouth, revealing the missing tooth, and pointed at it. Actually, I lost my tooth again. The second one. I am embarrassed because of this. Aika awkwardly explained. I was planning to wait for the tooth to grow back before meeting you. It is because the tooth is growing slowly, that is why. Rusp's eyes widened. He asked, so, it does not hurt? She smiled and replied, it just feels weird, he said relievedly. So that is it. Rusp parted his lips and said softly, really? He put his hand on his chest and smiled brightly. That is great. Rusp happily chatted, it is lucky you do not feel pain. Also, I have lost teeth before too, Aika said wide-eyed. Rusp has too. When, he added, it seems it was on my birthday last year. And the time in autumn. Rusp reached out and took her hand. He said gently, I am just like Aika. Everyone experiences losing teeth, so you should not feel embarrassed. Rusp asked again, you are really not sick? Aika awkwardly said, not at all. I am sorry. She silently looked down. Aika jumped out of bed. She went and took his hand. Rusp, since you are already here, stay and play with me, okay? You are staying overnight today, right? Rusp stammered. That, he thought, I sneaked here, so I have to go back quickly. What do I do? Castle came and interrupted. You two peanut kids, are you done talking? Aika and Rusp were startled and said in unison, Uncle, Sir Marquis. He quickly stood up. Sir Marquis, he said softly, White Peanut. Castle suddenly said sternly, see me privately for a moment. Rusp was confused. At Castle's office. The two silently stepped inside. He opened his mouth. White Peanut, I heard you went out without saying a word. Rusp was startled. That I. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. I am sorry, I will go back immediately. Castle sighed without saying anything. He suggested, it is late now, stay overnight today. Rusp said in surprise, yes. Castle turned around. I have talked to your dad, no need to worry. He approached Rusp. You ran all the way here because you were worried about Aika. I have to repay you. Castle happily suggested. Today, have fun with Peanut. As for scolding, let us leave it for tomorrow. I am giving you time to think of an excuse. Rusp was unexpectedly speechless. He nodded and smiled. Thank you, really thank you, Marquis. He replied, all right, work is done, go play. That night, the sounds of laughter and play echoed. Hey, Aika, Zenda gently reminded. Young lady, young Master Rusp, it is time to go to sleep, Aika said in surprise. Huh. She and Rusp stopped the game. Aika said regretfully, it is already time. I still want to play more. Zenda asked, are your pajamas comfortable? He nodded. Very comfortable. Aika continued, me too. She smiled slightly. Phew, that is good. I will turn off the lights now. Zenda smiled and brought the night light. I will turn on the night light, but you two can't stay up too late, Aika said excitedly. We will go to sleep right away. Rusp agreed. We will go to sleep right away. Her voice was gentle. Then good night, young lady, young Master Rusp. Aika happily said, good night too, Zenda. The bedroom door closed. On the bed, she turned to face Rusp. His cheeks were flushed as he looked at Aika. She excitedly took Rusp's hand. Today was so much fun. I wish we could play like this every day. He smiled and agreed, me too. Aika softly called, Rusp. She asked curiously, after going to the territory, what did you do? Was it fun? Rusp thought, He recounted, I greeted the people managing the mansion and went to inspect the territory. Aika asked confusedly, inspect the territory. Rusp explained, it is riding around the area in a carriage, to see if there is anything unusual or dangerous in the territory. She said excitedly, that is great. Rusp is like an adult, just like Uncle. He carefully narrated, actually, that was also the first time I went to inspect. At first I did not like going so far, but later I found it more interesting than I thought. Rusp gave a bright smile. In the future, I will go with Aika too. He suddenly sat up from the blanket. Ah, she said in surprise. Rusp, what is wrong? Rusp hurriedly left the bed. I almost forgot. Wait a moment. He rummaged through the things in his bag. Rusp opened the bag wide. I found it. He called her, Aika. Aika looked over. Rusp. Rusp held out a small purple gift box. This is a gift for Aika. He scratched his head shyly. I was planning to send it with the letter, but I feel happier giving it to you myself. Her eyes sparkled looking at the gift box. Thank you. Can I open the gift now? Rusp said. It is Aika's gift. Aika opened the gift box. Inside was a red ribbon with sparkling yellow jewels, just like the color of her eyes. Aika excitedly held the gift. Wow, it is so beautiful. It is sparkling. Rusp climbed back onto the bed. It was made by the famous craftsman of my family. Do you like it? She happily replied, I like it very much. Aika tried the ribbon on, like this, attached to this place, he explained. People say it is attached to the collar or on the chest. It can also be used as a ribbon. She followed and put it near her neck, like this. Rusp reached out. Let me help you. He carefully attached the ribbon. Done. Aika confidently put her hands on her hips. How is it? How is it? It suits me a lot, right? Rusp clapped his hands. It suits you a lot, Aika. He said brightly, there is still another gift in the box. Take a look, she said excitedly. Really? Aika held the gift box. What could it be? Below, another purple gemstone bracelet appeared. This is. Her eyes widened in surprise. This is. Aika curiously touched the stone on the bracelet. The bracelet has the same eye color as Rusp. Rusp explained easily. This is a traditional bracelet of the Tanun tribe. In the north of Wapodia, people say it will bring luck to the wearer. He carefully put the bracelet on her. I made this bracelet hoping it will bring luck to Aika. Rusp gently asked after putting it on. How is it? Do you like it? Aika looked at the bracelet. Luck. She smiled and clasped her hands. Thank you, Rusp. I like it very much. I will often wear it. Also thank you for the handkerchief. I will use it every day. Aika suddenly remembered. I still want to play more, but it is time to go to sleep, right? Zenda will get angry. He agreed. All right. The two fell asleep. Aika opened her eyes and whispered, Rusp, after going to the territory, did you practice magic? Not bearing it, Rusp replied, because I did not have time. I could not practice. She recounted, Rusp, not long ago, some magicians came to my house. Will Rusp become like that when he grows up? Rusp was silent for a moment. He replied vaguely, I do not know. Thoughts rose in Aika's heart. Why does Rusp seem sad? Did I ask something I should not have? Does Rusp not like becoming a magician? Or is he forbidden from using magic at home? She moved a little closer. Rusp opened his eyes wide in surprise. He blushed looking at Aika hugging him. She gently patted him. Rusp, whatever Rusp becomes, I will like it. Aika's voice softly rang out. Whether you become a magician or not, I will support you. Rusp, just do what you want. Rusp stammered and said softly, whatever I become. She gave a bright smile. Become anyone, because I am Rusp's friend. I will always stand on Rusp's side. He looked at her silently. Suddenly Rusp burst out laughing. Aika happily smiled. Let us go to sleep now. It seems we will have a beautiful dream today. He hesitantly asked for her opinion. Aika, can we hold hands while we sleep? She was surprised by that question. Aika squeezed Rusp's hand tightly. She whispered sweetly, like this. He said with satisfaction, thank you. Aika smiled. All right, good night, Rusp, he agreed. You too, Aika. The hands of both tightly clasped each other. The two quickly fell asleep. I wish you a good dream. The next morning, Aika stood waving goodbye to Rusp. Drive carefully, Rusp, see you later. He stuck his head out of the carriage and waved goodbye. Take care, Aika. Rusp smiled faintly after the carriage drove away. His smile faded. Rusp worried. Now that I am going home, I probably can't meet Aika anymore. The carriage returned to Rusp's mansion. The maid announced, Young master has returned. The Marquis is waiting for you in the room. Rusp thought, right away, he replied briefly, Rusp walked along the hallway. The door slowly opened. Ricardo's stern voice echoed, You have returned. He replied awkwardly, Yes, father. He silently looked at the letter on the table. Ricardo said softly, In 1 month. Russ said confusedly, What is it? He reminded in a deep voice, After 1 month, you are not allowed to communicate with the valiant young lady. He was stunned, his eyes widened. Ricardo continued, Until then, act properly so you do not become a topic of conversation among the nobles. Russ stammered obediently, No problem, father. He asked awkwardly, But, why did you suddenly change your mind? He replied calmly, Marquis Leguier hinted to me, you probably know about, the summer ball, which takes place after 1 month. Ricardo explained the reason. That night, he will officially announce, Aika de Valiant will become the young lady of the Valiant family. Rusp was surprised and speechless. 1 week later, Castle handed Aika a letter. Here, take it. She looked up. Aika curiously received the letter. What is this? He explained. An invitation. Castle said softly, You are always staying in the house. You must like it a lot. Aika nodded. Yesterday, and today too. Castle gently reminded, You will go with Grandpa. Study well. I will have the tailor called. So choose a dress to wear to the party. He said in a deep voice, It is time to warn those who act recklessly. Castle's eyes flashed with fire. Young lady, Aika de Valiant, whoever dares to touch my niece, is not someone you people like to talk about. He continued, And now I will choose an escort knight for you. Aika asked curiously, Really? Her eyes sparkled. This is the first time I have an escort knight. Could it be Gerard? Is Gerard my escort knight? I hope it is Gerard. Is it Gerard, uncle? Castle thought. Let me see, that matter. He kept it a secret. You will meet him tomorrow, because you are curious. I do not like to say it. Aika said angrily, Uncle, you are mean. The next day had come. Aika was scared stiff. She looked up. In front of her, a knight wearing full armor appeared. Who is it? Worry rose in Castle's heart. The summer ball, one of the few largest annual festivals of the Wofford Empire. For the nobles in the capital, the whole family will participate. Sometimes also doubling as a debut or a charity event. He thought to himself, Aika is 7 years old now. He tried his best to protect her. Castle is, little by little, building a fence around Aika, as if climbing step by step on a staircase. Around her radiated a brilliant aura, so that Aika can enjoy the privileges of a unique young lady. The first important thing for her, and the first step of all those things was, the debut ceremony to dispel the gossip of the nobles and consolidate Aika's position. At Castle's office, he concentrated on the paperwork on the table. Castle secretly thought about the difficulties. I have been struggling for all this time. He worried, is announcing Aika right now the right decision? Aika is becoming more and more like Syria, even Syria's incomprehensibility. Castle remembered Gerard's words. How did the young lady know that the Lord had returned and immediately ran to his room? Before that, after being injured in the attack. Gerard said that you did not talk about your affairs with Aika. He lightly touched his chin. There is no way Gerard would lie about matters related to Peanut. Even keen intuition must have limits, and again, not just once. Castle recalled Aika's words. I heard that there are many thieves these days. They arbitrarily break into empty houses, steal things and injure people too. At around 12:56 p.m. on the 12th. Mr. I used a weapon to threaten a 30-year-old woman and ran away. At another time, near Wofford, 3 strangers attacked a brown-haired man with crude weapons at midnight causing him injury. At the time Leto was attacked, The kid acted as if she had seen the future. He softly opened his eyes. Syria used to be like that too. Memories of her appeared, suddenly going out and then returning in a disheveled state, sometimes living for work, sometimes as if she was being chased by something. The image of the newborn Aika appeared, suddenly disappearing, giving birth to a child and bringing her back, and then dying. Castle put his hand on the table. I do not care who Aika's biological father is. If I know, I am not sure I will spare that guy's life, just as long as the two of them are safe. Thoughts rose in his heart, but the more I dig into Syria's death, I have a feeling that not only will I find the person behind it, but I also have to investigate all of her previous actions. At this time, Aika screamed, when the iron armor suddenly moved. That person looked down at her. A deep voice rang out. How do you find me, young lady? Very cool, right? Aika said in surprise. This voice. He slowly took off his helmet. Because I have to escort the young lady at the summer ball, I tried to dress seriously. Aika was surprised to recognize that voice, Gerard. Her eyes sparkled. Gerard is really going to be my escort knight. Wow, it really suits you. Gerard smiled. Yes, I begged the Lord a lot to get it. He gradually approached. Gerard bent down and kissed Aika's small hand. I will use my life to protect young Lady Aika. She was startled. What about my uncle then? He explained. Other knights will support the master. Young lady, do not worry, because we have many knights with excellent strength. Aika continued. Even so, is not Gerard the best? Gerard scratched his head shyly. Well, that is true. Zenda came and said sternly, if you are done, go change your clothes, Gerard. It is not like you are going to the battlefield. Who wears that heavy armor to attend the banquet? He confidently patted his chest. Look who is complaining. Today is the day I am appointed as the young lady's first escort knight. I have to dress like this to match. I even polished it until it shone. She sighed. Haze. Aika raised her eyebrows. To that extent. Gerard said loudly, young lady. Even so, I am still very cool, right? She agreed. Very cool. Gerard is the best. Zenda said awkwardly, young lady. You are also really. You are just agreeing with him like that. She smiled shyly. It is just like the young lady said. It is good that Gerard is becoming an escort knight. Although he looks like that, he is also someone who will sacrifice his life to protect the young lady. I hope you will help the young lady. Aika continued. But do not. She smiled brightly. Sacrifice your life. Please help me in the future, Gerard. Zenda came and touched her shoulder. Come on, let us go learn. They will teach you the necessary etiquette at the summer ball. Aika happily said, I will study hard. Gerard cheered from behind. Good luck, young lady. I, the escort knight, will cheer for you. Gerard was given the task of escorting, and the day of the banquet was approaching. Aika found the lesson difficult to understand. Both you and I are busy preparing for the banquet. Luckily Logis did not take any suspicious actions. She said happily, and more importantly, my tooth has grown back. Zenda brought a mirror. Your new tooth has grown, Aika said excitedly. I can't hear the wind anymore. This morning, that sister who looks like a peacock named Esmeralda has made me many beautiful dresses. Castle spoke when he looked at the shimmering dresses. Hey Peanut, have you chosen the one you like? Aika was wearing a blue dress. Yes, I tried on all the ones that were brought out. As soon as I chose one, I would sketch it and take it away, as fast as Zenda's embroidery. She said excitedly, those sketches are extremely beautiful. I really want to try it on quickly, he asked. Isn't this not the first time you have participated in a banquet? Why are you so excited? Aika explained. But this is the first time I am participating in such a big banquet. Castle thought for a moment. He called her Peanut. Aika turned over. Yes. Castle suddenly mentioned the matter from last time. When Uncle Baron came to the house. He said meaningfully, did Gerard tell you that I was injured? That made Aika startled. What is wrong? Are you angry at Gerard? Castle kept a calm expression. Why would I be angry? I am just asking. Aika forced a smile, trying to save the situation. Gerard did not tell me. Castle looked at her with a sharp gaze. Then, how did you know and go downstairs? Aika was completely flustered. That matter. She worriedly glanced at Castle and wondered, what do I do? I can't tell Uncle that I saw the future. Aika's voice trembled as she made excuses. Because I heard the sound of Uncle's carriage, so I went downstairs. Gerard said you had not come back. His expression was strange. I thought something happened to you. Castle asked a question. So you just rushed in like that? She replied falteringly, yes. Unexpectedly, he stood up and approached her. Aiko worriedly waved her hands chaotically, trying to make excuses. When I arrived, I saw Uncle's arm was bleeding, but you told me to get out. You know how sad I was. But now your arm is okay, right? Castle replied casually, it is completely healed. I was injured a long time ago. Your uncle has the ability to recover quickly. She asked suspiciously again. You are lying. She breathed a sigh of relief, comforting herself. Phew, Uncle's back to normal. If this happens again, I have to be more careful. And then, time gradually passed. Finally, the day of the summer ball had come. The wheels of the carriage slowly stopped. Aika sat in the carriage and said worriedly, Uncle, I feel so nervous. Castle was completely calm. That nervous, I do not see any difference. She stammered at first, and then asked about Rusp. You can meet many new friends. Rusp is coming too, right, Uncle? He explained and confirmed. The Kelpodia family has to participate every year, so that kid will come, because he is royal. She nodded and understood. So that is how it is. Great. It has been a long time since I have seen him again. Then she made a suggestion. But, Uncle, can I take this off, huh? Castle replied seriously, no way. Aika held the name tag in her hand. TCH, this is my first ball. I want to look beautiful. She said with tears in her eyes. But this name tag ruins everything. Castle laughed and teased her. So what? It looks cute, haha. This made Aika angry, humph. In the quiet night, Aika gradually appeared with an outstanding style. She was surprised to admire the magnificence before her. Whoa, it is so beautiful. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Aika has arrived. Oh. Eyelid appeared with the style of a gentleman. The corners of his eyes had the wrinkles of the years, Grandpa. In the brilliant festive space, Aika rushed to hug him, Grandpa. Castle stood on the side and took all of this into his eyes. You are here right on time, old man. Eyelid smiled and replied, of course. Today is a special day for our princess. Eyelid smiled kindly and hugged Aika. Come on, let us go inside, you and Grandpa. Yes. One of the guards always watched every small action of theirs. One of the guards respectfully replied, please come in, Duke, Marquis. I will open the door for you. Immediately after, they turned and sent Eyelid, Castle, and Aika inside. Aika softly looked up with clear eyes, as if clearly sensing the fateful moment of the ceremony was gradually opening. The Duke Valiant, the Marquis Leguier, and... She calmly looked up at everyone. The valiant young lady has arrived. Castle held Aika in his arms. The two solemnly looked down. Two women stood next to each other, their eyes curious and apprehensive as the discreet whispers were directed at her. Is that child the valiant young lady? I thought they would keep hiding her. Aika was a little worried. It seems everyone is staring at us. Has Rusp not arrived yet? A tall person appeared from behind and praised. Wow, Aika's dress looks so beautiful today. Just like a princess. Oh. Baron smiled and lifted his wineglass to approach. Behind was the small Rusp following. Uncle Baron, Rusp, long time no see, niece. He stepped forward and stroked Aika's head, making her a little dazed. Compared to the last time we met, your height is still the same, huh? Even Uncle Baron is. Compared to the last time, I am 1 centimeter taller. Rusp stepped forward and took her hand. Baron was a little curious, but, do you two know each other? Yes, he is my first friend. Baron pretended to care. So you two are the closest. Yes, we are the closest, that is right. His eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. Oh ho. Baron crossed his arms and pondered, his expression mixed with confusion and curiosity. Oh my, these adorable kids. It is like this already. The two little ones happily chatted with each other. Later, you have to tell me in detail how close you two are. Aika, I heard you are going to the academy already. Yes, a few days ago. Eyelid gently held his little granddaughter in his arms. Grandpa helped you write your name on the rock. We stacked the rocks together, and then came home. Baron said excitedly, it seems the academy is progressing very smoothly. In the luxurious hall with bright lights, the adults chatted openly. Later, if the two of you go to school together. Castle's eyes were calm and distant. He stood silently amidst the solemn atmosphere of the banquet. This is the summer ball. Legia sat on the chair chatting socially with other nobles. It is easy to understand that those guys are here. To prevent those guys from approaching Peanut, I have to take action. Castle came to Baron's side. Baron, say this. He just whispered in Baron's ear. He only replied with an indifferent expression. Aha. Suddenly Baron noticed Aika. He said insinuatingly, all right, my niece, do you want to make new friends? There are many children your age over there. Go say hello. You guys have to go say hello to yes. Castle slowly replied, I will always protect you, do not worry, Aika was sad, full of worries in her heart. Besides Rusp, I have never talked to other friends, I feel too nervous, I have to go alone, without Uncle by my side. Suddenly a hand took her hand. Rusp smiled and stepped forward, took Aika's hand and held it up. Aika, let us go together, let us go together. Aika thought and wondered, would not it be less stressful if we went together? She smiled brightly and replied, thank you, Rusp. The tall hall with curved vaults, soft golden light shining through the windows, exuding the elegance and magnificence of a noble space. The two little ones walked hand in hand on the red carpet. Suddenly Aika spoke, Rusp, She nervously asked, everyone looks friendly, but what if no one wants to be friends with me? What if I get teased for the country bumpkin name tag? Rusp comforted, I am here, Rusp's eyes smiled gently, exuding friendliness amidst the brightly lit banquet space. I am very happy that you said we are friends. Aika frowned, making Rusp nervous, but at first Rusp did not even want to be friends with me. Ugh, forget about that. The two little friends chatted happily, it is true at first, but Aika did not give up and came to me. If the other children know about this, they will like Aika right away. Your first friend, guarantee that. Aika paused and looked surprised. After that she smiled brightly, that is right, it is okay if I can't make new friends either. And thought more vaguely, because I already have Rusp. Not far away, a group of people were chatting lively in the distance. A call rang out, making the blonde girl stop. You guys. Aika greeted confidently, hello, I am Aika, next to me is Rusp, can we play together? The space became silent. The five little friends just looked at each other, face to face. Although she was smiling brightly, Aika was feeling scared in her heart. What? Is it a failure from the start? A girl spoke, you are the valiant young lady, right? The girl introduced herself, I am Rifi, my father is Count Deem, the Count Deem family, Deem Rifi. Because she was too happy, Aika just kept talking, you know my name, I am very happy to meet you, Rifi, please talk to me comfortably, but you are a young lady. How old are you? I and Rusp are both 7 years old. Rifi was a little shy, I am also 7 years old, then we're friends, friends do not use honorifics, right Rusp? On Rusp's side, he smiled kindly and replied, if Aika is okay with it, I have no problem, it is nice to meet you, Rifi. The three kids stood close together, chatting lively, then I will also talk normally, Aika, Rusp, Another person saw the scene and softly spoke, Accordingly, that person stepped in front of Aika and asked, you are the valiant young lady, huh? A red-haired girl crossed her arms, behind was a blonde boy silently watching. Corbin crossed his arms with pride in front, while Louis stood behind, his eyes gentle and silent. Aika looked at them with innocence. She greeted happily but was met with indifference. What is your name? That dress is very cute. Corbin reached out and stopped Aika uncomfortably. Wait, has the young lady not learned etiquette properly? Basically, we must use honorifics when chatting. It is impolite to mention clothes when meeting. For the first time, she raised her hand to object, her face angry and arrogant, showing a stern attitude amidst the noble space, although young, but will lead Wofford in the future. As someone with a high position, the young lady must set an example with perfect etiquette. Aika was a little surprised and tried to ask a question, but was still stopped by Corbin. But my uncle still talks comfortably with Uncle Baron, that matter. The Marquis is a special case, normally that is not allowed. A hand was placed on Corbin's shoulder, and a warm voice rang out, wait a moment. It was Louis. He stepped forward to stop Corbin and introduced himself. Corbin is originally a rigid person, so ignore him. Hello, I am Louis Barocchis of the Count Barocchis family. Rigid, that rude thing. The Count Barocchis family, Barocchis Louis. Although still uncomfortable, Corbin still introduced. You are late introducing. I am Corbin L'Oreal of the L'Oreal family, the Count L'Oreal family, L'Oreal Corbin. Louis smiled and asked, I heard you are living at the Marquis mansion. Are the rumors all true? Rumors? What rumors? Louis continued, those scary rumors, at the Marquis mansion, instead of raising a dog, he is raising a man-eating tiger. Two ghosts floated back and forth in the air, every night. The souls of the wrongly dead servants wander around. A maid behind held a knife tightly, and all the maids are. Louis turned to look at Aika with a dangerous look and continued, making her a little confused. Assassins, Aika's anger soared. Not at all. There is no tiger, and there is no ghosts. Is Zenda an assassin? No way. You tell me the truth. She remembered her loved ones and worried about them. My grandpa and uncle are not bad people. Why are there such rumors? Grandpa's princess. Peanut. Give uncle some. Aika emphasized but was still pressed by Lewis. Really not. What you are telling me to say is what, then, is the story about the zoo in the garden also false? The son of the empire. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. Hello, son of the empire. A hand clung to the handrail. Winchester appeared with an elegant dress that was tailored luxuriously. It is His Majesty. He smiled kindly. Today, thank you everyone for coming to participate in this meaningful banquet. I hope everyone will enjoy the banquet tonight. Everyone respectfully bowed to him when they saw him. Winchester said gently, I wish you kids have fun. While everyone was surprised by the appearance of the emperor, Aika happily replied, Yes, Your Majesty. He slowly walked towards the stairs. Everyone around bowed. The friends around were excitedly cheering. Wow, His Majesty just greeted us. How perfect was that greeting, right? My heart is pounding. Everyone likes it that much. Suddenly Rifi called her. Aika, there is something interesting that Lewis wants to show us. Let us go together, okay? Aika was a little scared but still agreed. Okay. Scene changed to a luxurious living room. Lewis pointed at the ring in his hand and gestured. Look carefully, if you press here. Suddenly music rang out. This is the sound of a music box. Aika's eyes widened, her expression curious and excited as she carefully looked at the item in front of her. Is it a real butterfly? It is not real, but it looks cool. Right, it is a gift from my dad. Aika, show me your magic tool too. Aika said blankly, I do not have any magic tool. Then what gifts did you receive? A doll and an academy. An academy. Hearing that, Rifi said excitedly, Isn't an academy a building? It is a place where my older brothers and sisters wear very cool clothes. How can you give that as a gift? Lewis was a little embarrassed but still tried to agree to Aika's suggestion. I heard that your grandpa is building an academy. Not long ago I went to see it and laid bricks too. It was very fun. The young lady was given an academy. The scale is too different. More importantly, Lewis, that thing from just now. Can you show it to me again? It looks like a living butterfly. I think it is so amazing. So I want to see it again. He asked suspiciously, you really want to see it again? Aika smiled kindly and replied, it is super pretty and very cool. She suggested again, then I will show it to you one more time, okay? Someone softly reminded, Aika, you also have a magic tool. Meow, I have never received something like that. The small hand was raised in the air as if preparing to do something. Rusp made a suggestion. Let me touch you a little. He reached out and touched the yellow jade on Aika. The jade slowly lit up. A cute little squirrel appeared amidst the shimmering light, looking surprised and lively. Aika's eyes widened in surprise as a lovely little squirrel unexpectedly appeared on her head amidst the shimmering light. Lewis and Rifi stood next to each other, simultaneously revealing an expression of stunned and surprised at the unexpected scene before their eyes. Two pairs of eyes widened, sparkling as they simultaneously were stunned by what happened unexpectedly. Rifi held her face and smiled with delight. Wow, the squirrel is too cute. Rusp, is this a magic tool? Rusp smiled. I forgot to say when I gave you the gift. Rifi put her hand over her mouth. Wow, you can touch it like this. I definitely have to tell my dad to buy it for me as a birthday present. Is this magic tool a gift from Rusp? This is a gift that I had the royal goldsmith take magic stones in order. You can't buy it. Lewis was a little disappointed but still tried to appear calm, while Corbin's mouth hung open revealing surprise. So, Aika possesses a limited item. No way, I also want it. Aika chatted happily with Rusp, while everyone was happily playing with the squirrel. Thank you, Rusp. Thanks to it, everyone looks like they are enjoying it. I thought it was just a normal brooch, haha. It is climbing on my head. I am so jealous. That is right. I am also wearing the bracelet that Russ gave me. She hugged the gift to her chest, smiling radiantly with happiness. Tada, it suits the dress perfectly. Rusp smiled tenderly. I also brought the handkerchief that Aika gave. The two stood facing each other, smiling gently in the scenery of gentle green and yellow flowers. Two hands took each other gently, showing the intimacy and warm bond. Now let us go eat something delicious, okay? What does Rusp want to eat? I want to. The scene of the luxurious hall with high ceilings, magnificent chandeliers, and a sophisticated classic space. Rusp and Aika stood by the banquet table, chatting and enjoying cakes. This is so delicious. You eat it with the cake. Legia held a glass of wine and exuded calmness and mystery in the solemn space. He was a little annoyed. She is walking around everywhere like she owns the place. Jimil also had an annoyed expression and continued, she is so lively that we have to hide it. We have to. Legia raised the glass of wine to his lips, savoring it as he deliberated, planning to gradually reveal the truth to everyone, then announce the Prime Minister's child as a princess at the Grand Summer Banquet, a move the Emperor had subtly approved. He watched everyone chatting, but his mind was racing, preoccupied with questions of parentage and whether the child was a tool to grant someone power. He appeared outwardly kind and docile, but the Emperor was truly cunning. The three remained silent. Currently, he kept his interactions to a minimum, but he occasionally observed the princess. This child was definitely connected to the Emperor. Legia was lost in thought when he heard the Emperor call out, I still have not obtained proof, Your Excellency. A servant approached and whispered something in his ear. Legia smiled knowingly, his eyes and expression conveying calculation. Indeed, things are progressing in an unpredictable direction. Truly unpredictable. He looked directly at Aika. How interesting. This cake is quite soft. You are eating it slowly. Ah. The grand hall was magnificent, with its long red carpet. Elegantly dressed people were conversing and moving about the lavish party. The two little girls stood close together. Aika leaned in and whispered excitedly, while Rifi listened with wide-eyed surprise. Are you having fun, dear Grandpa? Eyelid wore a kind and friendly smile as he spoke with those around him. Duke, greetings, Duke. Yes, it seems they are having a lot of fun. Rifi smiled brightly, standing innocently before Eyelid and cheerfully talking. Aika's squirrel is so cute. A squirrel. What is that? Aika reached out, indicating she wanted her grandpa to pick her up. I will show you later, hee. Oh, really? All right, let us go then. She cheerfully waved goodbye to everyone. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. The others waved back happily. Goodbye, Aika, princess. See you again, princess. Eyelid picked her up and asked quietly, did you make lots of friends, dear? Yes, I made lots of good friends. He pretended not to believe her and turned to Rusp. Is that right, Rusp? Everyone. Louis looked at Aika, who was smiling brightly with an innocent and happy expression, in surprise. Rusp whispered, everyone is nice. And Aika inadvertently heard it, looking a little surprised. She softly called out, Rusp, She smiled widely, then expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today. Come sleep with me like last time, okay? Next time, the two of us will play together. Rusp was momentarily stunned by Aika's smile. After a pause, he understood. He smiled and replied, okay, I definitely will. Aika stopped walking. I am going now. Good night, Rusp. She paused when she heard voices in the distance. Oh, is that true? Two people in front were whispering to each other. Yeah, I heard it is selling really well these days. Aika turned around in shock, looking behind her. That voice. Two men completely covered in black cloaks, just like the voices she would heard during the carriage accident. Hide it, then search around. We have to see its face. Suddenly, Eyelid appeared, startling her. Huh. He reached out and called Aika closer. Are you still wanting to play, dear? It is late. We have to go home now, is not it? Not that. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Aika. It was Castle, who grabbed her skirt and lifted Aika high into the air, causing her to panic and struggle. Peanut, watch where you are going, you will get hurt. Ugh, you, standing in the way like that, how are we supposed to know? Only the voices of the two cousins echoed in the clear night sky. There, sit up straight for your cousin. We have to go home. Cousin, wait for me a bit. Aika lay listlessly in a large bathtub. She soaked in the water, pondering what she had just seen. In the end, I could not see their faces. Zenda quickly reminded her, Milady, soaking in the water for too long will give you a fever. You are done bathing, so let us get out now. Yeah, I know. Zenda slowly dried Aika's hair. She smiled radiantly, her eyes cheerful as she spoke, radiating innocence and comfort. How was today, Milady? You looked very happy. I was only in a corner of the banquet, so I could not meet you in the hall. Aika excitedly recounted her fun experiences, her face radiant with excitement. It was so fun. I thought I would not make any friends, but everyone said hello and played together. Plus, I ate cake and lots to tell. Zenda smiled gently, hugging Aika from behind. Foo, maybe you will get invitations later. I am glad you had a good time. Invitations? What invitations? Neatly arranged letters and invitations were displayed. You made new friends, so you might receive invitations to tea parties. Everyone will enjoy delicious treats together and get to know each other. Aika smiled brightly, excited. I want to let my friends eat the cake Sophie makes. Oh, that would be so fun. When that time comes, you can come with me too. Do you have anything else interesting to tell me, milady? She looked in the mirror and inadvertently noticed something unusual. The gemstone in the middle of the bracelet sparkled. Now that I think about it, you sat on the carriage just now. Voices from outside could be heard. That thing is a magical artifact. Doesn't look like it though. What do you mean? Castle was questioning Aika. But just now, boom, there was a squirrel. Why can't I see it now? That is why I said it does not look like it. Even you do not know. Castle's loud voice made Aika angry. Peanut is a liar. You are the liar. I am not. Aika squatted on the ground, fumbling with the bracelet. Why can't I use it now? Rusp clearly pressed here. Her gaze turned to one side. Perhaps she had realized something. Aika remembered when she received the bracelet, thinking, if it is a magical artifact, then when he gave it to me, Rusp would definitely have told me. Like this, wear it here, I heard you can wear it on your chest or neck, and you can change the ribbon. Rusp smiled like a flower. Rusp, when I gave you the gift, I forgot to tell you. So he used magic. Aika was lost in thought, which made Zenda a little curious. He does not like it being discovered that he used magic. Silly Rusp, he is trying to help me make friends. She happily hugged the bracelet. I do not know much, but it is not easy to be allowed to use magic. Even using it in the royal palace is difficult. Aika pondered the matter of magic, while Rusp hugged her reassuringly and told her to keep it a secret, creating a moment of tenderness and care. Next time, I have to tell him not to use it where there are people. It will be a bit awkward, so you have to keep my using magic a secret, okay? Awkward how? Because he said it would be awkward. A few days later, Zenda, while putting a ribbon in Aika's hair, reminded her, Milady, the invitation you received is from the Deem Earldom, which is allied with the Emperor, like Valiant. She was delighted and excited. The Earl is also a good person, so do not be nervous and have fun, okay? Yeah, thank you. I am going now, see you later. Zenda worried in her heart. Don't forget the gift and be careful. And the name tag too. I do not like name tags. The carriage slowly moved through the forest. Zenda smiled. It is only natural that Milady is receiving invitations from other families after the grand banquet. This is just the beginning. The carriage slowly stopped. I have carefully chosen so that nothing can become a threat to Milady, and today is the first day. The carriage stood still outside the city gate. Aika slowly took her first steps. Here. She looked ahead. It will become an important step in Milady's social interaction. I am going to take off the name tag, hee, they won't know. A little girl ran up from afar and called her name, Aika. Rifi was thrilled. You actually came. The little girl grabbed Aika's arm and chatted happily. Thank you for coming. I would have been so sad if you had not come, Aika. What are you saying? I wanted to come as soon as I received the invitation. Rifi introduced Aika to everyone. Hee, these are the young ladies attending the tea party with us. Corbin greeted her. We met before. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess. I am Corbin of the L'Oreal Earldom. Hiai smiled kindly and greeted her. Hello, Princess Valiant. I am Hiais of the Vane Viscountcy. Aika happily replied to everyone. I am Aika. Please feel free to talk casually with me, Corbin, and Hiais too. A hand reached out to stop her. That won't do. Corbin spoke up. Hey, princesses like that again. This time, it really won't do. She patted her chest. This tea party is our chance to showcase the epitome of etiquette. I would not say anything in private, but at least here, we must act in a way that we won't be ashamed of. Corbin explained kindly. Well, I have practiced perfect etiquette for today, so I will pass it on to the three of you from beginning to end. Aika and Rifi stood beside her, feeling scared. Corbin, so scary. Corbin put on the glasses that had been polished until they shone. She stood next to the blackboard with a ruler, like a real teacher. All right, everyone, listen carefully. Proper etiquette for a standard tea party. Using honorifics is basic. Covering your mouth when you eat, smiling in response to what others say. Aika, Rifi, and Hei sat blankly, looking up at Corbin's lecture. First of all, you can't speak casually like that. You must use honorifics with the meaning of respecting the other person. Aika smiled lightly and waved her hand. Hey, just talk casually is fine, Corbin too. Corbin angrily pointed at her and interrupted. Princess, Corbin, making her jump and stammer, repeating, Princess Corbin. From afar, a servant was pushing a trolley towards Aika's group. Later, for the future of the empire, we. Suddenly, the servant's voice rang out. I have brought the tea and cakes, and also the gift that Princess Aika brought. She turned around to look. Gift. Corbin also started to pay attention. Beautiful cupcakes were neatly arranged on the tray. Cupcakes. The servant carefully poured each cup of tea. Rifi smiled brightly, her face radiating sincere joy. Thank you for coming, everyone. I have prepared my favorite tea. I hope everyone likes it. There is also milk and other kinds of tea. She suddenly worriedly stammered, looking at Corbin. Princess Corbin, is this okay? She was satisfied. It is okay. Aikolom hedetsiterle. Hee. Now let us eat the cake that I brought. This cake is made by Sophie's grandmother. Corbin froze beside her, again being informal. She did not pay attention to her, excitedly sharing how to eat it. I will reveal the delicious way to eat it. She innocently picked up a cupcake with her hand. Hold the cake like this. That completely shocked her. With your bare hands. Aika opened her mouth wide and took a big bite. Chomp. While demonstrating, she said, put it in your mouth like this. It is much tastier to nibble and eat. Everyone try it. Rifi was completely in awe. Looks so good. Meanwhile, Corbin was so shocked she could not speak. With your bare hands, with your bare hands, with your bare hands. Finally, she could not stand it anymore and reminded her. What are you doing, princess? You can't hold the cake with your bare hands. Aika still smiled brightly, inviting her, Rifi, and Hei to join her. Don't be like that, Corbin. Try nibbling too, Rifi, Hei, you guys try chomping. Rifi started to pick up a cupcake and take a big bite. Chomp. Corbin was struck by lightning at the sight. Princess Rifi. Hei also joined Aika and Rifi. Chomp. Corbin was completely shocked. Even Princess Hei. After enjoying it, Rifi and Hei opened their eyes wide, sparkling, and praised it. Oh, wow Aika, it is so delicious. It is sweet and melts in your mouth. Corbin still tried to remind them. Everyone, you can't talk while eating. Hei tremblingly apologized. Sorry, Princess Corbin. Rifi affirmed, but it is really delicious. Hei's face was full of satisfaction as she began to describe the flavor. Because I ate a big bite, I can clearly feel the butter flavor. Corb. No, Princess Corbin, try it too. Corbin looked at the cupcake on the table, sparkling and tempting. She swallowed hard. Ugh, secretly reminding herself, I must set an example of proper etiquette. She picked up a fork and knife and declared, I will eat it with a fork and knife. Aika innocently thought, it is tastier to chomp in one bite. Corbin began to bring the fork and knife close to the cupcake, cutting a piece. Then she put a small bite into her mouth. Corbin was surprised by the delicious and sweet flavor of the cake. But then she picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth, turning away, pretending to criticize. It is all right, the cream is too sweet. Aika giggled, realizing her true feelings. Right, this is my favorite cupcake, made by Sophie's grandmother. Rifi asked curiously, Aika, is there a way to eat cookies? She happily confirmed and shared. Yeah, break them in half like this and dip them in milk. It is so delicious. Corbin heard this and spoke with frustration. Oh my god, the milk is for drinking, doing that will fill the milk with cookie crumbs. While Aika was engrossed in eating, a voice suddenly called out, catching her attention. Isn't that Princess Valiant? It was Rael. He criticized her. No different from the last time we met, huh? She surprisedly said loudly, Uncle. The other girls politely greeted him. Hello, Grand Duke Nodium, hello sir. while Aika stared at him suspiciously. This is Rifi's house. Why is that uncle here? Rael coughed lightly, then gave praise. Ahem, good, good. Everyone is acting very properly. However, his eyes narrowed, looking at Aika reprovingly. Little Valiant, why are you here too? It seems the Marquis is letting you run around everywhere now. Aika angrily slammed the table in protest. I am not a kid. I came because I received an invitation from my friend, and you? Why are you here? The two began to argue while Heezy looked at them worriedly. Rael mocked her. Ho, always uncle. What is that? You should call me Grand Duke Nodium. Didn't your grandpa teach you that? Aika revealed, my grandpa taught me not to do that to bad adults. He got angry. You answer back to every single word. Suddenly, Aika left her seat. She stood in front of Rael, bravely protecting her friend. Who are you planning to get angry with again? Rifi, Corbin, and Heeyes did not do anything wrong. We're just having fun together. He was flustered, his voice slightly trembling. What? Why would I be angry with you? I came to see Earl Deem today. She angrily reminded him of the last time and warned him. You were angry with Rusp last time even though he did not do anything wrong. Don't bully my friends. Rael did not give in and argued back. Meanwhile, someone was approaching them. Same personality as her grandfather, only talking about the good side of herself. That person spoke up and asked, What are you doing here, sir? He began to notice the person behind him. Then realized it was Earl Deem. Earl Deem Bruce Deem. Rael coughed lightly to regain his composure. Ahem, it is nothing. Please call me Grand Duke. Bruce smiled kindly. Yes, Grand Duke. Rifi ran to his side cheerfully. Dad. Bruce opened his arms wide, his face full of affection for the little girl. My daughter, are you having fun with your friends? Aika stood blankly, looking at them. That person is Rifi's father. They look just like each other. Bruce held Rifi in his arms. His gaze stopped at her. The princess has also come. He kneeled on one knee, gently put Rifi on the ground, and greeted Aika with a smile. I hope the princess has a fun time with my daughter. If you need anything, just let me know. She was overjoyed when she heard him say that. Yes, thank you for inviting me. Aika's gaze was fixed on Bruce while he was suggesting to Rael. Grand Duke, let us go to another room. He immediately agreed. Okay. She looked at him and thought, if I had a father. An image of a father happily hugging her appeared in Aika's mind, and she wondered, would I feel like that too? Rael turned back, irritably reminding her, my neck is about to be punctured. Stop glaring. I told you I am leaving. Aika angrily denied it. I am not looking at you. The two of them uncomfortably sighed. Humph. Rifi worriedly asked, Aika, what is your problem with the Grand Duke? Heeyes gently reminded her. That is right. You should not act impolitely to adults. Aika seemed hesitant. That. Time passed gently. The garden was green and peaceful. Aika finished telling her story. That is how it is. All three girls understood. Rifi gently defended Rael. Although he is strict, the Grand Duke is not that bad of a person. Aika frowned and said, I heard from my mom that the Nodium family are good people. She remembered when Rusp smiled brightly while defending him. Do not hate him too much. He is only like that because he cares too much about me. She compared it to Rifi's words. Rusp also said that. Aika was silent for a moment, then admitted something that made all three girls pause, a little embarrassed. Even so, I was worried he would bully you. So, one of the three girls reached out and took Aika's hand. It was Heeyes. She held her hand tightly, smiling brightly and inviting her. Aika, let us eat cookies. Before she could finish her sentence, she could feel the fiery gaze of Corbin behind her. Go! A teacup sat neatly on its saucer. Someone began to speak. But Corbin asked curiously. I see you are very close to Rusp, princess. Aika looked at her blankly as she inquired, Are you too? Corbin asked a question that made her open her eyes in surprise. Are you two dating? The entire garden shone brightly. Her voice echoed. Are you two? Aika stared at her as the question repeated. Are you two dating? While she hesitated, Rifi's curious and slightly expectant eyes were constantly fixed on her. Aika looked down at her teacup, secretly wondering, dating. Is it a closer relationship than we have now? She remembered when she was with Rusp, they both smiled brightly, very happily. When I am with Rusp, I feel cheerful and full of life. Aika remembered when she was angry when she saw Rael bothering Rusp. If Rusp is hurting, I will feel sad and angry, but... Finally, she spoke up. Rusp and I, Aika confidently affirmed, are extremely close friends. The expressions of the three girls were a mix of surprise and confusion. Yeah. She seriously thought about what she and Rusp would be like when they grew up, and sincerely revealed. I do not know how we will change when we grow up, but I am sure of one thing. Aika asserted with certainty, causing Corbin to cover her mouth in surprise. Rusp is my first friend, and for Rusp, I am too. She smiled, revealing her missing tooth. We are the closest of friends, and that won't change in the future. Rifi looked at Aika with admiring eyes. Oh, Corbin said embarrassedly. Friends like that, ahem, I understand. It would be polite to stop here. Let us talk about something else, okay? Rifi continued. Okay, I suddenly feel embarrassed. Aika was confused but agreed. Okay. Time passed. The sky became clearer day by day. Gerard led the carriage to pick up Aika. She smiled and said goodbye. Today was really fun. Rifi replied. I am the one who should say that. The little girl excitedly suggested another meeting. Everyone is learning to embroider. It would be great if we could have an embroidery gathering together next time. Kiais immediately agreed. That sounds good. It would be pretty if we embroidered the same design. Corbin had been silent since then. Aika noticed her and secretly thought. Corbin's expression is not very good. Makes sense, since I did not listen to her. She smiled, assuming. So that is why she is not very happy today. Corbin gripped her skirt tightly. Finally, she shouted and confessed. Today was really fun too. Then Corbin stuttered as she commented. The etiquette of the young lady still has a lot of flaws, but I will try harder next time. Aika, Kiais, and Rifi were surprised and looked at her blankly. Yeah. She crossed her arms, her cheeks red as she turned her face away, looking a little stubborn but very cute. Only call me Corbin. Aika smiled warmly. She took Corbin's hand. Aika smiled widely. Yeah, let us have fun together next time, Corbin. She was confused but agreed. Okay. Gerard and Zenda stood behind them, smiling fondly. The sky was now a beautiful golden sunset. Aika's carriage rode smoothly on the road. Aika excitedly told Zenda the story. Zenda, I was so happy today, as happy as when I first became friends with Rusp. It would be great if Rusp came next time too. She was happy to see her so happy. You liked it that much, seeing Milady so happy makes me happy too. She replied. Yeah, I really liked it. Aika then talked about Corbin. Zenda, among the friends who were there today, Corbin seemed very grown up. She was a little scary, but cool and cute. Zenda revealed. I heard that some families teach very strict etiquette. Gerard sitting across from her spoke in agreement. I agree with Milady's words. Children should live true to their age. Cute is the best. Aika migled. Thank you, Gerard. Aika remembered the Dean father and daughter. That is right, Rifi and her father look just like each other. They have the same hair and eye color. He patted Rifi's head, greeted me, and told me to have fun. She remembered Bruce welcoming her and then making a firm statement. I think Earl Deem is a good person. Zenda, though smiling, paused slightly. Is that so? She thought. It seems that meeting Earl Deem left a deep impression on Milady. I wonder if seeing the close father-daughter relationship made her feel a pang of loneliness. Next, Aika revealed her wish. Also, can I learn to ride a horse? She was surprised. Horseback riding. She talked about Corbin. I heard that Corbin is also learning. She rides a pony named Adios. An image of her riding a horse named Adios confidently appeared. Zenda thought, learning properly is still dangerous for Milady. She then pouted and pleaded. Zenda. Aika's eyes sparkled with a pleading look. Please. In the end, Zenda could not resist and relented. Ugh, I will talk to the master again. She excitedly raised both hands. Wow, thank you, Zenda. When I learn, I have to show you. Aika thought about riding Equus. Whenever I ride Equus, I do not get shaken around, so I do not think it is a problem. She praised it. When I am with Equus, we are like glued together. Equus was a little smug and self-satisfied. It is all thanks to my efforts. She revealed the reason. But in order to be able to ride whenever I need to, I want to learn quickly. She smiled contentedly, humming softly as she thought. If I ride well, I will ask Rusp to ride with me. Suddenly, strange eyes flashed deep in the forest. A sense of danger overwhelmed her. Something rushed past Aika's carriage, causing the coachman to shout in surprise. Oh, oh! The carriage shook violently. Everyone was frightened. Zenda quickly hugged the stunned Aika tightly. Milady! She suddenly felt something strange encompassing her. Aika's face was full of fear. Zenda's voice kept ringing out, trying to call her repeatedly. Milady, are you all right, milady? She remembered two people in black cloaks, one turning to look at his companion. Oh, it is here. A hazy scene, two people chatting with each other in the distance, appeared in Aika's mind. Oh ho, is that true? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. It was Gerard. He anxiously asked loudly, milady, are you okay, Hawk? He seriously announced and instructed Zenda. I will go out and see what is going on and come back. You, take care of milady, okay? Zenda wrapped her arms around Aika while she trembled, her face pale. I remember now. Chimiel then appeared in her thoughts, and she gradually realized that among the voices she heard during the accident, there was the voice of that old man. Aika still could not recognize the other two mysterious men, the voice she heard at the banquet, and a voice she did not know. Memories of someone holding a gold necklace, his voice ringing out. The object has been found, but that thing is not here. Ha! It seems it was stolen beforehand. Aika trembled in fear in Zenda's arms. Could it be that they are looking for Sarah's stone, the one that I swallowed? This is a secret only me and my mom know. Gerard returned to the carriage and immediately asked her. Milady, you were very frightened, were not you? Outside, someone was carefully inspecting the carriage. He announced. It seems a wild animal suddenly ran into the road. They say we can set off after they finish inspecting the carriage. Gerard carefully and seriously instructed. When we get back to the mansion, I will immediately call a doctor. On the way back, if you feel any pain anywhere, even a little bit, you must tell me, okay? Aika's face turned purple, trembling as she replied. Yeah, I understand. She was silent, thinking of her mother, the people who had targeted her, both frightened and sad. At the mansion at night, Gerard reported the situation to Castle. Milady was not injured, but she seems very frightened. He lowered his head, carefully reporting everything. Even so, Milady had calmed down by evening. Milady ate well and played happily with everyone. He turned his back to him. It is lucky she recovered quickly. Gerard keenly observed. But I am concerned about something. This is not related to the accident. Castle then asked. What is it? He recalled the story of the Deem father and daughter. Milady remembered the appearance of Reefy Deem and Earl Deem very clearly. Gerard remembered when Bruce opened his arms to greet Reefy. I was worried when Milady stared at them, so I am informing you, in case there is a problem. Castle looked out the window. He was silent for a moment, then ordered. Okay, I understand. Get out. He respectfully bowed 90 degrees, and accepted the order. Yes. He stared at the scenery outside the window, thinking thoughtfully. A father and daughter. Huh, if I found her real father, I would definitely kill him, so I deliberately did not look. It is safer for my sister to return safely than to search for who her real father is. Castle thought of a hypothetical situation. But suppose, if Aika wants a father. He remembered the image of Aika shyly asking, does he have children, cousin? Suddenly, the sound of someone running in a hurry wearing pink bunny slippers echoed while he was thinking, then. Realizing the sound, Castle turned to look. It was Aika. She looked at him with innocent eyes as he was. Peanut,